in Gaza is now around 12 hours old. The partial withdrawal of Israeli forces from the territory triggered a mass return of people back to shattered towns and villages. But the Israeli Defense Forces still remain in control of at least half of Gaza. Nevertheless, in a matter of hours, as many as 200,000 Palestinians made the long journey back home on foot after being displaced by the fighting. Now, though, the bombing has stopped. Well, the ceasefire came into effect today once it had been approved by the Israeli government. Under the deal, Israel pulled back its troops to agreed positions in Gaza, marked here, as you can see, by the yellow line. However, the IDF says it will continue to remove any immediate threat. Now, with the withdrawal triggered a 72-hour countdown to midday on Monday, by which time Hamas must release the remaining 20 living Israeli hostages and return the remains of 28 who are dead. For its part, Israel must release 250 Palestinians from jail, as well as 1,700 people detained in Gaza during the war. Remember, all this is part of phase 1 of the agreement. A deal on phase 2, the rebuilding and future governance of Gaza, still needs to be hammered out, with much of the detail sketchy and far from settled. Israel does not allow international journalists into Gaza. We're not allowed to see for ourselves what's going on. So Jeremy Bowen has the very latest from Jerusalem.
It must be a terrible journey, up to 20 miles on foot for thousands of Gaza's Palestinians, deprived by Israel's blockades of adequate food and clean water. A ride north in a car to Gaza City costs around £900. Impossible money for people who've lost everything. Earlier this morning, before Israel's military, the IDF, had pulled back. Its tanks opened fire to warn the people not to move further along the road until the ceasefire. Crowd control, using shells. On social media, the IDF told them to stay on the coast road and warned that going near Israeli troops would endanger their lives. They're returning to a world of rubble in Gaza City. Fida Haraz wanted to find something, maybe a mattress, she said, as winter is coming. But she couldn't even find the ruins of her home, as there is so much destruction.
I knew it was leveled, but where is it? I can't find it. What do we do with our lives? Where will we live? It was a multi-story building, but it's all gone.
It's clear that this last offensive by Israel into Gaza City flattened civilian homes on a massive scale. If that is without a military purpose, it amounts to a war crime. The IDF had pulled back to the agreed new line by around midday. It still leaves Israel occupying more than half of the Gaza Strip. Clause 4 of the ceasefire agreement says that the IDF will not return to areas they've withdrawn from as long as Hamas fully implements its side of the bargain. Is that Benjamin Netanyahu's decision? Donald Trump's? It's not clear. Potentially, there are some big problems ahead in the implementation of the Trump 20-point peace plan, which is light on detail. Now, for example, it says that weapons must be placed permanently beyond use through an agreed process of decommissioning. There is no agreed process. Hamas wants to keep some weapons. Israel says they must all go. Armed men from Hamas Internal Security, the unit most feared by Palestinians, have emerged in Gaza City. Hamas wants to show it's not beaten. This is not what Israel wants to see.
We are encircling Hamas from all directions ahead of the next stages of the plan, in which Hamas will be disarmed and Gaza will be demilitarized. If this is achieved the easy way, all the better, and if not, it will be achieved the hard way.
He said his strategy is bringing the hostages home and called it a tremendous achievement in the war of redemption. Israel has told the UN it can bring in much more humanitarian aid from next week. This was a commercial shipment heading north through Gaza City. But the UN has its own lorries waiting to bring in 172,000 tons of supplies stockpiled just outside Gaza. More than 2 million people need food, clean.
This is one of the first times that a Hamas official has been commenting on this trucial ceasefire. Here he is.
Dear our Palestinian people, our Arab nation, our Muslim nations, our people of Gaza, Gaza of heroism and dignity and martyrdom, dear free people of the world, the whole world was impressed when they saw all the sacrifices that you've been showing and given and all the steadfastness. You engaged in a war that the world has never seen before, and also you were able to face and stood in the face of the violence and aggression and barbarism of the Israeli occupation of the enemy, and you stood there and your will has never been broken.
Certainly, I think to the mind of most, the most important deal ever made in terms of peace, but the one we just signed. It's been signed, sealed, and it's going to start taking place now. It's already started. Monday's going to be a very big day when the hostages come back, but I made 8 deals, transactions of wars. One was 31 years going on, 10 million people were killed. One was 34 years, one was 36, 37. One was 10, one was just starting. 2 were just starting, actually, but they were well on their way. In the case of India and Pakistan, 7 planes were shot down. It was a bad one. And I did it largely through trade. I mean, that one, numerous of them. I talked tariffs. I said, look, if you're going to do that, we're going to put very big tariffs on your country. And they were both great. They stopped fighting, and they were 2 nuclear powers. So, you know, they're all big. They're every one of them big. You take a look at the Congo. You take a look at the Congo and Rwanda. 10 million people killed over a long period of time. Got that one solved. We did a total of 8 as of this. 2 days ago, I would have said 7, which I did say, but the other one was signed up, sealed. As you know, Israel signed it just now. They signed it and they approved it today.
Political right that a Christian genocide in Africa's most populous country has escaped global attention. Republican lawmaker Ted Cruz wants to sanction Nigerian officials for supposedly facilitating mass murder. Abuja says that it is the target of political games and ignorance. And we head to London's Tate Modern and its spotlight of Nigerian modernist art, which, despite the contemporary themes, celebrates much of the rich artistic legacy of Nigeria. And that is where we start. Nigeria, which has rejected claims from prominent US voices of a religious war between Muslims and Christians, which they say is fueling an alleged Christian genocide that authorities have ignored or even facilitated. Republican Senator Ted Cruz is amongst the loudest of the voices from the US's Christian political right alleging this. Cruz has even introduced a bill aimed at targeting Nigerian officials who are believed to facilitate violence against Christians and also to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Now, the administration of President Bola Tinubu, who took office 2 years ago, says that the allegations are a gross mischaracterization amidst a complex landscape of security challenges that no one is denying. So to break all this down, I'm now joined by Daniel Bwala, who is the special advisor to President Tinubu. Daniel, thanks so much for coming in, unpick this. Now, so we're seeing Ted Cruz and those who support him saying that things like, 50,000 Christians have been killed in Nigeria with impunity since 2009, thousands of schools and churches torched. Where is all of this coming from, do you think?
We strongly object to the notion that there is a systematic genocide in Nigeria. We admit of the fact that there is insecurity in the country, which we've been dealing with. Actually, since the past 2 years when the president came on board, we have seen massive improvement in the fight against insecurity. Because before he became president, we used to have prison breaks. There was insecurity right in the city of Abuja, the seat of power. And we have multiplied insecurity situation in every part of the country. But we have now seen sustained fight against it. We have seen the surrendering by major leaders of Boko Haram. We have also seen the recoveries of people that were abducted. These insurgents and Boko Haram people, or bandits as the case may be, when they inflict this crime and heinous, acts of crime, they do not make distinction between the Christians or Muslims. The idea behind the genocidal, concept is a cooked up narrative by the West because they see that we are making gains with the economy. Some of us have the opinion. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, it's cooked up. Who stands to gain from alleging that thousands of people who actually have been killed have been killed as part of a genocide? Why bother?
So first of all of them, from Ted Cruz to Patrick David to Senator Ted Bud, also all these Republican congressmen, almost all of them base their argument on a report by Inter-Society Organization. That Inter-Society Organization is an organization that is funded by foreign interests, foreign groups. And if you look at that report, there are so many contradictions in that report. First of all, the figures were falsified. They said in that report that they, gathered this data based on multiple sources. But if you go through the report, you see contradiction. The author of the report is someone who, in all of the analysis of the report, never mentioned for 1 second the insecurity situation in the Southeast. In fact, even the insecurity, the killing and murder that were perpetrated by the Eastern Security Network and IPOB, he attributed that to the work of the Nigerian military forces in the pretext of fight against IPOB. So you don't need to go further to know where this whole agenda is coming from.
So it is undoubted that, unpicking the numbers of victims of insecurity in Nigeria is pretty difficult, not only because, the Nigerian military itself has in the past been called out for not being particularly willing to release numbers. Right. On the other hand, you mentioned Boko Haram, which is the Islamic extremist organization that itself has been pointed out as having inflated numbers because they want to make it look like it's got larger reach. However, even if getting specific numbers is difficult, it is undeniable that hundreds of thousands of people have been killed in Nigeria since, if we're looking specifically at Boko Haram's reach, since it arose in 2009.
Fair enough. And the government is not in denial.
But what are you doing about it? Because
we're fighting. We're fighting insecurity. I just told you a while ago the kind of gains we've achieved in terms of having the leaders of Boko Haram. Recently, we arrested the leaders of a rival group from Boko Haram, which are inflicting all kinds of problems in the West African sub-region. We have seen the surrendering. This is a fact that has been reported everywhere about the insecurity situation in the Northwest. Now, here is the difference. On the government side, we admit of the fact that insecurity is one of the foremost responsibility of government and that we are fighting it and we're dealing with it. Where we have problem is that suddenly there is this narrative that tend to sort of separate between the Christians and other faith and other people who are also victims of this crisis. And that's why we say the agenda is to ensure that they stir up religious crisis in the country. And once they do that, especially most of them, now look at it this way, almost all the lawmakers from abroad who are basing the argument is on a report from one person. Meanwhile, there are multiple sources that have their reports about situation in Nigeria.
So even if the characterization of the targeting of Christian communities as a genocide is, far further than is.
Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. We are going to be covering some of the headlines of the week, and I appreciate you for joining us today for your Have Your Say. It's Have Your Say 24/7 fact edition. Like I stated earlier on, I think some people are finding that funny, but it is not funny. Fact is fact, and fact is very important, and I really do value facts. Okay, so disclaimer: whatever we have to say on this show does not imply creating division, discrimination against any group based on their religion, sect, tribe, or race. We are not here to discriminate against anybody. We are here to have discussions openly, truthfully, factually on the matters that are affecting our lives today. And that is the right thing to do, and that's what we are going to do. Welcome. I would like to welcome some of the people that have joined us today. You see, some people are just mean-spirited. You see, because I'm saying we are not here to discriminate against people, some people are already challenging. Why are you saying that? You know, I don't know what is wrong with people. So point is, we are going to be discussing a lot of important information, and I'm going to be welcoming some of the people that have already joined us. We're going to be talking about the Gaza ceasefire, because that's the biggest news of the week. The issue of Christians being genocided in Nigeria, which is crazy. Even I in Nigeria, you know, I can be said to be part of the Christian part of Nigeria, but I don't think there is genocide going on against the Christians. There is also the news about the Nobel Peace Prize that has just been handed out, and the Amupitan is the new INEC chairman. Some people feel like he seems to be linked to the Southwest, so they don't like it, which is another problem again with Nigeria. Everything is seen through the lens of tribe. It's not even through the lens of religion as much, actually. It seems to be tribe that keeps going on. I don't know why America, I think they're just accusing us because they just want to find an excuse to distract people from what is going on in Gaza and Epstein file. So let's say that Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria, and let's start that. So that I don't think that is viable argument. So let me welcome some of the people that have already joined us here. That is he's one of the illustrious sons of the soil. Tony has joined us. You know how we like titles. Thank you for joining us. And I may not call Vasca the wrong name. Vasca, thank you for joining us. Vasca is one of the leading intellectuals from the north. And obviously, let me welcome Oga Ike. Oga Ike has joined us. I really appreciate you for joining us today. And thank you, Oga Ike, for joining us. And the troublemaker of all time is here to join us early today, which is a bit surprising. How come he found his way away from the work today? He's been very busy. Thank you for joining us, Loco P. Diaspora voting, support diaspora voting. Thank you for joining us. And KJ, as always, here to join us. KJ is a co-moderator on the platform, and he's joined us, and he's a trained journalist. So we are all honored to have him here with us. Let's go with oh no, another troublemaker is here. Yeah, this, some people, they come here, my heart to skip. Why are they here? But can you remove Buwala from the screen? Why are you showing me Buwala? What am I going to do with him? Can you remove this man from the screen? Okay. We're going to remove him. You see our people, they already started though. We've not started talking yet. They've already started. Thank you all for joining us today. This issue of the Christian this thing is a bit alarming, actually. That they started trying to accuse Dexter. Dexter. Thank you for joining us, Dexter. This issue of the Christian stuff, for me, I find it very ridiculous. And I know sometimes they target Christians, they go to churches, we see that happening, but they also target Muslims too. And the military actually slaughter a lot of these people. My goodness, some of the videos and images I've seen online is brutal. Nigerian military is doing crazy stuff out there. You look at the time where they kill so many cows. Imagine, they kill many cows. The other than they kill so many civilians too. So, and most of those civilians are not in necessarily Christian areas. So it is obvious it's not like a religious war in the sense that the state somehow is allowing Christians to be targeted. But it doesn't mean that it's not Islamists that are doing the killing, and they are also killing Christians. So it can come across to Christians that they are killing them. So that is what is happening, but I don't know what you guys make of it. Who was here first? I think Tony was here first, and Masca was here second. KJ came last. I don't know, because he's a moderator. He's ended up at the top, but it's all right.
If you don't mind, I want to run off. I just give you.
Oh, look at that there. When you hear Christians, you show up there.
I doff my car for everybody. I'm not trying to.
Look at that. When you hear Christians, he shows up immediately. So
no.
Tony, you give him your time. Do you give him your time?
Let him go ahead. No problem.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Welcome.
Here's what I'll say, forefather. And I'm saying this with every sense of responsibility. The Americans that are jumping into this issue are not jumping in because they want to jump in. They're jumping in because we have failed to put our house in order. If they are talking about it because we have failed to do what we should do at the right time. Remember, this insurgency has gone on for 15 years or more. Okay? Now, I want to say this as a person who has worked with an international organization that is here based in America and how they view their news. I want to let you know that if not for nothing, they're not doing it because they want to get anything from Nigeria. I put that, and I put my credentials on the table for that. Okay, I used to shoot for ABC News. If you go back to ABC when Yar'Adua won this thing, I did the news that they played throughout the night that Yar'Adua won his presidency. Now, I'm saying that to say, only when there is an interest, that's an American involved. If there was an American on ground who have been captured, and they are making it now a news for their people, then I can understand. I said that to say that even when we are being commissioned to do news, either in Abuja or Lagos, wherever, you are told exactly how you should write the news or shoot the news, so that you will have an interest of the American public, which means that if Tony is an American and is involved in that, so you have to write the news around what Tony did in Abuja. It's only that time that you catch the attention of the public in America. So now, whatever is going on between your people and your people. It's of no concern to the American public. I want to let you know this. The only reason why they're doing this or carrying this thing now is because they think more lives are getting to be involved and there's going to be a problem soon. So let's get that out of the way. When people come and say, hey, because no, they have, listen, I once asked, I won't mention the person's name, but the high official here, that why are they not helping to, help Nigerians out of the election listing? I say, for what reason? What is the importance of Nigeria to us? What are we going to get from you that we can't get from any other place? Why should we put American boots on ground for Nigeria? So let's not deceive ourselves. Sometimes we overpride ourselves. That's why these things happen. We think we are the one to fix our house. If we fail to do that, it is only when you fail to do it that other people begin to point out to you, hey, why are you not doing this? Why not doing this? And most times they're doing that because they don't want you to carry your problem to their country. That's the only reason why they're saying, look, make una try find out what we do before this thing will come day back. We should learn to fix our house. We should learn. And then look at what Daniel Bola was saying. If I want to take that interview, I will take it apart in less than 5 minutes. Okay? You are saying these things are this thing, but your government used to go to those communities and disarm them before these strikes are taking place. They have no way of doing what? Of responding to those who are attacking them. They don't even have machetes. So all you do is to find a way to run into the bush. How is it? It's not once, it's not twice, it's not 3 times. Okay.
But let me ask you,
if you take the
the Chibok girls that were kidnapped, how many of them were Christians?
Almost all of them were Christians.
You mean the Chibok girls were Christians?
Okay. You can Google that.
Is that so? I didn't know that.
They were Christians.
Yes, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
But that's not the case. I'm not even after. The only thing that whatever they have done now has made is to bring attention to the lives that have been lost. Whether you're a Muslim or you're a Christian, life na life. Me, Okech, I don't need your life for anything. So don't bring your life for me. Instead, stop the killing. That's what we're saying, simply saying. It doesn't, look, nobody benefits when somebody loses his life or her life. Nobody. We all lose. We all lose one person.
Yeah, but can this in KJ, let me put it, because this guy said this thing and he just this thing reminded me of something. You know, the senator, I think what's his name again? Sorry.
Senator,
you know that senator.
Sorry, I know where you're going.
What is that senator's name again? Sorry, remind me of the senator's name again. Ted Cruz. You know, Ted Cruz said his purpose for being in House of Senate is to defend the interest of Israel.
Yes, I know. Ted Cruz,
so this don't you see that is a little bit problematic, and the timing to start defending this issue now.
Okay,
they want to remove this from the headlines.
Let me make that my last comment and I'll go.
Gaza. Go ahead.
Let me make that my last comment and I'll go. Let me tell you, when Shetima was addressing the assembly, how many people were inside?
What do you want to go? Don't go, please.
How many people were inside? I'm telling you, I'm letting you to know that these people are not. See, they're not concerned about.
So please, KJ, you as a journalist can't talk like that because the man is not inside the place. Does it mean that he didn't hear it? What kind of statement are we making?
Listen now. Hey, come on, my brother.
No,
listen.
If there was nobody,
listen.
No, I'm just raising only one point that I think is important. The statement you made that how many people were inside. Don't make that kind of statement. We live in a very modern world. Even if he went to speak in an empty hall, the news will go out. So it's not an issue of how many people were there. I know you want to deride the vice president to make it look as if he's unwelcome even in the US, but I think it's a relevant point.
No, you see, Maska, I expect that you yourself know that assumption is the lowest form of intelligence. So I'm not assuming anything here. Okay? In the first place, the vice president, I have said on this platform that I like the way he presented this thing. He didn't. What is he going to force anybody to stay in the hall? Is it the first time that they are leaving the hall? Wait now. Whenever most times when our presidents go to address the hall, they leave. People leave. So it's not because of him or whatever he carries. But I'm simply saying what I meant. What I was saying is that that speech alone is not enough. It's not enough for a senator of America to pick up and begin to. It's not enough. We do not have that authority and power. We don't have it. If it was South Africa, it's a different thing. If it was Egypt,
they did target South Africa too. Now they accused South Africa of genocide against white people too. You saw that because South Africa said something about Israel.
Oh, okay. So
you forgot. You forgot about that. They targeted South Africa too. Let's bring to the back because people are complaining that other people have to speak.
And they keep quoting one source. It's not from one source. It's not from one source. There are many sources that have reported on this, and one of which is a Christian Broadcasting Network have constantly reported on this for over 10 years. So it's not even saying it's one source. So let's even leave that. But all I'm trying to say is this. There are many other things we can talk about. No, not because these people are interested. They're not interested in us. Let's go.
How many people have? How many American citizens have Nigeria killed? That this Cruz, but Israel has killed multiple American citizens. Do you see him taking Israel to to sanction them? No, you don't see him doing that. These people are funny people, man. You shouldn't take them credit. These are American citizens that were killed by Israel, but he doesn't do anything about it. But it's Nigeria suddenly cares about us now. We want to believe that.
No, even forefathers, just in response to some of the things that KJ was trying to make, the first issue I will raise is that this same America, during Boko Haram, America refused to sell arms to Nigeria. Okay, yeah, so how are you going to convince me that you are interested in the country? Exactly. That's number one. Number two, this same America and generally the whole West, they were there. The real actual genocide of our time was Rwanda. It's not like America was not around then, or that the West was not alive. So for me, I think
pinnacle of their power then. Let me add, they were at the pinnacle of their power. They were the one superpower of the world at that time. Nobody could challenge them.
They did nothing about it. So for me, I think if we're going to have this discussion, it would be nice to split it into two, maybe even into three separate parts. They are all related, but we can have a more fruitful discussion. The first part of the discussion is whether truly America genuinely can be interested in a black man, whether he's a Christian or a Muslim. I think that's one slice for me of the discussion. The second discussion is whether, yes, there's genocide or no genocide in Nigeria. And I don't think that discussion should be painted in the light of the current American discussion, because genocide can, yes, truly, genocide can happen not on a religious line, but you take certain tribes and you just kill them. That still is genocide. Yeah. Even if somebody makes the mistake of thinking that, oh, it's because of religious difference. But the truth is that you are exterminating some group of people based on a certain characteristic. So we can have that second slice, whether truly some people are killing some people, trying to exterminate some people simply because of who they are.
Okay,
and
let me bring Master. Let me bring Tony in, because he was the first. He gave his time to KJ. You are next. I think you are the one that came next, and Oga Ike, and obviously we know the troublemakers around. Then he starts going to the troublemakers. All right, Tony. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of this accusation? This that we are committing genocide in Nigeria against Christians?
Good evening, forefathers, and good evening, everybody on the platform.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think it depends on who is looking at the situation. It depends on who is looking at the situation. I think that first of all, you have to start with why is the government now very, would I say, restive? Why is the government feeling this feeling on the part of government that someone somewhere outside Nigeria is beginning to tell them that there's genocide in Nigeria? Why are they just suddenly waking? People are dying. The point is that the government has failed in its responsibility. This thing has been on and is getting worse, and people are being exterminated. And you want to ask, where's the commander-in-chief? Where's the commander-in-chief? It doesn't just make sense. Now, and we tend to forget that the things that are happening here, that people are seeing, that they have embassies here, they have representatives here, they have people abroad, they have news, media, and so on and so forth going on, and they are seeing what is happening in Nigeria. I think it would be unfair for anybody to try to sweep this thing under the carpet by the kind of rantings that we see in the media and on the part of government. The government has to accept that it has not done well. That's the first thing. Because if it had done, this whole issue about what's going on now wouldn't really be, it won't be an issue at all. The government has failed in dealing with insecurity in Nigeria, the many faces of insecurity that we have today. And you only need to go back to history. Because if people are saying that there's genocide, you have to go back to history to find out how did this begin? Who are those who sponsored it? What was the attitude of these people who were doing this to the various sectors that are affected? It started first in the Northeast. And the first area that was attacked was principally the Christian areas. That's a fact. What did the leaders in the North do? What did the federal government do? Why and how did this thing fester? And Nigeria now became a theater of all kinds of terrorist groups, Mahmuda, Answap, Ansaru, Boko Haram, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but if I asked you, between Christians and Muslims, whom have been more victims of this terrorism in the north? Which side would you say has more casualties?
So far as I don't have the statistics, but I know that when it started, I mean, we have to be fair and honest. When this thing started, the attack was mainly upon churches and the Christian sections, in the north. And then eventually it spread, and mosques were being attacked. MFs, it spread. But in the beginning, from what we saw, we see people who are helpless. Their homes are, violated. People are killed, and so on and so. At some point, they have to start defending themselves. Now, if we go down to history, we see various attempts by various governments from Jonathan, because Masca was talking about, America refusing to sell, weapons to Nigeria. That is true. They did eventually sell, even though it took a long time. That was but no, it's not
Trump,
Biden.
actually,
Trump, yes. But if you say that, you got to balance it up, because we had the president that employed mercenaries. Okay, you had Americans, from their station in Niger, who were giving intel to the army, to American High Command, for terrorism and all that, which was stationed in Niger and dismantled, following the military this thing that took over the country. They were giving intel to the military, Nigerian military. And those intels were mismanaged by the Nigerian military, because those intels that were passed to them were also forwarded to Boko Haram. So let's not go there. The point is that we have not kept our house in order. Now, the question as to whether there's genocide in the country, there are people that are being targeted. Is there a policy by the government to exterminate Christians? I will say no. I don't see that. I don't see a deliberate policy by government to exterminate Christians or to exterminate any particular ethnic group for that matter. But has government shown any will and capacity to deal with this issue? I think that if you ask me and to score the government, I'll give the government F9.
Okay, thank you.
But people who are being attacked have their own story, because you need to listen to their story. The churches that are being attacked, you need to listen to their own story. So I think we have to be fair-minded when we're analyzing this stuff. And we should stop blaming America or stop blaming foreigners, because it is because of the way we have kept our house. That is why foreigners are interfering to do the things. We have failed. We have not done the things that we're supposed to do. And so if you don't do that, you give the latitude for foreigners to come and do whatever they want with you. That's the way I look at it. Because Nigeria is not the only country that is facing this problem. There are neighboring countries that are facing the problem. How have they been able to deal with the issue? It was about manifesting in Ghana. Ghana dealt with it. You almost had the same thing in Togo, in Benin. And you have it in Cameroon. You have it in Niger, Chad. You have it in Burkina Faso. How are they dealing with these issues? So I think it's important, that while we're discussing these things, I will balance it out.
I think part of the reason why Ghana doesn't have it, and many of these, maybe even Cote d'Ivoire, is because the Sahel extends for a certain period of time. Nigeria, unfortunately, is touching the Sahel, but Ghana is not touching the Sahel. Burkina Faso is the one shielding Ghana from that. Is in the same thing with Cote d'Ivoire, but Nigeria is actually touching the Sahel, so they have access to come in the way they like. So we don't have that buffer like the other countries do. Let me see. I think it's Masca. Thank you for joining us, Masca. So what do you make of his submission? I do have things I disagree with. I have things I agree with. So what do you make of it?
Make of what?
Tony's submission regarding Then you can also expand on the accusation against Nigeria that there's genocide against Christians.
Okay. To a large extent, I think Tony's submission it's apt, because the starting point, when you go outside the country and say that there's genocide in Nigeria, the implication is that the government of the country either is the one orchestrating or is in support, or is turning a blind eye so that people can do what they want to do. But Tony's position is that he doesn't agree that government is complicit.
True.
So there's no argument. I can't argue with that position. But let me even rewind back. See, the truth is that I'm in the north. When Tony is talking and saying, oh, this, that, a lot of people, when they talk, some people like me will just have to keep quiet, because you could see the bias, the ignorance, and even the lack of depth, because you don't need to know certain things. You should be able to do some little bit of analysis. Okay, so let me start from the beginning. The truth is that in the north today, there's no peace. Nobody can argue with that statement. There's so much crisis, there's so much insecurity. You can argue that it's all across Nigeria, but I can tell you that no, the one in the north today is the hotbed of insecurity. And you can split it into different classes. There's religious fanaticism. People tend to forget that there was Maitatsini in Kano at some point. Maitatsini was killing people anyhow. The state government could not do anything. They have to go and look. Then it was Shagari's regime. They had to go and get the military to come and intervene. Also, Boko Haram, you can say, is religious fanaticism. People who hold a certain belief that the religion should be in this way. If you look at Boko Haram was killing predominantly only Muslims. Only Muslims. In fact, every time I go home to Kano and sit with my mother, the same way people like, I don't know who I will use as example. I think KJ primarily, because he is the chief proponent of genocide. My mother used to tell me that, no, it is the Southerners that have cooked up Boko Haram, and they are using that Boko Haram to kill Northerners. And I tried to explain to her that, look, okay, so let's even assume that yes, it's the Southerners. Is it the Southerners that are carrying the gun in Maiduguri to start with? The answer is no. It is Borno people carrying gun in Borno and killing Borno people. But of course, if you sit down and if you are the leader of this Boko Haram, for instance, it's in your own interest to go and specifically target Christians also, so that at least you can put the whole place into confusion. This same Boko Haram, they attacked Kano. For 2 days, Kano was under siege. And the first place they started was the police station in Bompai. This same Boko Haram bombed the actual emir's palace, the mosque, on a Friday inside Kano. But somebody would only look at people like my mother. She only want to think that, oh, it's the Southerners killing people. That is Boko Haram. But today, people would not talk about the fact that Boko Haram attacked Kano for 2 days. Bombs were going off, forefathers. I was in Kano, bomb was going off almost like every 30 minutes in different places. People here will not talk about that one. I was doing some work in Zamfara. I have to leave Zamfara in 18 or 19. I had to leave because on a Friday, they brought almost like 50 dead bodies to the mosque we were praying. Bandits killed them. So there is various kind of killings going on all around. I will concede that some of these killings, they are targeted killing. They will target a specific village and go and rampage that village. And the attempt will be to kill everybody there. KJ will know very well, if you take Plateau State and Kaduna State, these were the hotbeds. And for me, if you ask me, it is the kind of narration or the narrative we give here that is the basis for all these problems. Or somebody would convince you that your enemy is your neighbor that is doing a different religion or that is speaking a different language. And with time, before you know it, people begin to have that enmity. The religious crisis in Plateau State, what was the benefit? There was no even mineral resource or anything. Even the land, these people were not really doing that farming like that. I had lived in Plateau State also. The truth, KJ will confirm. The truth is that during the dry season, people from Kano, from areas of Kazore, they will come to Plateau State and take over the farms and do farming and pay the people rent.
Wow.
So it's not like land was a problem. But it's just we have allowed ourselves to grow on hatred. You know, the truth is that Tony also submitted, the truth is that there is a government failure. When KJ was saying that they will disarm people, military will not come on time, I laugh, because if there is armed robbery, is it not the same story? Police will come, they will wait until after the attack. Why do we think that the military will be different? Why? So my submission really on all these things is that, one, this hotbed of insecurity has seen 3 different regimes. Goodluck Jonathan, I started with Goodluck Jonathan. Buhari was there. Today is Tinubu. So if you know what you're doing, really, you can't, these are 3 different tribes. Goodluck was South, I think he's from South. Buhari was from the north. Tinubu now is a Yoruba man. How is it possible that all these people are all conniving on one agenda? If they are not conniving, therefore, what I would say, and I think that's what Tony said, and I agree, is that government ineptitude. And it's not just at the government level, like you are looking at the president. My position today in Nigeria is that Nigeria's problem is that all our institutions have collapsed, which is why when you call police when there's robbery, they are not going to come because they are no longer that police institution. They are something else. I don't know what it is, but they are not really a policing institution. And it extends to the military also. What you expect them to do, you will not get it. It's the same thing with our judicial system. What you expect to get, you will not get it. It's the same thing with our educational system. If you call students and interview them, you will be shocked. You will be shocked. If you go to our even hospitals, do you get health? So it cuts across all our institutions.
I'm curious. When you call students, you'll be shocked. What do you mean?
Okay, so today, if you want to hire people, somebody will tell you that is a graduate of accounting. If you ask him what is debit, actually, I've interviewed somebody who said debit is adding. No, credit is adding, debit is reducing. And this is a graduate of accountancy. And you want to hire him as an accountant. Okay, and he has his degree, he has the paper from a valid university. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I asked that question because I had similar experience recently.
I'm saying that the school system is not giving you what what it should. The products is not churning out what it should churn out. The same thing with judiciary. It's supposed to churn out justice. It's not churning out justice. Police is supposed to churn out security. It's not churning out security. The military is supposed to churn out like the monopoly of real violence, but they are not doing that today. That's why somebody asked me one day, I was in Toronto during that Boko Haram. One driver embarrassed me thoroughly. Do you know what he asked me? He said, "These Boko Haram people, how many are they?" No, in fact, he started with saying that, "I think I hear that you people in Nigeria are about 200 million people." I said, "Yes." He said, "This Boko Haram that I hear, how many people are they?" You get the drift of his question. Like, if you are 200 million people, this Boko Haram that is all over the world, how many are there that you people cannot deal with them?
But does that not tell you that your leaders are willfully not wanting to deal with it?
No, it's not. The problem in Nigeria, I've seen it deeply. It's not leadership. If they put you today as the president, you can't do nothing because the institutions have all collapsed.
Yeah, but that is your point. Now you resurrect them or you replace them.
Okay, yes, but that will take time.
Not that long. You don't have that long. If you
I understand it won't take. I agree with you. I'm saying that it is no longer. It started as a problem of leadership. But today it has gone out of the hands even of leadership. Even leadership would need the support of a lot of people to resolve all these issues. But my submission is that there are many different kinds of crises in Nigeria today. Maybe inside that myriad class of clashes or crisis, there is genocide. And it's important to deal with all of these things differently. Boko Haram is religious fanaticism and very clear. Banditry is they are just criminals. All they want is money.
Have there been villages that have been targeted in the north that are made up of Muslims?
Yes. KJ will also tell you, KJ should go and investigate Haipang, where the airport is in Jos. All the Muslims in that town have all been killed. There's no single Muslim in that town again.
So that's a kind of genocide, isn't it? Where but it turns out that the genocide is on both sides. They are genociding Muslims and genociding, because if you destroy people in part or in full, it's considered genocide to an extent. And if those people are part of a town and you get rid of all of them, because we have so many tribes.
It happens. I know that if KJ goes to investigate Hapan, he talks about Dogona Hawa, which I'm also aware. It's not only Dog. I know a lot of other places where the whole people have been exterminated. The village today is you just see walls. There are no people there. That happens.
Wow. I find it hard to believe that our people just see these things happening and they just leave it like that. It's unbelievable, really unbelievable. Thank you.
Just to buttress one last point, that it is really not a religious issue. I used to tell people that in Jos, all the people, the indigenous tribe, like take Birom, for instance, if today all the Hausa people in Jos say, okay, we're no longer going to be Muslims, so that there will be peace, we would want to go into Christianity. I used to tell people that what I believe is that the Christians, the Biroms, will now open a separate kind of church and say, we're not, look, okay, you are Christians also, but our church is going to be different from your own. And the hatred will continue. I think the problem in the country is not religion. It's simply that we don't like each other. We have so much hatred. We look for the slightest difference among us, and we harp on it and go to town in terms of hatred. And it's not nice.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Welcome, Oga Ike. What do you make of this fallacious accusation? Is it true or is it false? I've already nudged you in a direction to say it's false, but it's all right. You can take any position you choose. What do you make of it?
But I think as moderators, you don't take a position, but you have taken a position already. So,
I know now. I know. That's why
who are moderators is learning from Dr. Damages, because you have taken a position already. So in your mind, you are biased already, and because I cannot see your mind, but your biases is already written all over the keyboard of the computer. So I don't know what I'm going to discuss about that, but all the same, I think it's very good that each and every one of us here have admitted that, or me, I don't think that anybody has the right to take any human life, the life that you cannot give to anybody. But also for us also to recognize that all these things we are saying or we're discussing about what is going on in Nigeria, why are we trying to remove the government from being the culprit of what is going on in Nigeria? Is it not the failure of government? The man I asked you to remove from the screen is saying that the prison break is insecurity. How can prison break be insecurity if not incompetence? The government has failed. The institution that Maska is saying is run by people. The institution are not run by spirit, it's run by people. And those people are the government we are talking about. The government is accomplice to insecurity in Nigeria because they are politically gaining from it. They are using the insecurity in Nigeria for their political gain. because during the election, all the areas that there is insecurity, you cannot go there. They will go there and one person will thumbprint every vote because there is an insecurity. The governor of Zamfara and Borno State has told the world that they know where these people is. Give them the power, they will stop the insecurity. But they can't do it because their hands are tied at the back because it's controlled by the federal government of Nigeria. So why Nigerians are just so, why are we pretending as if we don't know where the problem is? Why are we just pretending as if we don't know where the problem is?
Yeah, but should the question not be, why is it that even when we know our lawmakers, even when you elect them, they go there and they just do nothing about it? They just basically let it carry on.
If the lawmakers do, first of all, that's why I am trying to say that you do not remove the government from what is going on in your country. Because the institutions, my brother Maskawa is saying, those institutions that are supposed to be the guardian light and the guardian angel of what is going on in Nigeria, the people that are running it, were they elected by the people? They rig themselves into power. How many of them have legitimacy? Those people you are looking at now to make those laws, how many of them has legitimacy? But I am happy here that everybody, like my brother Maska here, he has recognized that there are targeted killings in Nigeria, which is a fact.
But hold on there, hold on. Could it be said they do have legitimacy because the people that rig them into office are still Nigerians? I help them rig into office. They have legitimacy, isn't it?
No, but that's what I'm telling you. That's where I'm coming from, because the targeted killing that is happening in Nigeria is real and is a fact. And nobody is going to deny that. We have targeted killing, but also the issue of insecurity in Nigeria now has no color. Whether you're Christian or whether you're Muslim. And from the northern part of it, most of the governors has come out in the world to speak to the world and say they know where these people are. But because they don't control the security of the country, they can't do nothing. Now, the people that are controlling the security of the country, which is the federal government, where are they? How many people, each and every one of us, except Maska, but Maska is almost like somebody who lives in the diaspora. He traveled almost everywhere in the world. So I see him as a man that has been in the Western world. You see that prime ministers and ministers, they resign. When the people begin to clamor for certain things that they could not, the prime minister of French resigned, was it last week? How many people in government has resigned in Nigeria? Today, a local government chairman in Katsina State attended the wedding of the chief terrorist in one of the bush in Katsina State. He attended the daughter's wedding. A local government chairman in Katsina State.
So sorry, you raised the question that I may be puzzled about. Just in case, quick one. Has any politician ever resigned in Nigeria?
Yes, the minister recently resigned.
Exactly, a minister.
Was he forced to resign, or what,
I did not only that minister. There is one lady that was in the UK. She was for finance.
Yeah,
so, but the good is that we run down the country sometimes too. There are some.
No, I'm a bit curious because in the context of Nigeria, people don't want to lose money, and so you can see it's hard.
Nigeria, you've gotten your answer. At ministerial level.
Farouk, what am I trying to say is that forefathers, you as a moderator, you're asking the questions that you know the answers. If you
no, forefathers does not know the answer. He doesn't know the answer.
If you are running a government that is really serving the people, how many ministers in this present government is supposed to be a minister? Because 85% of them has a forged certificate, including the man in Asoro. So, if we have a government in Nigeria, the interview of the Minister of Works, Umahi, on national television the other day is enough for the same day they will fire him. But this is a country that we are living in a lawless country because the man who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, the way you call it, his character and his everything about him is questionable. We don't know anything about him up to today. So who is going to arrest who and who is going to prosecute who? So I don't want us to continue to play this politics. Christian is being killed. No. The secretary to the federal government of Nigeria is from Benue State. He was a former governor. He was a senator. Secretary to the federal government of Nigeria.
And he's a Christian.
His people is being killed like animals every day. What is he doing? But he's only busy attacking Mr. Peter Obi. That is his politics. Secretary to the federal government, that is a Christian also. And he's from Benue State. The governor is a Christian, a reverend father of Benue State.
That is quite interesting, actually, because all this you are all saying, all this you are saying is reminding me of other things. Like I heard that, okay, I didn't hear, but it seems to be a fact that the people that had the meeting at Aburi before the Civil War, during that time, they were all Christians. I find that peculiar that the Christians sometimes, when they are supposed to do better, they are not doing better themselves. And Muslims now, and Boko Haram is showing up now and all the rest. So it's like there's something endemic in us that we need to take care of. Really, I feel like that.
Take away my thought from me. I'm not.
Don't worry. I'm coming with my own thoughts too now.
About insecurity in Nigeria. We are not talking about Aburi. We are talking about.
No. You guys are reminding me of stuff, so that's why I'm sharing it. Okay, go ahead.
No. I'm not that kind of. Don't draw me into where this is not the topic right now. Right? We are talking about the insecurity and the issue of genocide.
Yeah, you can go back. Yeah, you can go back to where you were. Yeah, that's fine.
So what am I trying to say is that the government of Nigeria is complice to everything that is going on in Nigeria because they are benefiting from it. They are the people that are benefiting. Okay, Maska can tell better. Maybe he's from Kano, but he knows a little bit. The mining of gold in Zamfara and the Borno state that is going on, and who is in control of that area that they're mining? Is it not the same place they have the terrorists and all this place? Is it not the place they're mining the Nigerian mineral resources? Who is giving the account of what is going on with the gold that have been mined in Zamfara and the other places in the north? Why are we just pretending as if we don't know what is going on in Nigeria? The institution of Nigeria, as it constituted today, there is no government in Nigeria. I mean, it would have been very simple for government. Is it not better than for government to come and say, listen, we admit that there is an insecurity in Nigeria, but we are doing everything humanly possible to see how we can, solve this problem. But that should be a practical action that you can show to people. It's not by appointing people to go to the social media and all the national television and begin to tell lies on behalf of government. And at the end of the day, there is nothing practically that you can see that is being done. Everything is all about quotations. That is the same quotation they said before 2023. That is it quotation we are going to eat, or is it whatever they said that is it numbers that they're going to eat? That's where we are today. Every day they give us quotation of
statistics.
Statistics. Now statistics will go chop. It's the same statistic they're using today to deceive 250 million Nigerians. So listen, you cannot cover the truth. You can cover it for a while. But always at the end of the day, the truth will always come out. So I am telling you that the government of Nigeria is an accomplice to the insecurity in Nigeria because the politicians are benefiting from it. And
I've always found that argument a little bit weird, though, because rich people make money anyway, anyhow, everywhere, because they already have advantage. If they build industry, they make even more money. The idea that I feel like there is something more to this, and this is why people should be asking themselves deeper questions. Because to make money, rich people always make money.
How many people that are in the government of your country that has a legitimate business that they're doing outside politics?
Not that many.
So
Not
what are
that
you
many.
talking?
Some of them do, but
So
I
what are
think
you talking about?
the
So
point
what
I'm
are you
making is
talking
that
about?
they see those people can still find another rent-seeking way to make money that doesn't kill their people, but they don't want to do that for whatever reason. That's my point. I'm trying to point to the direction that even here in the West, they are corrupt, but they don't have to do corruption to go and kill their own people.
They're corrupt, but at least they can resign from their position whenever they are called out. They can resign. How many people? That's what I'm telling you. The local government chairman in your country, if you call him out, he will organize the talks that help him to win election, to come to your family and kill the whole people in your village. That's the country we are talking about. We are talking about insecurity in Nigeria, for example. 21 local government chairmen from Adamawa State send their wives to Turkey for seminar. Local government chairman in Nigeria. If it's a country that is working, and you're talking about insecurity, we're talking about poverty, we're talking about so many things. So I think that there is killing in Nigeria. There are targeted killings in Nigeria, because I thank God for Maska. He mentioned the issue of Kaduna. I lived in Kaduna last week. We talked about it. The whole Southern Kaduna. I know what is going on, even by the time that I was living there. In Plateau State, there are so many problems. There are targeted killing here and there. But at the end of the day, no human life is worth missing, because none of us can give life. I end like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I speak the truth. Let's try to keep it shorter so that other people can be able to speak quickly, and so I can open it up so that people can have their conversation, because we don't have a lot of time. It's not. I think it's just speak the truth, or oh no. Before you say I'm targeting you now.
You want me to keep it? You want me to keep it short? I'm going to speak my own.
I'm not targeting you now.
So you always do that. See how you thought it was me, and then the quick thing. That's how I say you're crafty, bro. You're mad crafty. You didn't say anything about anybody. No. But on some real talk, you didn't say anything about anybody else. But the moment you thought it was me, all of a sudden, let's keep it short. Now we're going to start doing 3 minutes. It's cool. I don't care. I wasn't going to talk.
No. It's not about you. I can tell you that who had it. If it was about you, I will tell you now. You know, I can tell. I can offend you to your face.
What are you talking about?
No. It wasn't about you. I'm thinking that it was between you and diaspora voting who came first. So that's what I was confused about. But were you here first?
So if you're confused, then how did keeping it short come to your mouth?
Yeah.
No, because
your mouth.
You see, all these people, you always assume the worst. How can you just assume the worst all the time?
Your mouth?
Can we? Okay. I just wanted to, so that people can be able to speak more. Don't you want everybody to speak so that you can speak freely?
What was that thought in your mind beginning of the show? Why is it coming now?
Look,
because sometimes we need to get deep. Yes.
For almost 1 hour, we've had 2 people or 3 people speak. He didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
But the moment he's seen the people he doesn't like, he wants to talk.
What? That is a fallacious accusation. I can never do that because of you.
You got to.
Okay. See, okay. You know what? Let everybody have their say. Then we'll open it up. But let's try to be considerate of the others. Okay, that's the important thing. Okay, I speak this truth. Please go ahead.
Listen, I'm not much of a talker. Anybody that knows me, before I would come on here, I'll ask questions. That's what I used to do. You could bear witness to that. Until Jagun started attacking me all the time, saying, "Oh, you need to start talking and teaching people because you ask too many questions." On this topic, there's nothing else to say for me, per se. Everybody has said the same thing. We're just going to keep beating this topic into the ground. We're not going to learn anything new. I don't care if anybody else talks, but I'm just saying Masker said the same thing, Twin said the same thing, KJ said the same thing.
I could ask you a question, though.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
the question I have is how does the Nigerian state handle this? Because it could get, they don't need you to commit a real offense before they hang you. So how could it spin out of control? Is it possible?
What exactly?
This accusation could lead to a situation whereby they start thinking about military action.
Well, they are thinking about military action, and the best thing the Nigerian government did and which I was very happy about and which I was very proud about, was the fact that they immediately counted it. They immediately counted the narrative that was being pushed. So before it spins out of control, they already started denying the accusations that were being foisted at them. And even more so, I think I'm prouder of Nigerians, especially those in Nigeria that quickly debunked the narrative and said, listen, this is not happening. And proudly enough, it was a lot of Christians, a lot of Southern Christians came online and they quickly debunked it and said, listen, there's no genocide happening. Muslims are as affected, if not more affected, than Christians in those regions. Now, not saying no killings are happening, not saying there's no targeted killings, but we all know that Nigeria is at the precipice right now where things can fall apart at any time. So if you think someone like Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater, that is actually calling on the Vatican right now, he's calling on Pope Louis to fund a private army to go into Africa because, in his own words, Africans are not smart enough to govern themselves. These are his words verbatim. They're not intelligent enough to govern themselves. The United States has to go out there and colonize them and rule them. If you go look at everywhere Blackwater has been, Blackwater has done nothing but cause carnage, chaos, and things as egregious
They're like
as rape.
Wagner Group, isn't it? They're like Wagner Group.
It's a paramilitary private army. So they are pushing to go to Nigeria to do the same thing. They're going to rape your mothers, they're going to rape your brothers, they're going to rape your sons, and they're going to rape your daughters. So if you think they have a preference between Muslims and Christians or boys and girls, people that have seen them in action are telling you right now, these are paid for kill mercenaries. They are going to destroy you. They're going to kill you. They don't care about your political alliances. They don't care about your tribal affiliation or your creed. They are going there. They are hunters for money. They're going there to take your resources and decimate the population. So for those thinking they're going to come rescue Christians, they're not going to do that. These guys, first of all, you have to always remember that these guys don't even believe God. A lot of them, they can profess to love Christ. A lot of them are not Christian.
At the core, it's always about power. It's
They're
always
not. So a lot of them, and if you think they're going to go there to go fight against Muslims, if they get on the ground, anybody that has been at the theater of war, what they do, they will make friends with whoever has the most influence. And if that be the Muslims, then so be it. You will be shocked. They will team up with the Muslims to kill the shit out of you guys. Pardon my friend. So you guys, meaning the Christians. So if you think accepting the kind of nonsense narrative that people like Ted Cruz are pushing, I think it just says a lot about Nigerians. And
let me add something from what you said. I think there's a weaponization of men. The whole world has lost its mind. You know, in the UK, there's Tom Robinson of the far right. He was invited into Israel. Now, the idea is that the ethno state of Israel and the racist elements want to align themselves with Christian nationalists so that they can use that as a wedge to fight the Muslims. And in other words, they can use that to come into nations, split nations apart. And this is what they did before. So, and it's really, really crazy because the Christian nationalists want to separate themselves from Jews because Jews spit on them when they go to Israel. They treat them like trash.
Well, it's
crazy.
So they are not trying to team up.
Or Orthodox Jews are not all Jews, obviously.
I'm
correcting myself.
Right. I didn't say anything. They're not trying to team up with the Israelis. What they're local people, could you please mute yourself, please? So they're not trying to team.
I didn't say anything. What did I do?
It keeps distracting me every time you do that.
Close your eyes.
No, my ears. So it's not like they're trying to distract. It's not like they're trying to team up with the Israelis. That is not the issue. They've already teamed up with them for 75 years, most especially starting from the 80s when conservative Republicans started spouting pro-Israeli narratives. What is happening now is the U.S. ultra-nationalist Christians, the conservatives, are splitting from teaming up with the Israelis. This is where the problem lies. This is why they are scared. So they are distinguishing themselves from the Israelis and are finding out what everybody else has been complaining about. So now notice that people like Stu Peters, Dan Blazarian, Candace Owens, and the late Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, these people had already started taking the narrative of being anti-Israeli, right? They are debunking the narrative. They found out that a lot of the things that they were fed were lies. They are finding out that in actual fact, there is nothing like Judeo-Christianity. It doesn't exist. Because you asked
that became a thing, you know. They're saying that they invented it recently.
Yes,
like it never existed. They invented it just to.
If you go, for example, and I know African Christians hate to hear this, all right? So if you go, for example, in the Bible, there's something, even on this panel, people will reiterate. They'll say, there's a saying in the Bible that God says, if you bless Israel, you will be blessed. If you curse Israel, you will be cursed. It doesn't say that. It's in Genesis, I think, 12, 13.
We grew up listening to that. That's for sure.
But it's not true. It's not true. God was
speaking. What does it say then?
God just told Abraham. He told Abraham that whoever blesses you, not verbatim, but whoever blesses you will be blessed. Whoever curses you will be cursed. Right? Whoever blesses your house.
Did he not say his children too?
Well, he said, if he said his children, Ishmael, the progeny of the ancestor of the Muslims, was actually Abraham's first son. So we can start from there.
Yeah, but you know that they treated Isaac like a special one now.
Let's not go off track. Let's not go off track. The bottom line is he did not say Israel. That is the bottom line. That is the bottom line. I'm not going to get into the semantics. Everybody got their Bible. They can go open it.
All our Bible people, if you have any proof, we can bring it. You know, this is the factual section.
So he did not say Israel. He was talking to Abraham. He was talking to Abraham. Abraham, of course, became the father of Ishmael and Isaac, which Isaac became the father of Esau.
I seriously thought that the context was that Isaac was going to be father of many nations. He's going to have many sons and children.
Well, listen,
and then,
you cannot interpret. It is open to interpretation. That is.
No, I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. All the Christians, they need to defend themselves.
I would really appreciate if you let me speak like you let everybody else speak.
No, I like interacting with you now. You know.
No, you're not interacting with me. What you do is you try to challenge me. Then, no matter what I say, you try to antagonize me. Then
no. I don't know. You know, I don't antagonize you now.
Then I get out of character, and then my message is in the abyss.
Yeah, I speak to you. Remember, sometimes we spend more than 2 hours just to and fro. Have you forgotten that?
But those are the times like I would ask questions. So you love to hear yourself talk, and that is not a problem for me. No, that is not a problem for me because I love to hear people. But it's also fair that you treat me just how you treat people, especially if I'm on a trajectory of a message.
Oh, no, I don't want to throw you off. Please go ahead.
I lost my train of thought. But
just for the record, Boom Boom Ray, he was interjecting Ike. So,
all right. So the bottom line is we have to be very careful. So the ultra nationalists are gradually fast-paced too, removing themselves from being linked with the Israeli project. They have realized that they've been deceived, they've been lied to, and they've been demonizing the Muslims for no reason. Let me tell you something. If you asked a Jew, I can guarantee you this, you ask any Jew right now, or you can even go on the internet, a Jew can pray in a mosque. Because my point before you asked me that question was the distinction between the fact that there's nothing like Judeo-Christianity, right? This is where I was going. Now, if you take a Jew, in Judaism, they cannot pray in a church. but I can bring you numerous videos of Jews praying in mosque. They can pray in a mosque. They can eat halal with the Muslims. They will not pray in the church because they believe the Christians are idol worshippers. This is why when you brought up that aspect of them spitting on Christians, this is why they do it. Because a Muslim will step in a church, maybe not pray in a church, but he can go there for maybe their celebrations, whatever. A Jew cannot. He's not allowed to go in a church, period. But you hear
Christians, I hope you all are hearing all these accusations. So
yes,
if you have evidence, come and show it, because I don't know about all this. I didn't know about all this at all.
Anybody that wants to dispute me, feel free. You know, I don't come on here to say things I don't know. So a Jew cannot pray in a church. He's not even allowed to step in a church.
I speak the truth. There are Jews who are Christians.
You can't be a Jew and a Christian, sir. I don't.
I don't know. See, I've been holding myself from speaking. I've been holding myself from speaking. I don't know why you say this. You are not even a Christian, and you think you know better than those of us who are Christians.
I didn't speak for Christians.
What is your base of argument?
All right. So
sorry, we've not opened it up yet. I speak the truth. So try to round us. I want to really open it up so that everybody can be able to interact.
All right. So this is what we're gonna do. All right. If you want to argue with me, is it okay? And I know you guys, when I bring evidence, you guys will hide it from the public. I can bring stuff right now. I can bring stuff. A Jew is not allowed to pray in a church. They regard it as a place of idol worship.
I speak the truth. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
And the Jew.
You have to qualify it. You have to qualify the Jew that you're talking about.
A Jew that believes that is a follower of Abraham, that is a follower of Israel, that is a follower of Isaac, that believes in the laws of Moses, that follows the Tanakh, that observes Sabbath, cannot pray in the church. I don't care how it hurts your feelings. That is just the fact. So my point is, there's nothing like Judeo-Christianity. This is how they've always deceived the Christians, and the Christian, the ultra-nationalists that you brought up, forefathers, are starting to realize that, and this is what is now causing a divide. Now, I will go bring the videos, and if you would play them for the audience, that would be beautiful. Let's spread the word and let's start dealing on facts.
You know something beautiful that has happened, which is strange, really, came out of some form of ugliness, if you ask me. Because if you look at Charlie Kirk and Candace Owen, their relationship was based on them being a kind of far-right or Christian nationalist,
conservative,
Zionist, ultra-Zionist, conservatives, almost white supremacists too. However, in between that period, Candace Owen had a relationship with Kanye West, and Kanye West went crazy with against Jews, and she refused to break her relationship with Kanye West because he was his friend. He was her friend. I mean, from then, because of the pressure she went through, she started feeling like, okay, this is not right. And then the war started. She is one of the first to say no from her own group, the conservatives and the Christian nationalists. She's one of the first to say no, this war is a genocide, that it's unacceptable, it's evil. She was vehemently against it, and she's tying it to her experience of what she went through with Kanye West and everything. And now everybody thought she was crazy and everything. They sacked her from the job she was in because she held the truth on. She went on her own, grew, and you can argue right now, as it stands today, she is the top media personality in the US.
Forefathers, let me end this 10 seconds. 10 seconds. And this is what I was going at with the Judeo-Christianity thing. Jews believe, and this is for Tony and the rest of them, Jews believe that them and Muslims worship the same God, and they believe that Christians are idol worshippers. I will bring the evidence for you now.
Okay, well, yeah, you would like to see that evidence, seriously. So, because of the death of Charlie Kirk now, even others have peeled off. Tucker Carlson has peeled off against Israel and against so many practices of the so-called conservatives in America. That all of them have to visit Israel, and the entire thing is just crazy. And this is the superpowers of the world. there's gonna be, if you are in America, you are in Nigeria. We keep telling people every Sunday or every Saturday, you are in Nigerian. You have to be prepared. There is gonna be serious upheaval in that country because the truth has to come out, and Americans have to find a way to take their country back for themselves. Because right now, the way their politicians are behaving, if you talk about capture state, America looks like a capture state right now. And according to Candice Owen, she said, why did they choose that Charlie Kirk has to die in public? Why did they choose that? Because it turns out that now all their story they are giving to people is all false. At least most of it is false. She keeps debunking one after the other. People are following this woman as if she's the leader now of that country. A president is calling her, telling her, oh, stop picking on Macron. Because Macron's wife is not she's a woman. But they can't prove otherwise.
Prophets, we have left the topic. This whole discussion now is gone beyond what we started discussing ab initio. Let us focus on the topic.
Look at that.
Now, but let me just answer. Let me just answer
what I'm saying, Jare.
Okay. I bet 1 minute. Let me just answer. I speak the truth.
No, you are not going to do that now. Let me finish what I'm saying. Then you can go ahead. How far can I go? I'm not going to go that long now. Especially after you've let me know.
Okay.
So my point is that there is an unraveling that is going on around the world. And it shows you that unraveling, we in Nigeria maybe should be preparing for it too. Because if Americans are able to take control over their country, we too should be figuring out a way to unravel the people that are controlling our leaders. Because clearly, this is the symptoms. Where your leaders, every time they end up in foreign lands, they rule for foreign people. You don't know that. And this is what Americans have discovered. And look at how bravely they are fighting it. Look at how bravely they're fighting it.
Let me correct something that I speak the truth. He's my friend and I respect him a lot. Now, if you go to Acts 22, verse 3, Paul says, I am a Jew born in Tarsus of Cilicia. Paul was a Christian. If you go to Acts 21, verse 39, Paul refers to himself as a Jew from Tarsus in Cilicia. So it's not true that a Jew cannot enter the church.
No. 20. This is the thing I said. Listen. Jesus was a Jew, right? Paul was a Jew. The early Christians were all Jews. That is not my point. My point is the Jews today.
The Jews now and the Jews then, they are different. They're not the same.
I'm not talking about. Of course, for example, Tony, there was a time we never had crackheads, right? But at some point, people started doing drugs, and then we had crackheads. It's the same thing. So there was a time we never had Christians, but Jews became Christians. But the Jews that do not like the teachings of Jesus, you have to remember the people that, if you ask a Jew today, ask him, I'm not going to say it because I have too much respect for Jesus. Ask a Jew where he thinks Jesus is right now in their holy book. And I believe you know where they think Jesus is and where his mother is.
Okay, let me tell you what I know.
Don't tell me anything. Tell the
audience. No. Hold on. You made your views.
Hold on. No, I haven't made the point. Tell the audience where a Jew thinks Jesus and his mother is. Then I guarantee you, when you tell the audience, you will not be able to move on with this conversation you're trying to have.
I think this conversation is diversionary because
just tell the audience.
Yes, but I still insist that I speak the truth. Is getting it wrong. If you speak to a Hasidic Jew, he will tell you what he is saying right now. But there are Jews who are even pastors, and I can mention a lot of them for you, and they don't hold the same view that he's saying now. So I think we have to draw a line. We have to make a distinction when we speak. Judaism. No, hold on. You made a blanket. Let me finish. You made a blanket statement, which is wrong because you say Jew.
Hasidic. Listen, you want to bring up the Messianic Jews. The Messianic.
Okay, let me settle this with the fact now. Let me settle this with the fact. Sorry, so that others can speak now. It's not only. It's not. I've not opened it up yet.
Let him finish. To be fair,
let me finish. You do this all the time.
Hold on. Let me just moderate, please. Let me just moderate this one. I just want to settle it with a fact. It is said that Jews, by and large, can pray not a formal prayer, but like as an individual can pray in a mosque. But while in a church, they feel because of the symbolism, there are a lot of symbols that are involved in the church that they don't tend to pray in the church. So there's some truth.
I don't want
That's a general statement. It's not truth. You can't say Jews don't pray in the church. You can't say that.
It's a fact.
You can't say that.
I'm sorry, it's a fact.
It's not a fact.
This is the fact.
I have a Jewish friend who is a pastor. He prays in the church. He ministers in church. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I'm a Christian. And I have Jews who are pastors. Don't come and say that. That's thing there. But that's not the topic. That's not the topic. Let's not go there.
But by and large, they tend to find it more comfortable playing in a mosque than the church. That's what you should understand.
That's not true. I can debate that. But let's go ahead with the topic. I mean, we can find time to debate that. I just read the Bible to you that Paul calls himself a Jew, and he went to churches. He built churches. He planted churches.
Tony, I know it's an emotional subject, and usually for people that are just finding this out, especially since they've been emotionally tied to believe that them and Israel, the God of Israel, will bless them, it is hard for them to unravel this from their mind. But let me tell you, go read about it, and you try to say
I'm a teacher of the scriptures. What you are saying. The Bible says pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Is there? That's what you're confusing. It didn't say pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Is there? If you want the scripture, I'll quote it to you.
All right, Tony, let me just finish.
Tony, he said before, he's not talking about the Jews.
No. Hold on.
The Jews now, these Jews now that came from Europe now, trust me.
Let's move on with the topic,
please. I speak the truth. This in support diaspora storm actually. Just land.
Wow. Okay, of course. Just land. When you start hearing some things you don't like, just
come on, man. Just land. Come on.
So whether Hasidic, what you want to do is bring up Messianic Jews. The Messianic Jews are by and large not accepted within the Jewish religious structure, whether they are Ashkenazi, whether they are Hasidic, or whether they're Sephardic. They are not accepted. So those ones that I mentioned are the ones that follow the rules of Moses, the laws of Moses. They follow the Tanakh. They follow the 5 books of Moses, okay? So those ones are the ones that never became Christians, which is the overwhelming majority of the Jews today. They, in their Talmud, are allowed to lie to the Goy, like yourself. They are allowed to deceive the Goyim to fight their brother, the descendants of Ishmael. If you ask a Jew, do you and the Muslims worship the same God? Believe it or not, he's going to tell you yes.
Forefathers, I think you have to find a time for us to debate this because, it's not...
Okay.
You have to find time for us to debate this. Not this. I know the Talmud, I know the Torah, I know all that. I studied all that. So that's not for us to debate.
There's a lot of people that have not spoken. Support diaspora voting. Please go ahead.
I'm going to send you some short videos or videos now. You can watch it.
Support diaspora voting.
Okay.
Welcome, man. No trouble today. Okay. Let's be nice to each other.
Okay. So,
thank you for joining us.
Okay. Me turn a fire you first. Let me put that.
You see that you already started now.
Yes.
What did I do now?
No, not you're my guy. I know people to fire you as my guy.
Okay. I'll take it then.
Mm-hmm. So, but I don't know if I will start from front or start from back. Okay. Before it says my truth be told, I think we are still confused about this word Jew. Who are the real Jews? Are they white or they are black or they are brown people? First, and the Jews in the Bible, is it the same with this current government to the political Jews? No, they are different. But these political Jews today, they are the ones that are so deep in whatever practice they are doing that they don't see Christians to be, somewhat that type. That's why they always do their things together. You can see today about this Palestinian wherever, one would think that there's no way a Jew would definitely support Palestinian. But look at, you are here in the UK now. You see many of them, they are coming out supporting Jews, supporting Palestine. That Israel, their own people, are doing the wrong thing. You understand? So what this guy said, Spiritual is saying is correct. Not that what Tony is saying does not exist, but the general perception of tradition. Okay, like you will say somebody came from a Muslim family, you understand, and she got married to a Christian and she became a Christian. You understand? You will not say because if they are doing one thing in the mosque, and her family is doing something in the mosque, she will not leave her Christian husband, her faith, to go and follow her family, to go and pray and do the whatever in church. She would also do it. You understand? So the ones you see these days, like you are a Jew, you are a pastor, you can this and that. Yeah, there are some who can, just dilly-dally both religion, whatever. But traditionally, say they want to follow a hardcore, those guys, they are something else. You understand? That's why they will tell you, even in Israel, Christianity is not even it's not even the first three or maybe the third majority when it comes to religion. Christianity is not even close to number one, I would think. You understand? So that's for that. Then for the issue of the genocide, you understand, like talking about, look, Nigeria is simple. If you have too much killings and there's no explanation for it, you understand, and it seems to be happening in a particular pattern, whether government is involved or not, it's genocidal in nature. The pattern are all the same. And you just look from research from Boko Haram, people get starting, the pattern have been always the same. And what is government doing about it? The same move they are still making, and it's getting worse. So generically, anybody will just say yes, it's genocidal. But to say okay, it's for one faith that you are wrong. I said it. I think myself and Uzo trying to tell KJ about it last week. Like no, like they're killing Christians. Like it's both sides. You might say Christians is more, or Christians voice their own out more. You understand? But it's on both sides. To be fair. Then the one that these idiot people in America are doing, what's it called? Ted Cruz and PBD, the podcast guy. So let me tell you, thank God these idiots, this militia idiots, what this guy that's calling the Pope to give him to fund his army, whatever. Thank God the guy came out. His coming out was the one who exposed their annuals, like this is what they are trying to do. If you go mistakenly go with what they are telling you, trust me, Nigeria will be worse than any government will ever repair. If they mistakenly, because sometimes they will just.
But do you think that's what Nigeria needs? Nigeria, maybe we need a kick up the backside so that we wake up to the true world.
Yeah, but you see, honestly, yeah. Look. You study the people. I think let me just say black people. Nigerians are just they're like kind of rare species. Probably they're just another kind of black from somewhere else. I don't know. You understand? Because by now, yeah, Nepal and Kenya would have been like child's play if Nigerians were really serious. If Nigerians are like them, if Nigerians are the same species with Nepal and Kenya, yeah, those two incidents would have been like child's play compared to Nigerians' issue. But Nigerians were just something else. So with that in mind, if this kind of stuff happen, like if they come and you think they want to make Nigeria whatever, Nigeria will just, in fact, maybe disintegrate or just extinguish because of the kind of people we are. Trust me, when they come, we will definitely turn against each other. Not them now trying to make it. We will not deliberately. Ordinary presidency of just 4 years. 4 years. Look at what it has turned out to between the East and the West. Look at what it's turning out to between East and West now, Yoruba and Igbo. Meanwhile, it has always become North and the East, Hausa and Igbo. Yeah. But for the past how many years now, look at how it has metamorphosed. It's the Hausas now and the Boko Harams and the whatever now, the Fulani headers, they've now faded. They are calling them out as not faded away from the limelight now. It's just bandits. Yoruba, destroy Igbo. Everybody, Yoruba, Igbo must go there. That's what is happening right now. So imagine when that kind of stuff happen. The way we think, the way we reason, is going to be worse than.
Why are we like this? Why are our people like this? Our leaders are awful.
I try to study pattern. You know, so that's why if something are happening, when they're talking about Boko, people are attacking farmer. Like, look, if you really want to conquer a place, the farm is not where you go to first, if at all. If farm is but there's a pattern, something is happening, something is cooking that we are not even looking at. It might be food crisis, it might be food shortage. Remember, Bill was maybe before Tony will say I'm trying to digress. Remember, what's this Germany that trying to do it? They wanted to take it to India. India cried out. They've been crying out for years, and they pushed this guy. I don't know why he stopped or whatever. Now Bill is trying to take the same GMO in Nigeria. What I'm trying to say is like these people, they plan for 20 years or 10 years to do what they want to do. You just study the pattern. Forget the news. Study the pattern. Just study the pattern. You will get to a logical conclusion. It might not be correct because you're not a soothsayer or fortune teller, but study the pattern. You see that there's something. You understand? This guy, this what's it called? EDA guy. Yeah, what's it called? Tommy Robinson. Yeah. You look at what is Irish British. It's even not even inside. It's more than half Irish. But look at he's foreigner for British whatever. Why I don't know. But only to find out that it's a Jewish person that's funding him.
Imagine
why. A Jewish person that's the one funding him.
And I'm sure some of the people funding Farage too is similar. It's not going to be that.
So you be like, okay, why this pattern? Why the link? Like, oh, so that means this face you are putting, it's not really direct as I think you are doing. So why must somebody from this place, this controversial place, why funding you? That means there must be something here. Even this girl that is attacking this Democrat, this girl from Texas, Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, her name is Laura Luma. I think I speak the truth. You maybe you know her. Yeah, Laura Luma. The same thing. This same guy that is sponsoring is Tom Robinson. He's the one sponsoring that girl.
But it's crazy. You have to give it to Israel, though. You have to give it to Israel. Their influence is top notch. You have to give it to them.
The truth is, yeah, I like what they are doing because they shut up their mouth.
If we could do that.
Yes, and that is where I blame Africans, black people. Like you just
all our money, we can't even do that.
Plan for your nose just to see your nose, and that's it. And you think you've arrived. People are spending time. Fuck them. What is money? You will die and leave this money. People are spending time to control, to have power, to have control, to play to control the or maybe play the tune or whatever. You understand? Or to beat the drum. People are thinking of controlling the world, pushing buttons. We are just here fighting ourselves. Now, so this one. Now, so like for nonsense. Nigeria, see, if I say black people, like, okay, maybe because I've seen other black people, they might not be smart in terms of other African countries. Maybe they're not too sharp like Nigeria, sharp. But look at how sharp we are, and look at where we are still. We are just running on a treadmill, running faster, but we are still in one place. That's what Nigeria is just like. Our sharpness, our smartness for nothing. We feel we are so intellectually than every other race, so to speak. Though we are, but I don't know if it's like I said, we are like
Have we won a physics Nobel Prize? Have we won chemistry? Have we won anything? Not that right? I'm not so sure.
Individually, I've seen Nigerians
at the low level,
but
we compete at the top. I'm not so sure.
What pains me
is doctors in the US and Nigerian doctors.
See,
doctor is not high level. When we are talking about theoretical physicists here, quantum science, high level stuff.
I get your point. Let me tell you the truth. Our problem, like I said, is foundational, which is our educational background. Because, like I said, if not for the fact that football is paying right now, most of us now will not even be happy that our kids are playing football because we know how much it's making. Those days, either you be a lawyer, engineer, doctor, accountant, or whatever. No other profession. You understand? That's how we've been programmed. You understand? Yeah. So if you're telling that maybe now that we are not in maybe astrophysicists, we are not, none of us is a member of NASA right now, I can understand. Yeah, we're not there because of our foundational background, because we just believe, yeah, it's doctor, is this, is that, is that. Meanwhile, people are, even the doctors, yeah, it's high, but you still don't call the shots because people pay you. You understand? If person like Dr. Fauci, as high as he is, people still control him to tell you, hey, go down and say this during the COVID-19. All the theory that Dr. Fauci said, He's a doctor, high skill, high whatever you call it. But he was still controlled. I was being told what to say. You understand? So yes, we are smart, we can get there, but my pain is we are not calling the shots. Things are happening forward us. Things are happening on the ground. We don't follow the pattern. We are not following the pattern. That is my pain. We are not following the pattern. You understand? Not that we are smart.
Hey, quick question to you, Local P. What is high by doctor? Hold on. I need to ask him a question.
Okay. No wonder.
Hold on. Forefather was saying that he was talking about the high level education research. You were saying, oh, doctor is high. What is high by doctor? What is high? You don't need to have a high IQ to be a medical doctor.
No, now let me tell you something about highness or smartness or intelligence about doctor.
You don't need to be a smart person to be.
No. Don't argue unnecessarily, please. I mean that one is very easy. AY, please don't confuse yourself. Very easy. Just get over that.
No,
and then now the guy to speak his mind. You guys like silly arguments, man. It's not necessary. I'm enjoying this show. I've been enjoying. I've been watching from long.
Yagu, don't distract us. Let him speak.
I don't want to distract you. It's you distracting the show now, my brother. Please. We know what a doctor is. We know what a doctor is.
Let's allow support the voting. Go ahead.
Now that I was saying, you say what's high about doctor. You might think, maybe cesarean, this and that. You can stitch or wherever. The physics, the body anatomy behind it, you don't know it. There was a doctor who brought out a fetus, the intelligence, they brought out a fetus, nurtured and put it back inside the mother's womb to have a normal delivery. You understand? It is not normal. I'm not talking about doctor just come and take surgical blade, open your this and that, bring a baby up. You think that? No. You understand? We've seen soldiers on war front getting blasted, whatever. They still carry blade and needle, they teach yourself. Things can be done in doctor. They are elementary level in doctor, but there are some that you like. It takes a technical person, high skilled intellectual doctor to perform this stuff. You understand? Co-joint twins. Anybody that can divide co-joint twins and still make those twins to become normal. You can't just say like what is high about that kind of doctor. You understand? So
I think the area we are talking about. Sorry, we are talking about cutting edge.
He's talking about the special.
You know when they say ideas are greater than knowledge, doctors basically is knowledge. Ideas. We are hardly people of ideas. I don't even know whether we have even one philosopher. Like we are
no. You see, this is why this conversation is very, very, very good. Even the way it's changed. Sorry, guys, I just want to push in a little bit. Even the way it's changed its direction a few times. You see, where Local P was when he was speaking about the fact that we as Nigerians, as smart as we aren't leading necessarily in any way, even though we can see the level of talent and skill, natural gifted that we have, we have it. And it doesn't always spur into confidence. Sometimes that confidence is grown even by ourselves as an individual, not necessarily because we're around our people. You know, we seem to have this knack. We don't even know what it is particularly. And I remember feeling about my father that I'm never actually going to be as intelligent as it, because he used to speak to me in such a way, and it was like this, just as a child looking at him, I'm not going to reach this level. I didn't necessarily believe it of myself. There is something that we have, but the way we communicate with each other, I think, is very poor. I think we communicate badly. I think we communicate in such a way that we learn as much from each other as we can. So what we do is we turn our back mostly from each other and entertain outside our own auspices, our own culture a lot. You know, Nigerians in this country.
Try to keep it brief. Dexter is
sorry, bro. I love that. Just to give you this, I beg everybody's pardon. I really do. I'm so sorry. I've just been enjoying the show so much from the beginning and by the time I come in now, It's just blah. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
It's all right.
I just want to say that. Oh dear.
That's enough. That's enough.
Don't worry, to come
Let
back.
me say
Come back to
Let
you.
me say something.
You guys, man. You guys, man. Sorry.
Dexter, no, sorry. Dexter is waiting. We have to respect a little bit here.
Sorry, Dexter.
Then Dexter.
AY is calling from Nigeria. Oh, no.
AY is not coming from Nigeria. AY is not coming from Nigeria.
Don't let Masca confuse us. I don't know where Masca from.
No, the only Masca is
let me round up with this, yeah?
I'm coming from Nigeria. You need to give me privilege, actually.
Oh, God. Please,
you see, Masca is right.
Let me AY, please hold on. Let this guy finish so we can go to Dexter.
So when people come from outside the in Nigeria, they give them privilege. So because it's me now, so
why do you like keep quiet?
Can you just hold on now? What kind of wala is it now? You come to troll or something? Let's think I just finish.
I don't want to be a distraction like Jago, so let me just hold on.
No, go ahead.
So back to what I was saying, like what sorry I guess a little bit like
Lokopi hasn't finished up to now. He's been talking for like 2 hours.
Thunder go fire you. Yeah, Thunder go fire you. Thunder go fire you. You want to talk since everybody keep quiet.
Oh my God, can you guys just finish?
Sorry, it's me.
That's how I just talked in the middle for how long now?
No problem.
Please.
No worry. It will reach your turn, no worry. So like I said, so that I get a little bit anyway. But what I'm talking about Jews or whatever, Jews, whatever, like, look, these guys, they progress because they stick together, they keep quiet, they're not loud speakers, they don't lousy talkers, you understand? Like, sorry to say, most of us Africans are. They stick to the scripts, you understand? They do whatever they want to do. That's why that was how they got to where they are right now. You understand? So Nigerians should be fooled by this Ted Cruz and PBD podcast, whatever they're saying. These guys are up to something that's smarter than us. If we try it, we are doomed as a nation. And I'm sorry, with the nature of kind of people we are, Nigeria will never come back from. That would just be the end of Nigeria. I yield, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Dexter, thank you for your patience. I really appreciate your, decorum and civil behavior. So what do you make of this accusation by America on Nigeria? Nigeria is guilty of so many things, but I'm not sure this is the one we are guilty of. Also, do you think this could spin out of control? And is there any way we can, do you think the government is responding appropriately? Please go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. How many people, the question I ask is, how many people have to die in your house before you take action? I think, first of all,
none.
Where it's a shame on us is that it's become a topic of discussion because somebody in America has said it. And we are all spinning into, they have this theory, they have that theory. Oh, goodness sake. More than 65 people died in Benue. That's supposed to be a national crisis. That is a national security, and we didn't take it. Did we take it seriously? Did we profile actually these people that died in Benue? Who are they? Do we know their names? The ones that happened in Plateau last year, December, do we know their names? Do we know their addresses? Do we know their families? We don't. So life doesn't matter to us. There's somebody who is living in a civilized world where some of us are privileged to even be living in the same place, but we'll cast aspersions on them. Somebody who lives in, you say, no, this is not right. They will say, how are you going to talk like that? It just shows that's, when they put a scale on the black man, what is the value of human life? What value do we place? They kill your brother. It's my brother. No, don't worry, it's my brother. This is for me. But, so when the West or whoever the power blocks are making plans and they don't really factor in Africa, you can see the reason why. What happens to you? It takes another person outside to talk about it. And then instead of you to only take responsibility and find solutions. Look, are people not dying in Nigeria? Kwara, recently, they have been attacking Kwara. And then doesn't it matter to us that Nigerians like you and I are dying? Most of us here are staying outside the country. Let us not even provide. Let me ask you a question. This Boko Haram, what religion do they practice?
Islam.
Good. Let us know that there are some things there are some truths that if we decide to dig deep in Nigeria, some of us here will not want to hear it.
Yeah, but Muslims are also targeted though. So
no, it doesn't. I don't care. Whether you're telling me Muslims are also targeted, what religion? The people that are the perpetrators of Boko Haram, what religion do they practice? Let us not deflect.
The accusation.
They're religious extremists. They're Islamic extremists.
Whatever, don't use semantics. What religion do they practice?
It is Islam, but Dexter, sorry. The accusation, because you are missing the accusation. The accusation is that they are committing genocide against Christians.
Forefathers. Let me ask you a question. Forefathers, if you are in a compound, and you have a family of 100, another man has a family of 200. If they kill 20 people from your family, will you be upset?
Yes.
If the man that has 200 say, no, now, my own is only 50 people that die, why will I be upset? It's okay. And the man tell you, why are you upset? Do the value of human life? If somebody says, look, these people they are killing that are related to me, is genocide on them, they are saying no. Because it's other people, everybody now. Let me tell you the narrative. It's the same thing we did in politics in Nigeria. Oh, everybody is a thief now. Oh, all the politicians are thieves. Oh, they are all thieves. So then, don't worry. Don't go and waste your votes. Don't waste your votes. They are all thieves. That generalization is what. See, look, until we decide, and that's another question, forefathers, I have here. We come here. We are throwing narratives, throwing all kind of narratives. We are not talking about our solution to our problem. For all the things here, someone say,
sorry, the solution is right there. My solution is right there.
Wait, Dexter, can I ask you a question? Please.
Yes, ask a question.
Very good. I hear where you're coming from in the narrative you are putting forward, that the news that comes out of our country, good or bad, should be controlled and pushed out by us, however that comes out. I agree. However, I think you would also agree in that you're living in the diaspora, that by the time I think it was that comedian, or so-called comedian, I forgot his name, he was the first one I heard to speak about it. And I could see on his face he knew what he was about to say, almost like he was planted in his mouth. And then the next person followed. Now, I could see all what we're going through now is going to happen. Do you not see it that do not care about what's going to happen? That they only said this for, again, reasons of propagandism, taking the eyes and using it as a distraction from what the real
where the real genocide is.
Palestine at the moment. With the genocide.
Jago, as much as what you are saying may be true, okay? I can't dispute what you are saying, but what I'm saying is this: let it not deflect from our reality. Let us not. You see, when we are, it's like a chess game, okay? What is our reality? What would make us to become a valuable asset? Is it is it us to be a pawn? What do we want to be on the chessboard? Do we want to be the queen? Do we want to be the rook? Do we want to be the bishop? Or do we want to be the pawns? And if we are operating at a pawn level, why are we not thinking, let me get to the other rank and choose my position? But what we spend our time doing is, this person is doing that. This person, these people are these people are doing this one. That person is doing that one. Where do you get to? Why can't we sit down as a people? Local people, we're talking about how this. Why can't we sit down, internalize, and say, okay, this is where we are. We need to strategize how we go forward Instead, we come here and abandon theories. Sometimes the theories we abandon, there's no basis to it. It's all stories. Meanwhile, the one that affects us, some of us have brothers that have been killed. You can't talk about that one. We will not talk about it. We want to talk about the one that doesn't affect us. The thing you look, the day you realize that the decision you make, the one that can affect you and it changes you, that is the most important one. That day you will have sense. It's not the one that cannot affect that. Whatever you do, it won't affect you. And the thing is that we come out to these things. So some statements are like, you are staying in another person's country. Your country never better. Your country never set. But you stay in another man's country, and then you'll be throwing aspersions. And why? Set your house, set your own house in order. And let me tell you something. Until we start fighting for, one of the reasons why African nations can't actually make progress, because theories will not get us anywhere. Until you have a just and fair system. Look, no country goes up without justice and fairness. The moment your justice system is flawed, your country goes nowhere.
But then, Dexter, let me do a small pushback. So I hear you. No country grows without equity and justice. So how do you get this equity and justice to come to be the order of the day in the land? How?
It has to be one. It has to be. You see all these our religious houses.
The how I'm looking for.
Oh yes, the how. It must start from, unfortunately.
Question.
Unfortunately, right now, we cannot, this present generation cannot achieve it again.
Oh, that means there's no how.
No, there is a how. What I'm telling you is that, first of all, you must start it from the grassroots level. You must start it, and when I mean grassroots level, you must start it from the level of formation of the individuals.
Okay, can you give us an example of the country we should emulate that stands for justice?
No. We don't have to even go.
Give us one example. Give us one example of a just.
Okay, let me give you an example. Go and follow China. Anybody that steals, just put it there. Any public officer that steals, we don't care where you come from, we don't care your religion, we don't care what, you are going to be hung straight away.
But that is not. Hold on. That is not a grassroots policy now. It's not
exactly.
Local P, there must be consequences for action. While you are telling the young children, you are not going to do this, you are not going to, this is the way to go, there must be some consequences for action.
You are talking of building country from a just point, right?
You say
now you are. There are two different things.
You are talking about justice system in Nigeria. Somebody stole a chicken. He spent over 10 years, more than 10 years in prison. Somebody stole 86 billion, was getting turbanned in Zamfara. Okay, Accountant General confirmed to have stolen. That is a flawed, look, that kind of system. You don't even need, look, the young children.
Is that not the flaw of all human societies?
Stealing and diversion of funds. English wise. Hold on. I know you will cost me. Hold on. I know you will cost me. Person will go steal chicken. Hold on. He jump your backyard. He go do, or he carry weapon face you. He collect your chicken. Yeah, that one with weapon. You understand? So armed weapon, you can go for life imprisonment, capital punishment, because you have a weapon, even if not barrel. I know somebody that use barrel, he protecting a gun, take collect his phone, they sell for you. The guy, they give a maximum punishment. You understand? Life imprisonment because it's weapon, not carry. If there's no weapon, that is robbery or whatever. So, but because he has a weapon, which is barrel. Now hold on. Politician that stole, like you say, like how to use stole billion. You understand? Not that he used the weapon to steal. Money was kept in his coffers, deliberately kept in his coffers, and he diverted it. You understand? So what you should be asking for now, that there should be a law that such practice should also be capital punishment.
Yeah,
so, but saying that no, he stole this one and person will still chicken there, There's no law. The law that is holding that one that stole chicken is not the same law that is holding that guy that's you saw it.
That shows a flawed justice system. A politician embezzled 86 billion that was supposed to build hospitals where hundreds of people's lives would have been saved. His action has led to the death of 1,000 people. Gets away with it.
That's why I like American judicial system, where jury will come and think.
Exactly. So, my point here is this, forefathers. The summary of my point here is this. One, I think if we want to progress as a people, we must be thinkers that follow up with action, not to be thinking of other people's problem. Nigeria has people that are dying. We have never sat down here and said, okay, let me ask you a question. Maska, you're living in the north. Can you give me, for the people that died in Benue, in fact, let me just, the people that died in, the people that are from Edo State, the people that died in Delta State, AY, are you from Delta or Edo State? Or you're from Edo State, AY? Can you give me the names of the people that died? Can you give me any detail about them? Your brothers that died, can you give me?
Sorry, what is the point?
The point is this. It tells you how the value it places on life.
Oh, no. I can't see. Wait, Dexter.
No. Okay. Let me tell you why. If something happens, it's a human psychology. If they come to your place today, they kill 2 people, you might shout. They come 2 weeks' time, they kill 5 people, you might shout. The time we come, they will kill 50. You will just say it's normal. It is normal.
No, it's not.
Father, you need to give me privilege since I'm calling from Nigeria. I'm serious.
I have a cousin.
You're not calling from Nigeria. He don't sound like a Nigerian.
Ask Maska. I'm serious. Ask Maska.
Okay, don't worry. Let's see. Next time, though. Sorry.
He's calling from Nigeria, Alabama.
Can you guys let me just talk to Dexter? Dexter, your point. The point you are trying to get to is that there should be capital punishment for people that steal public funds that leads to loss of life. That is something I've been advocating for. And at the same time, in terms of solutions, it turns out that you are struggling to find solutions too, because it's a problem for everybody. So it's not fair. And remember, you moved away from the topic.
He missed out one important fact. China, you gave, had a revolution in 1911.
And then he went and suffered for quite a while. That's a long suffering.
That should be. You want to be the Mazedon?
But Maska, the point is this: I cannot have all the solution, but we must be intentional, working in the right direction, not looking at spending our time discussing whether it is.
I hear you. My advice, I will be very honest with you. Really, the level of the problem we have, you can't, because this platform, technically speaking, is like all of us are standing on our feet. It's not, you can't come with solution that will solve this kind of problem. With this platform, it's not a solution platform. If you are thinking like that, I think you missed the point, sincerely speaking.
Can I say this? I beg your pardon, Pascal. Yes. I beg your pardon very much. I want to say this in support of what Dexter is saying. I think he has a lot in his mouth, but his passion for the Nigerian angle, for the Nigerian circumstance on this global matter. What we have to understand is that this is a global matter. It's not called to any one part of the world. I also think that Nigeria, because of its nature, is actually ahead of the world in many arenas. And it's ahead of the world in suffering, I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say. Now, this thing can actually be like a training for us, understanding what's going on in this planet. In this planet right now, I think somebody mentioned it earlier. I don't know who it was. They this week they announced in the UK ID Parliament, and there's 2.5 million signatures against it, which you only need 200,000 for it to be put through Parliament. So in the UK, they want to bring ID cards and biological identification, so that we can link easily into the Internet of Things, so to speak. Now, this I've known about for a long time, and I know many of us have probably known about it down. And then there are those who can't bear to think of the fact that the world we are actually living in, they can't put everybody in prison, but they've seen everybody as a criminal in the world today. So they're looking to do this thing called 15 minutes, whereby you won't be able to leave your area if it's taking longer than 15 minutes to leave that area. People go off to let them know that's this area. This ID card would stream into your biography. I can explain it, but I won't waste time doing that. What it is that we have to understand is that the world is going through a serious, serious change. And Nigeria is one of those countries for
I thought you were asking a question now.
cashless supply. No, it's a free fall now. I go enter my.
We are not that free yet. If we start free flow, you will start with.
I think we should be fair to AY. He's actually calling from Nigeria, and some of us know how.
Are you there's so
don't mind that guy. Don't worry. If he's calling from Nigeria, let him put the camera outside.
His connection is too clear. His connection is too clear for I don't know.
Honestly, Jago, AY was in my house day before yesterday, so I know we are together.
Okay.
You shouldn't have even allowed him in.
If he says so, that's
he's a good man now.
He's a great guy.
AY, you're welcome. You are in Abuja now, so it's all good. Yeah, maybe when I'm in Nigeria, I will catch up there too. Because I know where he lives now. Dexter, please round up so that I can just open the floor up. Then you can start off with this, and Jagun and AY to start off the open floor. Please round up, Dexter.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
I'm saying Dexter should round up.
Okay, yeah, thank you. In summary.
Yeah, he has.
I think we need to focus on we need to have the Nigerian first policy. It's not about FDI. The Nigerian first policy should be about human capital index, where the death of one person in Nigeria, if one person is killed by Boko Haram, we should be able to round up 100 Boko Haram. By the time the terrorists have that idea that, look, if one Nigerian, whether Muslim, Christian, is killed, we will round 100 up. Then nobody from international community will have a mouth to talk that there was a genocide. And we should not deny the truth. That's what the idea of denying the truth.
What if I ask you now, Dexter? Are you ready to contribute 10,000 naira every month for national security?
Which national security? For which country?
To fight all the insecurity in Nigeria.
Are they accounted for? How can you contribute money where they cannot account for the one they had? Have they accounted for all the crude oil that they have been taking? They want to go and open wells in Ogoni.
Yeah, but you see where the problem is coming from.
Forefathers, they want to open wells in Ogoni.
But you are seeing where the problem is coming from.
No, forefathers. Look,
the people don't want to solve the problem.
Forefathers, exactly. Nobody want to do anything.
No, forefathers, you cannot give. You can. In fact, it was recently stated.
Don't you know that when you give them, you expect results? They will have to fulfill it for you.
Forefathers, do you know that between 2008 to 2014 in Lagos, people were actively going to the government to say, we want to pay tax. Do you know? People were going. Yes, I will tell you. Between 2008 to 2014, people were going to government saying, look, I want. In fact, some people were saying, can I pay more tax? Because they
you have proof of that. Is there any proof of what you are saying?
No problem.
I'd like to see that proof.
I am one witness. I am one witness. One witness.
Lagos. Go and watch Perspectives on Arise TV. It was today.
So the why they don't want you to pay tax now?
Yeah, forefathers, it was during Fashion last time. The people could see the government working. People could see the government working. Let me give you an example. In Abia State, the governor gave them tax break for 6 months. He gave them tax break, everybody. Tax break for 6 months when they came inside. The evidence of the work now, when they go to collect, nobody is fighting. You can't go and tell it. Which government comes to tell you, give me money? You that they are collecting the money for. The road
Okay,
they are
but what if somebody argues that you don't have zero security? The security you have now is what you are paying for. $4 billion is no security in the country you are in.
Wait, forefathers, let me ask you a question. Do you think security comes from money?
Yes, actually. Everything in life comes from, I wouldn't say everything in life, but to function in society, you need money.
Security comes from you and I. Example, if you go to a company, forefathers, let me give you an example. If you go to a company, let me give you, forefathers, I will tell you something now. I grew up in Port Harcourt. Where I grew up, it was one of the only companies that could build offshore platforms. Wheelbros, that was the name of the company. I grew up, Wheelbros was opposite me. The Wheelbros fence was opposite my house. I could see into the Wheelbros facility. I could see into it. It was clear. It was just a wire gauze. They had their pipes, they had their equipment, everything there. Nobody was robbing Wheelbros. Nobody, the Wheelbros workers could walk. The white men could walk in the community, in the village. Free. The people of the community were their security. But guess what? In 2001 or 2000, yes, I think 2000, there was carnage everywhere. For some reason, there was some kind of carnage. The community people invaded the company, took things, stole things. From that day, they fenced the whole place up. They started paying. For security, which made the security cost. What am I trying to tell you, forefathers? The biggest security you can get in any place that benefits the host community and benefits the investing company is where the host community is the security, where they don't have to put any barrier. That is the biggest, where the people say, look, you can walk here, you can walk here for safety. Look, in Essex, there was a time in Essex.
You're telling us of a tale failed. You now want to put the failing objectives in place. Exactly. That doesn't really make sense, bro.
You realize, let me just add this. I agree there's an element of a community providing security, but security is security. If you have your door, leave your door open, because they don't steal from you the first day, doesn't mean with the day the thief will come, because there's always one day the thief needs to come, and then all your property will be lost. That's the nature of life. You have to secure everything.
Have you listened to Edmond Obilo?
No.
Good. You need to go and listen to Edmond Obilo. You need to go and listen about security. Have you followed NICS? There's a podcast in Nigeria called NICS. Have you followed it? No. You need to go and follow it. Go and listen to intelligence. I've forgotten this guy's name. This captain. Go and listen to NSA. Guys that are not in the system, and they give you intelligence system. There's something they call blanket security.
But wait, are these people not Nigerians?
Wait now. See,
are they Nigerians?
They are Nigerians.
How come the country hasn't taken their solution?
Master, let me tell you something. Do you know that there is a guy, I've forgotten his full name now, I've forgotten his name, but he was on Nick's podcast. The problem, you see this Boko Haram problem, he gave a proper analysis.
Captain Blaze.
Thank you, Captain Blaze. He gave a very nice analysis. He said that you know that there is a time in the year you can pick up these Boko Haram guys. You can pick them up. They will be immobilized. There is a season in the year. Master, you are in the north. You know the period where you have sandstorm. From the Sahel.
Dexter, look, so that no wait. I hear you what you're saying. Me, I'm here. So let me be honest with you, okay? Even these people that you're calling, honestly, I don't know how to describe it. The real source of this problem is this thing that we say out of school children. Whether you can pick all these people up, it's the same. This thing will keep happening when you have a lot of people that did not go to school, they don't have work, they don't have any means of livelihood, there's no any social security safety, the place will boil.
I agree with you. Masca, what you are saying is true. But my point is this, Masca, what Captain Blade said is that, like you asked about solution, he said that there is a time where you will complain about a problem. At a point in time, you will realize that the person you are complaining to might be benefiting from the problem. Captain Blade said that when he presented solution to Goodluck, presented solution to, what do you call it, Buhari, that he even has, in this Tinubu's government, he has somebody that has the ears of Tinubu. He presented the solution. After presenting it 3 times, and they were not, he said maybe the problem, that solution, if he brings if the solution comes, they will not benefit. So he had to stop.
Okay, what was the solution? Do you know what his solution was?
He said like the one that happens in Plateau State. He said, oh, there are invaders coming from far and all that kind of thing. He said it's not hard to stop them. All you need, he said, a typical example, all you need to do, float a balloon with 360 camera. That balloon will be at an altitude that will capture the whole perimeter of the state. And you will just have people watching, and anytime there's this, you will see where it is coming from. You will see it. This guy, practical, this is an NSA guy. Practical solution. He said, look, it is not hard, but the truth is that there is no political will within Nigeria.
Now, let me give you the floor in
Look,
that.
You are outside. I can tell you, if you know the amount of money that government
let's just open it up. I think he's had his time. Let's open it. Let me open it up.
I will send you over a video.
Don't start now. Don't start
You
now.
do that, man. You play too many biased games, bro. Like,
oh, it's not about you. Maybe you remind me of something.
In any event, I sent you based on what me and Tony was arguing.
Yeah, we'll deal with that later.
Anybody that's on here on the panel, I sent it in the chat. You can watch it. There's like 7 short videos. You can easily Google it. You can easily talk to rabbis. Same with the people in the comment section. You can check it out. Forefathers, hopefully he'll play it and not try to hide the evidence like before. So let's just
can I make a suggestion? So change your name. Change your name. The Jews can worship in the mosque.
Right. So we can educate each other. There's no point us coming here sentimental, not learning, regurgitating the same thing over and over and over and again without learning. And if we have a problem with hearing new stuff, we hate to unlearn. This is not good. You need to learn. The world is changing. This is the information age. We are in the information age. What they thought it was easy to lie to the African years ago, for those of you that did not have, for example, a library, I did at home, not everybody was privileged like that to have encyclopedias and all this kind of things, grew up with computers. But now we are in that age where it is everywhere. It is cheap. You don't have to spend 10,000 pounds on 12 pages of encyclopedia no more. Now it's digitalized. Let's learn and let's unlearn and let's stop putting our emotions into teaching each other. You get what I'm saying? We can argue, we can discuss, but let's just be factual.
Thank you. Dexter, I don't know whether you are still there. You see, the flaw in that design, I've always had people talk about this setup all the time. Put CCTV camera somewhere. Put this one somewhere. CCTV camera is going to arrest anybody. You're just going to video them doing their action and they'll get away with it. Or you have to have people on the ground. I don't know how you can't run away from it.
We already have drones for that. We don't need a balloon.
Open it up. Let's open it up now, man. Let's move it on a bit.
Let's open it up to the.
If you really want to be dealt with, if you really want to be dealt with Nigeria,
look, let me just drop my.
It can be dealt with.
You guys have been talking. Right? Let me
You get my
make,
point. It can
make
be
my
dealt
position.
with
But they
easy.
need more people to do it.
So what we need, okay, you cannot defeat an insurgency. I've been listening to everybody, and this is where sometimes I will defer to Tony because I know um he does have experience or intelligence. We've spoken about this, so he does have experience in this kind of situations or topics. But I would say you cannot defeat an insurgency with guns or with guns. You can't do that. There are certain basic steps you need to take. And I've said it here several times. First of all, we need to know who is in that country. You don't know who is in that country. You death, birth, entries, exits, they're not properly registered. They're not properly monitored. We need to know first. This is the only thing that's going to defeat.
So if you know, how is that going to stop them from committing?
Let me continue. So the only thing that's going to defeat an insurgency such as the type Nigeria has been dealing with for a decade and a half is intelligence. Somehow, and intelligence encompasses a bunch of things, all right? But somehow, the Nigerian security forces has to infiltrate that group. This is the only way you're going to decimate them. You're going to have to destroy them from within. Now, you will also have to pay attention to the policing method that is happening in Nigeria. I'll tell you something. If I was the president of Nigeria, the moment that girl Somto died, when she was killed by the robbers, that same night I would have called an emergency meeting because this would have given me the opportunity for the type of change I think we need in our security apparatus, namely the police.
Sorry to say, hold on, bro. Sorry to say,
no, let me finish.
You didn't kill her. Hold on now. No, hold on. I just no, I'm not.
That she jumped off. Yeah, they said she jumped off or whatever.
According to one of the confession, one of them robbers wanted to hold her, but he said she was too heavy
look,
and she slipped.
The bottom line was there was an armed robbery. So whether she got robbed, whether she jumped off the building, or whether she walked out and had a heart attack, I don't care about all of that. What I would have done is use that as an advantage to enact or force the Congress, the Nigerian National Assembly, to enact certain measures that would have otherwise taken a lot of bickering between all the parties. Okay, so we're going in now. I want to start a pilot project for policing. I've said this here for over and over for a year.
So, based on your method, does it include?
My method, sir.
No, I'm just asking.
Will you not give me time now? Father, will you give me time?
Because I warn you, don't make. I will stop you if you take too long. I will stop you because there are 12 people here now. So don't.
Why do you make
change rules? Somebody is calling from Nigeria.
What kind of human being are you, to be honest?
Don't worry now. That's why I'm telling him now that he should not think that I'm not going to stop him because he will start saying I'm picking on him. So go ahead, let him finish so that I can go to AY.
So what I would have done is I would have basically put the backs of the National Assembly to the wall. And we have to enact certain policing measures, starting with state and community policing. Maybe not all over the country because Nigeria is not equipped for that right now, but at least we would have started a pilot project that would have been included certain big cities. I would say take 10 spots, maybe 10 big cities and 10,000 villages, or we can split it into 10 and 5, and then we would have done that. Now, why I say that? You cannot gain the trust of a community if the people do not feel some kind of affinity or relationship to you. It will never happen. The people that are supposed to give you information in those troubled spots will never give you information. because they don't trust you. That said, in a nutshell, we need to know the people in Nigeria. Me and myself and Tony have stated certain things on here. Tony actually talked about, for example, using motion detectors. We can do that. Danet wires. We proposed this to the Nigerian government. You can use Danet wires and wire at least 3 different spots before you can come into the borders of Nigeria.
Have you ever visited Nigeria physically?
Of course. I've visited all over Nigeria. I've been there for professional duties, and I've also lived there. What is your question?
Just for the record, after the first Boko Haram attack, their first attack was United Nations building here in
But
Abuja.
what is your question? I know all of this.
No, I'm not asking a question. I'm just pointing out that all these things you've said, okay, if you've been in Nigeria, you know that.
Like what? Wait. Like what? Asking that.
Okay,
the people...
so let's start from the first thing that you raised. Today, you don't need anybody to die. The president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has in his pocket the National Assembly. So if he wants to enact...
What was the first thing? What was the first thing I proposed?
You said data.
You
said data.
Let me ask him. It's okay. You're right. Let me ask him. He cut me off because he felt he had a point. Let me and him talk.
Okay, so my point
what was the first
is
point I made?
The first point that I felt you made was that, okay, because that girl died, that you will take advantage of that for enact law for policing.
My first point was data.
What was the
second part I made?
Death and bet.
I said you have to know your people. Then I said intelligence gathering. I think people just like to argue with me on here.
Okay, so no, I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to, the same way I really felt educated by some of these videos you sent, but I felt their voice.
It has no relationship to what we're talking about.
You are not on different platforms. We're on the same side of the coin.
But listen, you interrupted me. Let me just finish what I want to say, okay? Please. So, because you're talking about a video on a religious aspect, while we're talking about intelligence gathering and policing efforts.
You didn't listen to what I was about to say. So
let me finish, please. So all I'm saying is we need data. Okay, we need to know who is a Nigerian, who is in Nigeria, who is coming into Nigeria. These are the first things you need to do. All right. Then second, the Nigerian, they have to definitely up their intelligence gathering. Then thirdly was what I said about the community policing. So this is certain because forefathers asked for the measures and they talked for over 27 minutes and nobody was preferring a solution. It was just so you put a balloon in the air. And what's a balloon going to do? We already have drones for that. We already have surveillance planes for that. What do people think? The Tucano, the Super Tucanos, what do people think they are? They are low flight surveillance planes. They are light attack surveillance planes. So they also work in reconnaissance. So
machinery cannot save Nigeria.
No, but we're talking about reconnaissance, which is what he was mentioning about the balloons, gathering information from the air. So I'm saying we already have those already. We already have drones. We already have light attack aircraft like the Super Tucano that can carry out these.
So when you say you're going to add local policing, are you saying that the policing we have now is not good enough, or because they are more familiar with the locality, that makes them somehow more efficient at dealing with law enforcement issues?
The policing we have now is definitely not up to par. It is not good enough. It is poor. They are poorly trained. They are poorly equipped. Their welfare is poor. And the structure from the ground to the command is poor.
So the structure is the problem.
Policing is not even the problem. Governance in Nigeria is a problem.
No. I just wanted to reveal certain things because there are many types of structures of policing in the world.
Let me just answer.
Some countries are universally okay. Go ahead. See, because you are implying that the structure was the problem. They need to have
I did
state
not
policing.
say the structure, forefathers. I don't understand how when I gave.
You said state policing. That's why you could have just said policing.
Why do you always do this?
Because
I mentioned you can easily rewind it. And this is why sometimes I tend to get out of the character, because you know exactly what you're doing.
I speak the truth. I speak the truth. I don't know why they are finding it difficult to understand what you're saying.
They know.
You have itemized the holistic measure to deal with the problem of insecurity in Nigeria. Why is it difficult for people? You talked about Intel. You talked about
Tony. Did you hear what Local Peace said?
What did Local Peace say?
He said that the issue is really not about policing. It's governance.
It's governance. Leave policing. Leave police.
What you wait. Policing is relevant. Policing is relevant.
Tom, let me just say something.
Let him finish. Let him finish what he's saying. You guys listen to him. Let him finish what he's saying.
Let me ask a question, because I think sometimes we just enjoy talking on here, and people just love talking. Isn't policing part of governance?
No.
So good. So policing is one aspect.
No, seriously, there are two separate issues.
Your governance does not encompass policing the society? Are you serious?
There are two separate issues. Let me.
No, wait. You see, guys. This is it. This is the way that we communicate that leads just to empty arguments. The guy began by saying, if I was president of Nigeria, that's how it all began. And he broke it down from there. But because people, I don't know why a pushback is necessary, unless you want to add or take away from what's been said. But your arguments have already been included by what he said. So please, let's not have empty arguments. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's bring AY in. Let's bring AY in.
Correct, with what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is this, right? What you're saying is also accepted, also inclusive, but it's a minute issue when it comes to the real Nigerian issue.
It's not minute at all. It's not minute. When you're talking about the governance of a country, wait,
it's
please.
an aspect. It's just
both of you wait. Both of you just need to wait. Both of you need to wait. Let's bring AY in. Let's bring AY in so AY go. Because when I get crossed about this, it's crazy. Some of the stuff what people believe in. I think we need native doctor to come and help you guys, because nobody looks at what actually works in the world. They just come and postulate a totally different solution for Nigeria. But it's okay.
If I may, Brass, forefather, this conversation is a good one, and it's been good all day. I think you just need to do a job of making sure that there is not unnecessary arguing, bish bash nonsense going on. If you can cut that out, then we'll continue a good conversation, to be honest.
Thank you. I will try to do that.
We'll be fair. We'll be fair since anyway. We'll be fair.
Yeah, we're generally being fair now.
We
have an Akwegolo here, but maybe to go downstream, but we don't know. Please, AY, go ahead.
You need to start removing people. Please don't let anybody interject. Honestly, I don't understand.
If you talk my Ben.
Why? No, don't interject me, right? And forefather, it's sad, man. When it comes to get to my turn, you just change the rules, but it's okay.
See that?
Actually, I just have one issue I want to really warn all of us here, right? Not all of us, like basically in Nigeria, the way we think. It was what Desta said. I've heard a couple of people saying it. A non-Nigeria is telling Nigeria there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. And we, Nigeria, the educated people, we are fully aware what is going on across Nigeria. Somehow, this platform, sometimes we kind of use it as a SATA platform. I don't want to be part of that. I want to be part of Nigeria project. We know it is a fact that most of the state in the north, there is killing that has been going on for the past 10 years. Even the so-called Boko Haram, if we have anybody that have the statistic, even in terms of religion, you will see Boko Haram have killed far way Muslims than even non-Muslims. Boko Haram go to the market and throw a bomb. A bomb does not define who is a Christian, who is a Muslim, who is a pagan, who is whatever. We have all these data. We don't need anybody to tell us. The reason I'm saying that is my fear about Nigeria is I know the people that will divide us, they will come with religion or with tribe. These are the two things I fear most. The way they are saying it now that, oh, they are genocide of Christians in Nigeria. They can come. Now there is genocide of Yoruba people in Nigeria. And people will still believe it because that is what we are waiting for to hear. But we know the actual truth. And people are saying it. I was expecting you to question those people and stop them. Because I have actually seen on this platform, for example, when you hear 100 killing in Zamfara, nobody talk about it. Sometimes, except forefather, they will just be silent. Then I begin to think, do we really want Nigeria to work? Are we really Nigerians? These issues, people take them for granted. Nobody knows what is happening. There are a lot of states in the north where you have this killing going on. The banditry, the Boko Haram issue. But we pretend that, no, they only go there to kill Christians. They go to your house. Who is a Christian here? Kill. We should try to stay within facts, try to stay on issue. We know the truth. It's not that we don't know. I know people that live in the north here that know what is going on. It's actually scary, to be honest. I know if anybody that want to divide us, if they don't come with religion, they will definitely come with tribe. This is what I fear most. But this is the reality. Except anybody can see.
Yeah,
Look
that
at
is
what
true.
Dexter was saying.
Sorry, let me just add some of the most vicious images that I've seen of the Nigerian military, decimating human beings is in the north on Twitter.
Yeah.
Man, these people are ruthless. Some of them, some of these are saying young boys. They were just decimating them as if they are grown-ups.
Yeah.
Like nothing. And nobody acknowledges that stuff is going on in the north. They make it look like it's only one side that is being attacked. And sometimes it's just not right. And to be fair to everybody too, they did say that it's not true that Christians are being genocided in Nigeria, at least to be fair to them.
Who did not say that?
I think even Tony didn't say that the government is deliberately genociding Christians in Nigeria. And I don't think anybody that has said that.
Can we speak? Can we speak?
Yeah, you're free to speak.
We've been here for a while now, as if we are spectators.
The way some of them are saying it, right?
Nobody's a spectator anymore. Everybody's free to speak.
I don't think we should be dividing ourselves across all these lines because even today, if you look at the security settings in Nigeria, about 90% actually non-Muslim. They are Christians actually. But for me, I don't want to go low. I feel this issue are too petty for us to discuss.
Let me just acknowledge the people that donated. I think sometimes we have to encourage people to.
Hey, you want to distract me now? I'm used to
normally end of the show now.
No, this one you're supposed to read it out when they donate. With that now.
This is the one talking. He will always do that.
So sorry. That's not Dexter is hiding bigotry in ambiguous speech. He wants us to forget about Gaza because there are Nigerians dying. Okay. He says, forefather, what about the killing of Igbo in the Catholic Church worship? Catholic Church worshippers in Ondo State by the Fulanis from far north. That was just before the last election. I remember that incident. That is true. Thank you for the donation.
The people that were killed in the Catholic Church.
No, they were Yorubas now. They were Yorubas now.
So why he saying Igbos? Nobody even knows their tribe.
Put it back. This is the problem with us. Go and put the statement back. Go and put the statement back. We get so carried away. What about killings of Igbo Catholic Church?
Yeah, but were they Igbo churches? KJ will remember.
No, Catholic Church belongs to everybody.
Were they Igbo? Yeah, it probably was Yoruba.
No. I think what Masca is trying to say.
These are foolish statements that we say.
Exactly, that post just foolish. Now. you can imagine how
let
many
us talk.
people have that same mindset.
Is the only
of that thing.
Igbo that go to Catholic church?
You understand? There might even be some
Possible now.
non-Christians.
To be fair, hold on. To be
guys
fair,
have tried.
it's
I think me
mostly
and
for
Tony
people that
are
have
here.
gone
We are
to
not
Catholic church.
spectators.
That to be
We
fair,
are also
that's
part
true.
of the team.
KJ, may you
Me and
relax now.
Tony,
There's a
I don't
moderator,
think we
there's a
have
moderator
come.
now.
What about
Mr.
Mr.
Ike?
KJ? You see, this
Exactly.
You guys
relax.
allow us to speak.
KJ, relax,
What
relax.
about
When you
Mr.
speak
Ike?
now,
So that's what I'm saying. What Mr. Ike,
No, you didn't
Mr.
mention
Tony, we are
Mr.
not.
Ike.
We have come for the program also.
KJ,
So
you
let
speak,
us also
though. Don't worry
contribute.
now. Let AY finish. AY is still speaking now.
Okay, so now AY, you see, I don't know. Are we serious as a nation? Are we serious? Really? You mean what you're saying? You can actually beat your mind and say that what you're saying is correct? Come on, guys.
100%.
You see,
100%.
why do we when you come, you begin to pander away from what is reality? Reality is that life is
Tell us what
sacrosanct.
is reality.
You see, you let me talk. We allowed you to speak, so let me speak. you pander from the truth, which is that life is sacrosanct. It doesn't matter whether it's a Muslim life or a Christian life. You also forget that there's what is called collateral damage. Collateral damage is that you are not supposed to, this is not supposed to happen that way, but it happened this way because you were either at the wrong place at the right time or at the right place at the wrong time. And so you are involved in that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was targeted at you. Now, if you also recall, because I followed this report, I was one of the first journalists that was in the UN
Which
House.
report are you talking about?
Which report?
Wait now.
Well, don't be
Okay,
angry.
let me ask you a question. Since you mentioned my name, hold on.
When it happened
before you continue, let me ask you a
When it
question.
happened
You talk about. Let me ask you a question. You mentioned my name. Hold on. Since you're talking about collateral damage, so when Boko Haram or bandits go to the mosque, for example, or bomb a mosque, who were they looking for? They were looking for Christians in the mosque. What is the collateral damage? It's you that is you coming here for propaganda.
The thing is that I don't like to speak to you because you don't even have any facts, but you open your mouth, speak unadvisedly. Every time.
KJ,
you open your mouth and speak unadvisedly. When you're not insulting
each time you say you were a journalist in Nigeria, I feel sad for people that ever read your stories because they were all lies, propaganda. That is what you represent.
That's what
everybody on the platform knows your job is to come here and throw propaganda out. I don't know how you sleep at night, to be honest.
You have to moderate this.
Gaza,
You have to moderate.
Gaza, that there is genocide. You come here to deny it. You call yourself a Christian.
You are the one who is a Christian,
right?
You as a Muslim, you are a better Christian than myself.
All your job, the job you do on this platform is just propaganda lies. Everybody knows.
So why do you follow it? You should go to other.
I don't follow you. I never follow you. I always correct you. I'll always give you facts.
If 100 people come to this platform and 2 or 3 of them like you are the one who say I'm lying, I'm okay with that.
What's the comments? People don't come to listen to you. People come here because of the damages.
Listen,
you don't come back attacking people. It's you that is Mr. Propaganda.
Let me talk.
AY, please let him have his say because
I have the floor. Let me speak
for a very long time. To be fair,
speak. Don't mention my name. Speak. If you mention my name, I will reply.
You see, forefathers. One of the first casualties that happened when this thing started was in the Christian church in Madala. Okay, was blown up. It's a Catholic church. All right.
No, KJ, that's now, also correct. Oh, sorry, KJ. I'm here in Nigeria. You are not the only person. You are not the only person who knows this thing.
What are you saying?
Are you telling me that the first bomb was in Madala?
I'm saying one of the first. One of the very few ones.
Don't choose the one you like. Don't choose the one you like. Which is the first one? If you are a journalist, tell us. What was the first
one? There was a bomb. First of all, the very first one was in the UN house. They have the one that happened.
Which was the second one?
The second one happened in the Freedom Unity Park.
No, the second one they went to the police headquarters and bombed it.
Okay,
You can hear journalists now, so-called journalists.
I better pass you, my brother. And the truth be that you cannot say there's no
Can
plan
we
about
guys
that.
just
Now.
let
You
him
know.
finish his point?
Okay.
Why are we not
If
letting
you
him
don't,
finish
if
his
you
point?
think
It's
you
not
know,
fair.
if you think you know better than me, come and host a show and let me also be behind. I'm talking.
Yeah, I will host a show way better than you.
AY,
Go and sit down.
see, it's an
Go and
open
sit
I don't
panel,
have
but
the
we should
time.
let him finish his
Let
point.
me say this, and I will say that I move away because I can't stay with people who can't even put this thing together. Now the very first more casualties happened in Dogona Hawa. 500 people.
You are mixing things. Is that Dogona Hawa?
Why don't you allow me to talk, Masker? Why don't you allow me to talk?
Say what is not correct now, KG. Why am I here then? If I hear something,
Yeah, if we have facts, we have to remember this is a fact section. So if you have your facts, you can present it so that we can shame the liars.
What's the fact?
Yeah, if we have evidence now, if you want to counter him,
this is not propaganda session. We'll come with facts. We are not joking here.
I just have to say that honestly, I've listened to everybody's talk.
Hold on.
I am extremely disappointed. I'm extremely
I beg you.
How many are there?
Why are you begging Jide now?
I'm saying that the narration should be proper. You started off with Boko Haram. Dogona Hawa is not Boko Haram.
Is what?
I don't know, but it's not Boko Haram. Or are you saying that it's Boko Haram? Wait. No. Look, me, I like to always agree when somebody tells me something that I don't know. At minimum, let him put the doubt in my mind for me to go and cross-check. I like that. Okay, so I don't argue. Like, I was not in Dogona Hawa. I was not in UN. I was not all the places where this bomb go off. I was not there.
Okay. So let me.
Can we agree that we will allow him to speak for at least 1 minute before anybody interjects? I know this.
There was how many bombs? There was how many bombs in Abuja? There was the one in Nyanya Park, Motor Park. There was the one in the IG or police headquarters. There was the one in the Unity Fountain. There was the one in the this day newspaper house. There was the one in the UN building. All of these places, I have the pictures. I'm not talking about what I didn't be part of. Okay? But it's not for me to tell because I don't need to justify myself. I give you the information. You want to take it, don't want to leave it. The Dogona Hawa own, I did a documentary. I personally went there to do the documentary. I stood on that mass grave that's still on the ground there in the village there to do the stories in the village. So I don't have to come to justify. Not every time I want to justify when I know that somebody is arguing unadvisably. I don't have to, bring myself to that point to make you happy. So you have your information, you keep it. If you want to hear, you hear. All I'm trying to simply let you know is that, look, no matter how you look at whatever is going on in Nigeria, there is a genocide involved. And just like Desta has said earlier, whether it is 10 persons and the people choose to say we have been it's a massacre of our people. Why do you have to say it is not so? And now let us even go to the story. Some people are saying, excuse me, this story started now. This story didn't start now. It is not now that this thing started. This thing has been running for over 15 years in Nigeria. So whether you believe it or not, the Archbishop of Benue, the Catholic Archbishop of Benue, went to present had a section in the American Parliament saying there is a systematic massacre in his state. Now, two weeks ago, we had El Buba here, Prophet El Buba, who is from Borno State. He said there is a massacre. Now, if we go back, the Catholic Bishop of Nigeria have issued a statement saying there is a systematic massacre going on in Nigeria against Christians. You were all here, and let us go to the fact of the matter. When the group called Miati Allah were issuing threats to Benue State Governor, even the time they chased him away from his farm, was anything done? when
sorry. Are you saying that, because maybe you are the first person to say this, are you saying that there's actually a genocide against Christians in Nigeria?
Read my face. Yes, there is. It's not pronounced. If you have a community that have arms and the government soldier comes the day before and disarm you people, and the next day they come to attack you and you cannot defend yourself, what is it called?
But the same thing happens to Muslims in Zamfara now.
Hold on. You see, I said something here.
No, he's pretending. He's half big journalist. He's pretending he does not know. That's why I have problem with KJ. He's pretending he does not know, but he's a journalist.
More insult from this.
AY, let it go. Let's try to keep it.
If not because I'm on this panel, you cannot talk to me. So please,
relax more. KJ, continue.
All right. Now, these things didn't start with. It didn't move to this point. Remember, this thing started gradually. Eventually, other players came in. The Boko Haram didn't start. It's divided into two, then eventually divided into many other sects. Some of those people who came in had their own plan. So it wasn't that they came in because of the first initial arrangement that they had. Some people came just to make money because they saw that it was easy to make money through this. And they come and they decide to look for the place they can make their money. And that is when they're able to overpower your village, they take you on and you begin to pay them ransom for being able to go to your farm. And it's still going on tomorrow.
Sorry for interrupting you. But let me ask you again then. Do you think there's a genocide against Muslims too in Nigeria?
See, Muslims,
yes or no?
Muslims, no. The Muslims involved.
But similar killing is happening to both sides.
Wait, what?
Listen, they are casualties of the initial action.
Am I hearing double?
I'm going to prove it to you again. You see, we spoke to. Let's not. These things are on record. We had El-Rufai here said they went to secure these people. Hey, listen to me. Look, unfortunately, I don't have all the videos now, but I will have just tossed it in so we don't have to be talking about it. When El-Rufai spoke in the initial time that both Jonathan was in power, he said they went to bring these people to come and help them. When eventually it became too much, say he went to the forest to go and pay them.
Hold on, KJ. No, they say we should allow you speak, but you've spoken. So let me ask a question now. Because look, the beauty about this thing, KJ, is that you are speaking about the north. This is not southeast we are talking now. I was born here. I've lived here. I'm still living here. Okay? If there is any honesty or level of decorum, when I speak, you should say, okay, maybe this guy knows something I don't know. What I'm saying, KJ, is that don't worry. You're my brother, sincerely. You are mixing three separate things up. And it's not fair. First, you say the first casualty, which is where you want to deceive people. You said the first casualty was Madala, until I corrected you. And that aspect you're talking, don't worry, is after 2 minutes, I will stop, KG. So just hold your breath. That is Boko Haram. Dogona Awada you're talking about. Look, I know just inside out. This Dogona Awada you're talking about, I don't know it as much as I know it. I went to GSS Riyom. That's why I went.
So what has that got to do with what I'm talking about now?
No.
You're knowing it. Did it happen or didn't happen?
What I'm telling you, KJ, is that in Plateau State, apart from Boko Haram, which is a separate issue, in Plateau State, especially in Barikila, the local government, there is tension between Christians and Muslims. It has nothing to do with Boko Haram. Absolutely two separate things. If you go and dig now, you find out that there is reconciliation there. These are two separate issues. Don't mix them up because you want to call.
Okay.
And the thing that is happening. Wait, KJ. I'm saying just 2 minutes. I will stop. What is happening today in Benue State is also a separate issue. It's nothing to do with what is happening in Plateau State. These are Fulani people that are killing people there. In Dogona Hawa, it was more of an indigenous community fighting settlers. This is exactly what happened there. And the truth is that I've told you, go to Haipang and check. In fact, they used to call Haipang Parakasa. But if you go there today, there's no single Muslim or single Hausa. All of these people were killed.
Okay. Now,
So
let me help you. Let me help you, Master. Now, what is going on in Benue? I'll start from there. I lived in Benue. I grew in Benue. I went to school in Benue. Okay? I speak Tiv. All right. So at least that will give you a level of understanding. I know Benue Plateau, at least, very well. Now, what is happening in Benue? It is the same thing that we talked about here. It's not that it's any other thing. Because the genocide going on there, and I repeat, there, is taking over the villages and naming them after Fulani names. And while the people are living in IDP camps. The thing you're talking about in Dogona Hawa, and I want to tell you that you are wrong, because we spoke to people in the community. They didn't say it is any communal this thing no, they said the Fulanis came. They came and they were even the same thing that happened. They were beckoning, because before you get to the village, there is a military checkpoint. You are calling the soldiers, they didn't come. Okay? So let's not twist the issue. And I'm not saying that Muslims are not killed here. I didn't say that. I'm said that if you ask me, and if you ask me now, KJ, is there a genocide going on in Nigeria? I'll tell you yes, because I know the numbers of people who are losing their life almost on daily basis. Majority
This is good. This is good now. Okay, tell us the numbers, because me personally, I don't necessarily agree with your premise. However, I'm listening, and in my listening, the question that we're answering here is there, like the Oyinbo in America are saying that there's a genocide of Christians in Nigeria. You're saying there is a genocide of Christians and there is not of Muslims. Numbers is what will sort this out. So if you know what the numbers are, let us know.
Well, I cannot give you an exact number.
Then you can't use that statement.
Hold on.
Please change the Joe. I beg you.
Hold on.
Brother Velu.
I don't want to pick the numbers.
Thank you, Jago. Thank you. God bless you.
You don't have number. Just tell him you don't have number. Don't deceive us.
Thanks, brother Jago. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring Jide in. I don't want Tony has been quiet for a long time, and
if Jide hasn't spoken, let Jide speak.
Jide does not know what he's talking about. This is somebody that we deny that he will see people. If the IPOB killing people, we tell them they are not from the east. This person you want to listen to.
What's going on in Nigeria right now? What's going on in Nigeria right now?
I know.
You don't have anything to say. Go and sleep.
It is always of you to be jealous of somebody. So take it easy, my brother.
Jealous of who? For what? KJ,
AY, let it go now. AY, let it go now. No, let's not do that now. Let's not do that, AY, don't make me take you outside now. It can't be that. We are not allowed to do that now. We can't be insulting. He's an elder.
These allegations of genocide.
Sorry, forefather.
Right. These allegations of genocide in Nigeria, right, that we're talking about, and is it against Christians or against Muslims? There's a bigger picture to everything going on in the Middle Belt and in the North regarding the terrorist attacks going on. Last week I was talking about this thing. I didn't talk about it in detail. You see, Nigeria as it is right now is in a dire situation. And right now, the direction Nigeria is going, Nigeria is headed for destruction if nothing radical is going to change. If there's no radical change, Nigeria is headed for destruction. There is a geopolitical ramification going on into why these terrorist attacks is occurring. There's a geopolitical ramification. Nigeria 3 weeks ago went to support the Palestinian movement. Our vice president went to the United Nations because we need to understand the timing of these things. He went to the United Nations to condemn what Israel is doing in Gaza, right? He was clamoring for the Palestinian liberation and all that. And within a day or 2 days, the Christian Zionist faction in the US immediately started to talk about Christian genocide. Now, let's talk about it. In Nigeria, in the Middle Belt, do we have NGOs or not? We do have NGOs. A lot of those NGOs, who fund those NGOs? It is these same countries. Now, there is a huge correlation between those NGOs, those non-governmental organizations, and terrorist incidents in third world countries, regime change operations in those countries. These NGOs, they are connected to some of these attacks by the so-called Fulanis and Boko Haram attacking our people, either Christians or Muslims. Now, the imperialists are trying to hijack our foolishness, because I call it foolishness, madness, stupidity, our stupidity of religious fanaticism. They are trying to hijack it to create division so that they can create an avenue where they can create instability in Nigeria. Because imperialism, once you are a country, a third world country, and you are not serving, you're not beginning to deviate from the imperialist interests, they will do everything to cause destabilization in your country, and if possible, regime change or military intervention. That is what is going on. And what they start with is they create a narrative of genocide against Christians. And who are those that are saying it? It is the right-wing Christian Zionist Republicans in the US, which is full of rubbish, is full of lies. They create a false narrative, and we are all falling for it. It's very, very disappointing that we are falling for it. This narrative, they've used it for us over 500 years.
Yeah, but Jide, though, like you said, we are all falling for it. I agree with you on that. Because if you look at Nigerians, for the life of me, I don't know what kind of craziness this is. Because you are using the "we are stupid," but I literally went on, which is wrong. I said it's a form of retardation whereby we can't even know what is good for our own people anymore. Even our own tribes, we don't even know what is good for our own tribe anymore. Because we just think, oh, yeah, anything I do is good for my tribe. We don't even think that if Nigeria does worse, your tribe will do bad too.
Yes.
You don't think like that.
You see, what you're saying is important. And these imperialists, they know it. We think they don't know us. They probably even know us more than we know ourselves. So what they do is they create narratives that will inflict passion, anger, emotions from us. They can use one group and say one group is attacking another group, and it will create emotional turmoil among Nigerians, divisions. They know this. They've used it for us years past.
But why has the government not fired Abike Dabiri for what she did?
The Nigerian state is very weak. When you have a Nigerian state that is a client state to this imperialist, they are weak.
Against a diaspora minister, you can't fire her for being discriminative against fellow Nigerians.
You see, in the Nigerian states, there's a high level of nepotism. I don't want to say what I don't know, but we know what's going on. Even though I hate to say it, but there is that paddy. Maybe I hate to say it because I'm Yoruba.
Some of the things we do, all these little things is what makes people hate
I don't want to make
each
it
other.
ethnic, but what I know for sure is that the Nigerian state is very weak, is helpless, and radical change has to happen. Radical change has to happen. These people, we've had enough of them. They are criminals. We need to take them out of power. Peter Obi or Tinubu. Why we even still clamoring to these people? Us the use of crowd, that criminal. Peter Obi, all these guys. We need to take power. We need to look at what's going on in Mali and Burkina Faso and Niger. Even Central African Republic. Look at what went on in Central African Republic. They use the same narrative to create interreligious conflicts in Central African Republic. What did Central African Republic do? They went to invade Russia. Now that fight is now the geopolitical stability in that region has improved in Central African Republic. They went to invade Russia. They kicked away those NGOs. Those NGOs, they're in the Middle Belt. They are doing all the evil things they are doing. They are linking up with this Fulani jihad criminals. They are linking up with bandits. They are linking up with Boko Haram. And we are here arguing, is it Christians that were genocided or Muslim? We can do better than this. Look at what's going on. Just was not 3 months ago that I read a news and nobody's talked about it. That they were UK was involved in bringing in weapons to the Middle Belt. I can't remember that. I wish I have that link. 3 months ago, we didn't see that news. I came across it in the morning one day like that, and the next day I didn't see it again in the news. They were bringing in weapons. UK. I don't know if it was.
I feel like there is.
We're talking about who is
I feel like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I came online and people were telling me, "Oh, why are you amplifying this?" I said, "I've seen this in Nigeria. Nigeria, at best of times, we look like we have been doused with petrol, but it looks like it's getting worse. You go online, it's so much like these people are funded. They are actually funded to spew hatred against each other. Yes. Yesterday, the one I witnessed, even in a dull state, they are spewing hatred against each other. It's unbelievable what is out there right now. And we keep thinking that this is a joke. When the streets are on this thing, the whole thing starts spilling out on the street. We are all in the diaspora. We will just watch our home be destroyed. And this is quite serious stuff. And we probably need to pay more attention to the movement that are going on out there, because that's how they finish us. Our silly division, and when we see the danger coming, we don't react.
You see, what you are saying, I need to now further explain something on an historical context. This has happened before. What's going on in Nigeria right now? It has happened before. You see, in fact, Nigeria was created on this basis. We need to understand that. In Lagos, Oba Akintoye, he went to go and beg the British, the same British and the Europeans that orchestrated the slave trade that decimated us for over 400 years. He went to go and beg the British should please come and help Nigeria, help Lagos, or your empire. They should come and help them to stop the slave trade. That was the beginning of the creation of Nigeria today. Now we are seeing the same pattern. We'll go and beg them. We'll go and beg the Christian Zionists. They should come and help us. They'll come and bomb the shit out of us. They'll bomb us to our sense. They will now come and further entrench their dominance on us.
Do you know that I heard a Nigerian politician saying that we should go to Israel to come and help us with our national security issue? Do you forget that you are a multicultural and multi-tribal, massively multi-tribal country? You are going to an ethno-state that is in the middle of genocide and oppressing on other people in an apartheid system that is even worse than what they had in South Africa. That's the one you are going to. You think it's going to end well for you? Our people there, our madness there.
No, see, and one thing for fathers, these people, just because they don't know how power play with Israel or whatever, maybe they might think. Maybe,
forefathers, I want to say something. I want to leave you people. I want to.
Yeah, go ahead, please. You have not said anything in a long time.
The only thing I want to say is that we should, as much as possible, when we want to disagree with people, we should respectfully disagree with people. You're not supposed to agree with what I said, and it's not a must. I must agree with what you said. And in trying to, oppose what I said should not come with an insult, because what has been going on here for the past 20, 25 minutes is all about insult. And I don't think each and every one of us here, nobody here is less than 30, 35 years old. So we all are family men, right? We should be respectful to each other. We can always disagree, but let's not talk down on people. Most of us, we have never met each other in person. So I cannot begin to describe who Jide is, because I don't know him. He doesn't know me. He only see me here. So I can't begin, when I come here, I begin to tell him that, who are you? Or what? I don't know. Maybe he's a millionaire. I don't know. Maybe he's richer than everybody that is here. I don't know. But we only see here on the camera. But I'm not trying to say we should be respectful to everybody. We have not come here to show what you are, who you are, what you have. Whatever you have it in your pocket, because none of us is feeding nobody here. Nobody takes care of anybody's family. Nobody is coming here to beg you money to help you to feed his or her family. So we should be respectful to each other as men, right? Thousands and hundreds of people are watching this program. It's not just fun. We don't come here to We don't come here to while away time for nothing. We are speaking for something that affects every one of us. So whenever we are discussing, if I disagree with you, let us disagree respectfully. It shouldn't go into, name calling and abuse, right? If somebody gives a figure that is not correct, if you have the correct figure, put it on the floor, and all of us will agree. Because my own argument most of the time is that what I don't know, I don't get myself involved. For example, when we begin to talk about Israel and Palestine, I tell you my problem in Nigeria is bigger than what is going on in that place. Doesn't mean that I don't feel what is going on in Palestine and Israel. What is going on in my backyard is bigger than what is going on over there, right? So we're talking about losing people here. It's not about who we lose. No, I said it from the beginning. No human life want to be lost by anybody. It doesn't matter whether you're a Christian, a Muslim, an atheist, or whatever, because none of us can give life. You do not have power to give life to anybody. So we are praying that we shouldn't be losing our Nigerian people. Innocent Nigerians should not be dying. Why politicians are protected by the same people that are supposed to protect the citizens themselves? Because all the whole police officers in Nigeria are protecting the politicians. The whole military officers are in the houses of all the whole politicians. Where do you see the police? Do we have police anymore? The ones that are in the street are the ones that are collecting 500. The real police are protecting politicians. Even local government chairmen, they have taken over the whole security apparatus we have in Nigeria. The military men has even joined politicians. Right? Are they not the people who they used to rig the election in Nigeria? Military men who are supposed to defend the country. They're only defending politicians, the people that pay their salary. So why are we not thinking that whatever that is going on in Nigeria is all of us? Our life is put on the street. They are not there for you. They are not protecting you. They can't protect you because you can't give them what the money they get. A police officer who is carrying a gun protecting Nigerian citizens, that the salary is about 100,000 naira, that has 8 children. Where is he going to get money to train children? If not to stand on the street and begin to harass innocent people. The people that are stealing our national wealth, they leave them. When they see a young man or young boy with what is he call it, computer, they take you to FSC, what do you call it? They put you there and they bring a lot of charges upon your head. Please, let us be respectful. Let's not insult one another here, okay? I wish everybody the best of the weekend. God bless you and enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And we appreciate you for joining us. Thank you. You see, nobody interjected. Everybody, when they are trying to call people together, I wish our leaders are doing this. Why don't they do it? What kind of wicked leaders do we elect into office? Man,
Anyway, forefathers, I've sent a link to the chat where you can see even the genesis of the plateau crisis. The point I was trying to make to KJ is that, and I've said it before, even before KJ spoke, that the crises in the north are multifaceted. There are like 4 different crises that are all people who don't understand it, they will model it up. The Boko Haram crisis is a separate crisis. It started with the killing of their leader as a sect. And after they killed that leader, the first thing they did was to come and attack United Nations in Abuja. And they also went and attacked the police headquarters. But because normally when you're fighting a war like that and you see that, okay, you want to gain notoriety, the next thing is to start inciting, how do I put it now? If you just, as a Muslim sect, you are killing only Muslims, your strategy is not going to be very successful. So they went and attacked churches in Madala. But I would expect that a discerning mind will understand that, okay, these people, this is their agenda. They have said that they are fighting the Nigerian government, not Christians. The bulk of the people they killed were Muslims. They attacked Kanu, like I said, and they put a bomb in Kanu. Okay? But I'm saying that is a separate crisis. The crisis in Plateau State is also a separate crisis. That crisis in Plateau State started from, it's a political crisis, because KJ will know, if you go to Jos town itself, inside Jos, you find mostly only Hausa people. But you have, once you start going out of Jos, you go to maybe Barikiladi, and all the surrounding places are indigenous tribe. So then there was a time in 1994 that they appointed somebody as a Hausa man as the sole administrator. The indigenous tribes, they all revolted. That was the first crisis. And since that 1994, crises have been happening in Plateau State. And I remember during OBJ, the governor of Plateau State was actually even suspended because of that crisis. So that's a separate crisis. People should not muddle it up. These Fulani are an extension of the banditry from Zamfara. These were bandits that came across and were killing people. They started in Zamfara. And they have extended themselves to, they are the same people that are doing kidnapping. And they are the same people that are doing all these killings now. So I'm just saying that, look, just because we want to put a narrative together, we need to also make it very clear. I've sent the link. People who are interested can go and look. The same Dogona Hawa is in that file that I've sent. And that file is from the governor's office of Plateau State, not anything less than that. That Dogona Hawa actually was a reprisal attack. It was the Biroms that killed Hausa people, and then Fulani came to kill the Biroms also. But the most important point for me is the failure of government.
Yeah, thank you for that. Who is next? I really appreciate that, because you shared the link and hopefully the elders can check it out for themselves. Jagon has been quiet for a while. Tony too has been very quiet.
I have
Tony,
been quiet.
It's Tony. I think it's Tony.
Tony, please come in. So we can go to another topic, because there is a Nobel Prize. This thing, there is the INEC chairman that was appointed recently. I'm not sure. I don't know
if it's my turn.
Yeah.
If it's my turn next, my brother.
It's Tony.
Talonje Tony. Oh, Tony. How you doing, Tony? I'm sure I'm before you, or Tony.
Tony has been very patient too.
Go ahead if you want to. Go ahead.
Thank you, man. Thank you. It's I cashed in when I first came in. I do apologize, but I had a lot to say. A lot to say, but trying to interject between what's been said, I kind of lost myself a little bit. However, I want to start from this point and see how aware we all are of certain things that are going on in the world today that will affect everybody. Our African brothers and sisters back home, and we in the diaspora, we need to forge real thinking and pour it into collective, because I don't believe we're going to own this future like we need to, without slavery returning to us quickly. I mean, it could be said that if we're working a 9 to 5 and doing that kind of thing, it could be said that we're already living in slavery. But as I said, there is something that is to be brought out rather quickly, it seems to me. I think they're a bit late. I think they're slightly out of time. I think the whole COVID experience that we all went through was a big test. We've said this before, but it's like a test for what? When is it that we are going to kind of awake to the seriousness of the time that we're really in? 9/11 happened. That should have been a sign for many people. But again, so many people were blinded by the drama of 9/11 and just went along with the narrative and didn't really take the time to think. Now, there has been crises like this in the world before, where psyops takes place. A global agreement of some level takes place. And then there's an action upon the planet that brings us all to our emotions. Now, as I said, 9/11 happened, and then we had COVID, which certain people didn't even suspect that the whole planet has been shut down under full agreement. And that wasn't weird to so many people. It wasn't strange, So many people didn't dig in to the time we were really invited to dig in to the fact that the powers that are the powers that be are not seen. They are not seen. Now we're at a juncture where they are introducing ID cards, electronic ID cards for the human race again. What's going on in Nigeria at the moment, if you're looking at the fact that we know that Nigeria isn't owned by Nigerians? We, just like Burkina Faso and the rest of them, this neo-colonialism is an actual reality. And there's still a lot for Nigeria to go through in terms of getting out from our shackles. By the time ID cards are going to, somehow they're rolling these things out in the West first. But they don't think that they haven't already tested all these things all over the world. I can tell you that a cashless society has already been tested in Nigeria at the time of the elections, 2022 to 2023. That time they were testing. A lot of people didn't really recognize.
Nigeria is quite heavily cashless these days, actually. I think they do probably, especially in the main city area, they do more transaction without cash.
This is what's going on. The test has worked. If they get Nigeria under the same craziness that they have us under here in Europe, we're tied, we're trapped, and there's nothing we're going to be able to do about it. My plan personally is to run back to Nigeria and really fight on that side. But, you know,
sorry for interjecting. That is a very interesting point, because a Ghanaian told me the other day that his plan was to go back to this in Ghana within a couple of years. He came back from Ghana. You know, what occurred to me was that what he was saying was actually quite a good idea, because the West is going to be going through all kinds of chaos in the coming years. Africa will seem like a refuge, right, at this stage.
David.
And it's something that we seriously need to think about. Please
absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah, very good. I mean, this is exactly what I'm thinking, what I'm seeing, and what I've been seeing for the past 20 years, to be frank. And understanding that what I've read and researched and understood is actually taking place in front of my eyes. And when you see it and people are still blinded to it, it becomes more frightening. Because for me to operate in London, you know, I've got quite a big network in London, but I haven't necessarily turned the machinery on. And I know it's still going to be a challenge, apart from maybe 8 to 10 people who are kind of around me and have the same sensibilities as I do. I mean, to exist in the UK, I'm going to need about 1,000 men to exist properly in the UK once they're going through this thing. So we can organize. We can organize. Because it's going to become hairy. You see, sometimes we look at places like Palestine, and for the past 10, 15 years of all the wars that have taken place in the Middle East. And me personally, who have seen the Middle East in turmoil since my birth, practically, I've had a thought really, how can people live like this? They're just living inside war constantly, year in, year out, year in. People are growing old if they're not lucky enough to die. This is the state of play in the world today, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse. And if we don't really start stringing things together, we're in serious trouble. They can have the whole... I mean, think about the things that you've heard, whether or not you see them as, what's it called, conspiracy theories or whatever label you might give it. I'll give you this. Have you heard that in this world that they are trying to reduce the number of people from 7.5 million as it is now to 500,000? Have you heard anything like that before? If you have, and you've put it to the back of your mind, fair enough, but you've heard it. Then when you look at the world and what play is going on, do you not see that politicians and celebrities and world notorious people are flexing in such a strange way? It's almost like the apparatus to allow this thing to function is being set up. And I don't think we're taking enough notice of these things. As interesting as all these other pips and graphs are concerned, they are very interesting. They are markers. But somehow I feel that we don't attach them properly enough. We don't plug them in to the narrative that is being fought over right now on a global level. Between the East and West, they have agreement and they have big disagreement. And the way how you might look at them, you may think that they're completely on opposite sides. It's not that they're completely on opposite sides. It's that the negotiation that is taking place now is what you're looking at. You're looking at the outcomes of negotiations that are taking place between what is going to be the new world order, who really takes place, who really takes power over what's going on right now, and what the agenda is when they come. So I've been interested in all day in things that have been said, and I wanted to come across with something completely different than what I'm saying now. But I think we still need to round up this communication that we have to understanding that, look, we are all Africans here. We have a great love for Africa as a whole and our country, Nigeria particularly. We're all in the diaspora doing what we can to make sure we break bread on a natural level, which makes sense.
Thank you.
What do we do? My question to everybody on the panel, what do we do with the power that we have in the West to instigate our security back home in Nigeria? Because we're not secure here in the West. If anything goes off with what's going on in the West right now, I'm in Europe, I'm in England. England to Russia is probably the #1 bomb site. So it's probably the #1 place where we're going to see one of the Exocet missiles or whatever they call themselves coming towards us. I don't want to be here for that. I don't want to be here for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have a quick break while everybody chills. The next person, Tony, comes in, because we've been talking for quite a while. I think it's about 3.5 hours now. So quick break. Anybody that wants to get refreshment and get back.
2027 election. Do you still have intentions to run come 2031?
I'm focused on building a new nation. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Thank you.
It's good to be back, His Excellency. Now that you have won the 2035 election, is this going to be your last tenure? Because the youth are complaining that you are getting old.
It's democracy, right? Let them come and run. Compete with us. And as for 2039, if I'm going to run again, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it.
His Excellency.
Delete that part.
His Excellency, you know that you promised me that you will step down after this tenor.
His Excellency.
Yes. You're from TBN.
Yes, sir.
Where is the other friend that used to interview me?
Well, he retired 5 years ago and passed on last year.
Oh, Pastor.
Yes, sir.
We are still here. Rest in peace to my good friend.
Oh, Your Excellency, now you have won the 2043 election. Are you going to also run for the forthcoming 2047?
If I'm what?
Are you going to run for the forthcoming 2047 election?
Oh. Well, running is not by physical ability. Of course, some of us might not be able to stand, but it is here. So that's what most of you don't know. But when we get to that, we'll cross it. I mean, somebody will push me across. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Now that he's gone, I will run for this position and nobody else will take it from me.
No, now, Chifamukwe, isn't this a repetition of old people ruling this country? I mean, I am young and I'm the right person to run for this position. Come 2051.
What are you saying? Do you know how long I have waited for this? There is no other person that is capable to run this 2051 election except Jesus! Call the doctor.
Let me see how you will rule the nation from the grave.
Mobility ekute siki no lebo putelu. Siki 1, siki 2, siki 3, siki 4, siki 5, siki 6. Oh, ikute pepeneye. Waye wemia, ngbachi wemia, ngba wemia. Oya ye good mia, oya me wemia, oya me wemia. Ogoliba, ogoliba, wemia, ogoliba. Timo, forever for you.
Auntie, why do I keep on seeing you everywhere? I've been sent from Nigeria to come and destroy you. Destroy you. Yes, destroy you.
Destroy me. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus.
Calm down. Calm down, auntie. Take it. Oh, out. Mama, calm down. Out. Calm down. Hey. Calm down.
Okay. Let's not be taking the mick out of our elders. All right.
Yeah, he got somewhere. The dudes literally ran away, ran in front of buses. Some of them were falling down. Then there's some who pretend like the prayers was affecting them, and when they say in the name of Jesus,
The guy,
really mad. He got mad, like mad.
that guy will get attacked badly one day.
He attacked him
Somebody's gonna do.
a few times. They attacked him.
Yeah, because that's very scary stuff to bring to somebody overseas that village people want to do you in. All right. You saw how those old people that I enjoyed that skit they make regarding old people that don't want to leave politics. That guy, I'll be featuring him a bit more. I like this skits. All right, Tony. Thank you for your patience and everything. So, what do you make of the conversation? We can move it on to either the INEC chairman, the Nobel Prize, the ceasefire agreement that has been reached. So it's an open conversation because this one we've really dealt with this Christian one for 3 hours. Jesus Christ, it went long. I didn't know it was going to go that long. So what do you make of events of the week? Just you can pick anyone you like.
The Nobel Prize, that one should be expunged. That not be talk.
Who talk? Who call you? Tony Jare. I don't know. No. Nobody call him.
Leave my man, Lokopi. Leave my man alone. I'm not going to speak for long because in the next 5 minutes I should I should go to bed. But there's something that Dagun touched that I think it's very, very relevant. And for others, you also touched on it briefly. Can you imagine, for instance, that you have a situation where Nigerians in Europe and America, and maybe Asia and so on, intellectuals, technocrats, whatever your profession is, move back to Nigeria. Picture a scenario where all of us go back to Nigeria with our various skills and come back to Nigeria to contribute to the development of the country. Now there will be a radical departure from what we see now. But the problem is Europe and America We will not allow that to happen. They will continue to take out our best, and they continue to create a scenario that will make it difficult for us to go back. That is the new colonialism that is taking place. I was listening to a lecture, in the university where I work. The plan is, if we can destabilize Africa and keep Africa down, Nigeria, for example, that you don't want to go back. I want to go back, but I'm thinking of insecurity. I'm thinking of electricity. I'm thinking of the legal system. If I I'm doing a business and I have a problem, am I sure that if I go to court, I will get justice? I'm thinking of security. I'm thinking of the roads and so on and so forth. I'm thinking of the number of people that I have to feed as quote and unquote someone who is privileged having gone abroad. Now, if we have a situation where it's possible for us to go back, then there'll be a radical departure from where we are now. But the point is, the powers that be know that should that happen, America is going to come down. Europe is going to come down. I mean, think of a situation where you have the doctors, the nurses, the medical people in America, for instance, going back. If you could have even 60%, it's going to be impactful in American medical system. You will notice it. And, other spheres of, of human endeavor. So the challenge that we have now is to make sure that you keep the system going in the West and Europe. We must ensure that Nigeria, which has, great prospects, great endowments, doesn't create an environment or situation where these people can come back, because they will be the loser. And I think it's important for us to begin to think.
So how do you think you can do that?
You say what?
How do you think you can stop it from happening?
So that's why I'm saying that if we understand what the challenge is, some of the things we do here, on the platform, we will not be doing them, because those outside hold the key to the kind of radical transformation that we are expecting or we're looking forward to if we have to transform our country. And for as long as there's that situation where we feel that, oh, Nigeria is gone, Nigeria is finished, Nigeria, divided, no, and on. That scenario, that mindset, once it continues, then you're going to drive the few ones who are back home to get out, because that picture has always been painted. And we make the mistake of painting it, oh, get out if you can, get out of the country, get out of the country. So I think that we should begin to look towards a situation where together, because we are the ones that will put pressure on government. We are the ones that will change the scenario, change the situation. And there's a sacrifice to be made. Our founding fathers,
in what way?
Our founding fathers, when they went abroad, they made sure that they came back to develop the country. And that's why we have the country, at between 60s and maybe 65 before we had the coup, the pace that the country witnessed and the transformation that we saw in those periods. So what I'm saying.
But when is the sacrifice? What is the sacrifice?
Let him learn now.
The sacrifice was that when they came back, they went abroad with the vision that, when they finish, they're going to come back and use whatever skills that they have learned to develop their country. So they had a vision that jointly, if they contribute together, they can move the country forward.
So going abroad is the sacrifice?
He's saying that you learn something abroad, experience skills, you come and develop your country. Huh?
Exactly.
No, but before that, I understand that acquisition of skills is a different thing, but he did mention sacrifice. I was wondering what sacrifice is referring to.
The sacrifice you make.
Sacrifice to go and build your country. He's making very good
sacrifice to go to school is to go and build your country.
Popala, you need to listen more. Be a good listener.
Listening now, and I'm asking so I can understand.
What he's saying is forefather. There is a sacrifice. Those who came here in the 50s and 60s, They largely went back as soon as they got their degree or second degree, if that's what they were waiting for. And then they came and finished their PhDs. That was the style back then. I was living amongst them when I saw them come and I saw them go. In that, the sacrifice that most of them made is that if they were thinking that if they stayed in the UK, they would have made it much easier, much better here than back home, which wasn't the case. Because those who went back home, their first job was with a car, with a great portfolio, and they began. A lot of people.
Okay, so the sacrifice is that they don't continue to live the Western lifestyle. Easier
Let
lifestyle.
me give you one of the sacrifice, forefather.
These were the 504 days.
I really love what Mr. Tony was discussing. He's making very solid point right there.
Yes,
you see, part of the sacrifice is they have given us this illusion that abroad we get comfortable in the environment. We are scared to go back home to face challenges. We have challenges back home, but leaving that comfort zone to go back to your country and start building, it is a sacrifice. You could have look at somebody like Showore, for example. Showore could have stayed in New York and said, "No, I forget about Nigeria. I will eat chicken, drive big cars, do whatever he wants. No problem." But he's here at home fighting for the common people.
AY.
Those are the kind of sacrifice he's talking about. So
I think if that is the sacrifice that is required, then that for me, I don't even consider one.
Yeah,
That's
I think I understand what
I
understand what Brother Tony was saying, but I can come from a different perspective a little bit because I wasn't born in the 1950s.
Forefathers want someone to be dead in war. Before you don't sacrifice, what can you sacrifice?
So not necessarily.
I wasn't born in the 1950s.
Not necessarily.
I wasn't born in the 1950s, but what I can say is that during that time there was segregation, racial segregation, and all that. Even though they had quality education, they had a lot of opportunities. But Nigeria was in a much better place back in the 1950s and 60s for them to have economic opportunities, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, for them to go back to their country and help their country develop, maybe that's a sacrifice. But I'm looking at it from the perspective of Nigeria was a far much better place in the 50s and 60s, so they could choose to go back. But anyway, that's for me.
Most of them did. Most of them went back.
In my mind, Nigeria was not a better place in the 1960s and 50s at all.
Why do you say that?
Because their grip over us was a lot stronger then.
Well, compared to,
and I don't know, compared to now it is there, but it's not as strong now as it was in the 60s. And our people were still Kulu mentality to a very high degree at that time.
Are you trying to compare the situation amongst the Black Americans compared to in America in the 60s compared to Nigerians in the 60s?
No, African Americans, their eyes were open long time ago in terms of.
So what's the comparison?
No, I'm just saying that in the context of Nigeria, the awareness of what they needed to do to free themselves was very blinded at that time. They were being schooled by their
because I heard someone mention.
Can you imagine if Israelis were the ones educating the Palestinians?
I heard someone mention segregation. That's what I'm saying in comparison. What's the comparison?
I don't know segregation. I don't know how that one came into it. But
yeah, I said it. I said segregation, and I'll say it again. So I was talking about racial segregation. During that time, there was racial segregation in the West towards people of color, and it's not a propaganda. It's actually well
nobody
documented.
said it was.
Everyone knows that. So what I'm saying, oh God, I don't want to. Oh shit, this guy. I'm not going to talk.
What is wrong with you? I asked a question. Why are you flustered?
No, Jide doesn't like people interrupting at all.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to play man.
Everyone clearly understood what I said. I'm not going to go back and forth.
But
everyone understood what I said, and I'm not going to go back and forth.
I don't know why you're being flustered. I heard segregation from you, and I'm trying to clarify with forefathers what his comparison is, because from the statement he's obviously comparing two distinct conditions. So I'm saying if you're comparing the Black American experience vis-a-vis that of Nigeria, this is what I wanted to get in. I don't know why you always think we're competing. I'm not competing. Why would we're not winning any medal here.
Jide, can you try to take it on and please try to allow him to
Forefather
speak?
is the problem. You would have allowed Mr. Tony to finish what he was saying earlier.
Papadas,
But
what
it's
did I?
okay.
We are going to go back to Tony now.
Papadas, okay, yeah, we'll go
No,
back to
no,
Tony.
but I think the point. I think thank God for AY. I think he got
Why
the
are you
gist, and
thanking
I
God
think
for
some of the
AY? Yeah, you see,
no,
you
no,
are.
no,
You
no,
see,
no, no.
okay. Oh, you know what?
Papadas,
Let me put him in the hot chair. Let me put him in the hot
no,
chair. I want to ask you a question. I want to
no.
ask
The
you a
point,
question.
Let's Mr. Tony finish first.
the,
You are
the, the
Okay.
point
disturbing
I'm
your own
making, is that-
show.
the point I'm making. The point I'm trying to make is clear. I think Forefathers doesn't want to go back to Nigeria. I think that's the impression that I get. So that's why.
Look
He
at
love
that. Look at
white,
that.
he love
Look at
white
that. I
women.
want to go back to
So he
Nigeria.
love white
See,
women.
the
No,
point is,
no.
I want to go back to Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria every day. What are you going on about? I
And
think
You are not in Nigeria today. How can you say you are in Nigeria
no,
today? Are you in Nigeria
no,
today?
because I'm talking to them every day. My point is that, okay, let me ask question, because the reason why I wanted to nudge you with these questions is to get clarification, because you are diagnosing a problem about what the West could do to us and all those things and the dangers that we face and the sacrifice that needs to be made and all that. But you know full well, based on your analysis, that they are going to do something to stop it. How
Listen,
do you stop them? No, hold on. Don't rush. How do you stop them from stopping the progress?
You tend to sometimes when Jude speaks, sometimes he gives the impression that we are helpless in the hands of these, vampires.
the West.
Yes, the West and America and so on, and
Or global
and the
power.
financial system. Yes, the Bretton Woods institutions and so on. No, we are not. We
How
hold
do you
our
stop them?
destiny in our hands.
You just hold your destiny like those women carrying
It's
Bible.
it's easy. We even see some soft approaches by some
How
small
do you
African
stop
countries.
them?
Wait now, forefathers, are you?
Forefather, wait, guys, come on. We're having a serious conversation. Forefather, you cannot rush somebody the way you're doing, especially when you have
Fair point. But I just want
no,
you to get to it. But go
no,
ahead.
but we have no clue.
Then you listen.
Yeah, you
Then
let him figure it out.
Tony's
Yeah,
enjoying this.
he has a
Tony,
bad
please,
habit
I'm
of
listening
listening.
now. I'm listening, Tony. Go ahead.
You listen. I'm trying to make a point. I'm saying that the challenges that Nigeria has cannot be overcome by going to IMF or looking to the US or to the West, for reprieve or for loans or whatever. No, it never worked. At least we have models. You have templates that we can look at. And I wanted to say, if you look at China, for instance, today, I can speak from where I work, the university where I work. If I tell you the number of Chinese people who come there to that university to study, there are universities in China, but they come in droves to study. And when they are done, they go back to their country. They don't stay here. They study here, and then they go back to their country. You see, we have to think big. We have to think outside the box. The West and America have gone very, very far. And if we're thinking in terms of catching up with them, I don't know if we can, but the only strategy is to use what we have, and we have them in quantum outside Nigeria. We have abundant resources. Now, some of us can't come back because with the skills that we have acquired, we don't have the kind of environment where we can implement them. That's part of the sacrifice that we have to make. Yes. You can't fit in because, they just useless you. In fact, you'll be frustrated and you have to go back. That is deliberate.
Yes,
that is something that is deliberate to make sure that you don't leave their economy, because if you leave, they lose.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, let me halt you there. Does anybody think that he has answered the question?
That's a very good point too. He doesn't need to answer a question. Let him continue. Let him finish. He's making
you must.
this
You see, the thing is, forefather, you must understand that you don't wait. You do not have
your
the
camera
answer.
on before you keep interjecting. You can't even. You don't even have your camera on. You're interjecting.
No, I don't, because man have to have some privacy. Small. I know these people.
Then go and have your privacy and not interject. Then.
No.
I'm experiencing some of this stuff.
See that?
You
No,
people.
hold on. No, let me help for further. I'm experiencing some of the stuff Mr. Tony is talking about. I remember when I was taking some program in Canada then, Chinese people, they will pay for a special program. For example, in engineering, they will pay for a particular technology to be a course that even like the cost of registering some of those courses, they have to pay ×2, ×3 to register just that course. They will come, they will learn the technology. When they finish, they will go back. It's making some valid point. It's using
see,
that
I'm
to
not
relate.
disagreeing with that point.
Hold on. That is why we need to listen. It's talking from the point of experience. What we need to do for us to be looking back home. These are things we need to be discussed. They are very important because
But hold on. Do you know what he's not adding? China, when they go back to their country, hold on. What country are they going back to? Indians, when they go back to their country,
that's
which
where
country
you
are they
need to
going back
listen to him. Listen.
They're going back to Zimbabwe.
It's also
which country are they going back to? They are going back to a nuclear-powered nation. They're not rushing back to a loser
Wait,
nation.
forefather. I beg your pardon, AY. Can I appeal? Can I quickly appeal? Forefather, I'm going to help you by revealing things about myself that I'll prefer not to reveal, to be honest.
Okay, go ahead.
However, my own personal plan, and this is on a personal level. I'm not really talking business at the moment, but it includes business. Back home, we have land. I have land in Lagos. I have land in Ondo State. And when I say land, big land. In this, I'm going back to Nigeria from here with 1,000 people, families and friends. The majority of them won't actually be Nigerian, but the majority of them don't feel that they'll be going to America or the Caribbean in terms of their retirement plan. The reason I'm going back with this many people is that we are going to build our haven the way we want to live in Africa. That's what we are going to do. We've costed it. We know exactly what we're doing. You know? So with this, and it would happen over time. It's not going to happen overnight. Once this thing is set up, there is going to be, because everybody is quite well to do there, and then we're going back to Nigeria with sterling. So it's going to be, they're going to feel our presence when we enter this zone. And then as we enter, we are going to set up in such a way that it is an example for everyone who's looking in as to how we are living. From there, we'll be picking up contracts. We'll be picking up contracts mainly within the estate agencies. That's the only piece of information I'll give you on the business side. It will get bigger. Now, that in itself, each of us can do. It is impactful for there to be what we would see as homecomers in a way, expats in another way, people who have skills and a drive to make Africa and their lives work in Africa, their money work in Africa. The average cost of a house that my people own in this country, average, is 750,000. You know, a normal three bedroom house in London at this moment, it could be up to £1 million quite easily. The two houses that I lived in and left, they're only 2 3-bedroom houses and 1 5-bedroom house. The 3-bedroom house, which is a smaller, is worth 1.2 million. I couldn't even believe it. 1.2 million.
Well, how are we into the real estate now? We are talking about.
No, I'm only saying. I'm saying to you. I'm putting to you that the question that you're asking of Tony can be answered in many varied ways. It depends on us as individuals, and it depends on us understanding this conversation that we're having. This conversation that we're having is not to nitpick and try to trip people up.
But I'm asking. I asked a specific question. I said, he said they will try to sabotage everything we try to do. I said, how do you stop them from doing that? Is it by just doing more estate agencies or building?
No, don't do it. If you're coming in numbers,
This nigga's slow, sir.
It's not. Are you hearing me, brother? Speaks.
Yeah.
He's hearing me, bro. Seriously, I'm just talking about.
I think there's a level. Either you guys are so smart that I can't even understand what you're saying, because I can understand everybody else.
Can I respond?
People are gaslighting.
Can I
here.
respond, Tom?
I asked a specific question.
People are gaslighting.
If you cannot understand simple English, how do you prevent them from sabotaging what you are building?
Can I respond? Can I? Okay.
Everybody, please.
Yeah, I was going to respond.
Let me allow the GD respond, please. I'm getting
No.
I think
when I haven't spoken for hours.
Yeah, he hasn't spoken.
I asked how you can stop people from doing something. I was told
let him
about
speak
how
now.
I'm going to. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. Let me finish what I'm saying. I asked how you're going to stop something. They said they need to get people to get education to come to Nigeria.
I heard you.
I asked how they're going to stop some sabotage. They said they are going to build this in houses and go into real estate. How is that going to stop anything?
Okay,
this kind of thinking that we have, I don't understand it.
Sir, it's okay. I mean, I get it. Let me just answer, please. I've been here. I've been listening to your question. I think I have enough brain cells to be able to impute something. So let me start from the original question I asked you, which we all bounced around because I listened to the question again and I listened to what actually started the conversation y'all was having. Now, I'll say, starting off with the fact that you said a certain group had it better in the 60s, or they were better than Nigeria in the 60s, I'll disagree with that for the simple fact that Nigerians were free. All right, so now moving on from that, because I don't think not even 1 second of my freedom is worth any economic gain I'll gain in the future, but I digress. So moving on from that, how do you now achieve the goals that Tony just proposed, which I would say this is not even the first time you're hearing this on here, because we've discussed this several times over and over. How do you do that? It's very simple. You make the situation at home conducive for them to be able to come home. Tony already said that. In fact, he even alluded to the fact that maybe you want to make sure there's equitable justice in case you need recompense from someone that violates your right. He said that. So what if not verbatim, but he did say, what if, for example, someone basically violated me in terms of business? How will I go to the court and get justice? So this is simple things you want to put in place. Basically, forefathers, to spell it out for you, improve the justice system is one of the things he's saying. There are so many things we've talked about data. We've talked about.
Thank you. So that we can go to Ekpegolo. He's
No. Do you understand what he's saying now?
I understand what he's saying, but it doesn't have anything to do with the question I asked. I'm sorry to say, it has nothing to do with the question I asked. I didn't say that if I've been asked a question about what is his plan to, what does he intend to do with the people that go?
I don't think you understand what you're asking.
How are they going to be comfortable? The question I asked was, he said the West was going to try to sabotage what we are going to do. I said, how do you stop that?
Stop it?
How do you stop that? It's have a recompense system. That's how you stop it.
Can I respond to something?
Yeah, let me bring KJ. Okpegolo, if you are there, Okpegolo hasn't said anything at all. I wanted to bring. Oh my God, John Abatu is there. Okay, enough is enough. Let's have people that have not. Sorry. Let's bring people that have not said anything at all. I'm sorry. Okpegolo is here. John Abba is here. They've not said anything.
And I've been here for hours, and I spoke for less than 2 minutes.
It's okay. You have spoken for a bit too, so it's okay.
Local P is here too.
Thank you for joining us. Local P is.
No, don't let Local P speak.
Yes. I think we are going to try our best to keep it that day.
Justice for Local P.
Welcome, Okpegolo. Thank you for your patience. I think your patience, has to be rewarded.
Nobody is a governor. Governor don't speak too much.
Nobody should interrupt him. And I have a question I will ask you later about Edo State that I didn't know there was so much stuff going on there that needs to be addressed. But please go ahead. What do you make of the conversation we've been having so far?
I don't mean disrespect, but which of the conversation? You guys say the last.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't want to go back to the Nigerian
Brothers, can I just
Christian
respond to
accusation.
something? I'm not going to take more than a minute, I promise.
A
I
minute is
promise.
not there. A minute is not there.
30 seconds. It's going. Let me just
15
respond.
seconds. 15 seconds.
Yeah, yes. So I think a lot of us in this panel, and those are some of us tend to misunderstand some of my position. I never said Nigeria is helpless due to Western imperialism. What I've always said is we need to gain our sovereignty against foreign influence. And even when we're in the process of development, we are still at war. That has always been my position. I'm not here to say that, oh, Nigeria is done. They have conquered us. We can't do anything about it.
Leave them. They don't know that. They don't know that when they declare Pentagon as the Department of War, they don't even have a clue. Please, leave them. Let them keep doing they're going to nurse themselves to development.
It's funny the way we talk about our country. On a more serious note, I actually thought you guys are talking about Europe as a continent. That how are they going to save themselves from turning to a third world country? Literally, I thought that's what you guys are talking about. But you guys are talking about Nigeria, Africa, as if like it's hard for me to actually follow because
it's ego.
Everything that
I said it's an ego thing. Their ego precedes them, so they just
because
they don't like to learn. They don't like to learn.
Yeah, everything that you guys talked about are things that already happened months, if not years back.
Can I put you on line of what's this we're talking about?
This issue of genocide that is going on. I'm seriously shocked that people are talking about it now. I started talking about it since last year.
Oh yeah, my brother. Can I just put you on line to what we're speaking about? I beg your pardon. I know you're gonna. I don't want
I know what you guys are speaking about.
Yeah, but you said that you didn't know. That's why I'm saying this. You said that you're confused, so I just want to.
Go ahead, keep talking. Keep talking.
It's not a crybaby thing. I'm asking you if I can put you on line. You told me that you didn't understand.
It's okay.
You've been here running your mouth for the past 3 fucking hours.
What's that about? What's it about? I'm not aggressive. I'm not getting aggressive here. If you want to get aggressive,
I know. Jack will just leave it. I know. He's not happy.
If you don't want me to be disrespectful, shut the fuck up.
Let's take it easy now. Let's calm down. Let's calm down.
If you think I deserve that,
Jack,
you think I deserve that, well done.
Please.
And know that you're an idiot. You know what I mean? Well done.
I don't make me put people on the backstage.
Out listening to your jaguars for the past 3 hours.
All right, continue, my brother. Before you just talk shit, you know what I mean?
Please, can you let it go, please?
Yeah, I've let it go. It's not, I'm not upset. He's upset. For what reason? I don't understand.
All right.
I am upset because for the past 3 hours,
let's not interrupt him anymore.
Talking, you in particular, you've been talking. For the past 3 hours, that's what you've been doing.
Yeah, but you haven't been listening now. If you're listening,
Jagun, let it go.
Well, why don't you tell him he's the one to why?
No, he's just talking now. He's not insulting you anymore.
He's talking about the thing that's got nothing to do with nothing.
Stop unmuting yourself now. Just let him finish his statement, then so that I can move to Janaba. Janaba hasn't said anything. KJ has been quiet for a long time. I'm deliberately going to ignore AY and ignore diaspora this thing and come back to you. It's okay.
Me, you want me to fire your abuse?
No. I shouldn't actually ignore AY. AY is honorable today. Please go ahead. Let me bring him center.
We don't know where we are as a people. We are talking about if we are captured, this is the 4th revolution. Agricultural revolution, where una dey? Up till today, una never see get in control of agricultural revolution. You can't even feed yourself. He come and left. At that point, what was the repercussion? Now that they can't ship una go to slavery during the agricultural revolution. Fast forward to industrial revolution, what happened? That's what me and you hand up. If you study hard, you understand that the end of slavery is employment. That's what all of us are here doing in abroad. Have you ever seen that ask yourself, why am I in abroad? You think because you are too smart? No, it was orchestrated. You were selected. to come and be doing what your forefathers did. That's the same slavery that they did. That's what you are doing. It doesn't matter where you work. They are still better off than you. That is the cause of industrial revolution. Guess what? The information revolution that we are in today, that is being powered by AI, quantum computer, and everything. Guess what you are going to be in the next 50 years? Nigeria will contribute nothing less than 100 million useless citizens to the world. Not because they are not healthy or because they are not educated, because they are useless, nothing for them to do. That is what is awaiting your future if you don't know. Thinking about how we're going to survive. No, you are going, you have phone in your pocket. Nigeria is saying that, oh, they are more in control of us then than now. Just think about that statement for a minute. You live abroad, you speak their language. What leverage do you have? It's over. The revolution that is here, that only the China and the America are getting of, will render us, our children, useless. There's no job for you that are going to do, even if there's something. Which is now to come here, come they argue every day, talking about genocide that have been happening for the past 6 months. The same United States Congress came out and told you people that we are the ones sponsoring Boko Haram. This was not a conspiracy theory by OVA or by any news media coming from United States Congress. They argue where genocide is going on. Just that's what education did to us. That's what education did to us. Nobody bothered to read what the USAID revolution is there, right there. Expose. Go and read everything. USAID was started 3 years after Nigeria was born. They've been in Nigeria since then. So everything you think you know what you are doing was sponsored by USAID.
They are still there.
Everything.
Even when the killing is going on, they are still there. NGOs are still there.
Everything.
They are there.
Let me talk. 3 things happening in the north. College, I'm going to use grammar, genocide or killing over. People are dying. People are being chased away from their land. Just ethnic cleansing, just land grabbing. Those land grabbing, after they don't pursue everybody, go camp, kill everybody, finish. What are they doing? The foreign nationals coming and start drilling and farming. By the time they're done with the land, who comes in? That's where the Islamization comes in. This has been happening not today. They are pushing the propaganda now because the North were getting skirmish coming because of 2027. When they release that propaganda, what happened? You know, they see that they run up from TV to TV. They gather them together. We are not going anywhere. We are not paying attention. When Bola Tinubu took power, that same week, Big Gate was in Nigeria. What do you think he was doing? After he left, who came? The highest Nigerian official in that government, Biden government. Talking about where the Nobel Gate was finished. All your government is going to be connected, wireless. Now one go Nigeria before digital ID catch up. It's too late. Go and investigate
All right.
Let
me add something. When I said they had control over us in the, you're going to finish now. I'm not going to stop you from finishing, but you have been talking for about 3 to 4 minutes now. So when I said they had more control over us, at least this time we have a sense of alternative where you can see China, you see other countries. Then they had a strong grip. There was no way to see anything else. The only place we go to is their schools. Nobody goes to China for education. Nobody goes to Russia during that time. It was just them.
Nigeria independent was 1960. USAID opened their office in 1963.
I agree with you on that. I'm not disputing that.
No. Did you read the document that was exposed, that was brought out?
I didn't read it, but it's confirmed something I already knew. My opinions were already on that line. See, my opinion were already on that line, so it confirmed something I already knew. So it's not that different.
You're not.
USAID is just a proof, but my opinion was already on that line. It is clear that these people were the ones funding Boko Haram now. We know that. So, go ahead.
You have a without those
Is it frozen?
So that be the case. If you know that USAID is
Jonah.
doing that, where's not the argument?
Are you finished?
Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you.
You talk now.
Godfather has a crazy ego, man. That's his problem. And so on.
See, it's like made them born you.
Made
them at the age of
It's been true. You are so petty these days, you know. Get over it. Come on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Let Ovie finish now. Come on.
Ovie is jumping everywhere. I don't know. We can hear you loud and clear. You can hear us. Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
See,
Speak.
It's like made them born you at the age of 3. May I can't carry you under my custody. That means your beginning say you know I mean no. No matter what you grew up to become, Nami go direct them. That's what it means practically. That's why I say if you go to Nigeria today, go your village, look around your house. If not 100%, 97% of everything around your house are foreign. You don't know what that means. In 1960, it wasn't like that. They are coming and going. This time around, everything that has to do with you, the way you talk, the way you eat, everything, not them. Just think about it today. They're off internet for Nigeria. What do you think is going to happen? Have you thought about that? Man, just off internet.
Yeah, we have
you
our
never
own
even
exchange
know
now.
how to generate power.
I know what will happen. We have our own exchange.
You never even know how to generate power. You never even know how to generate power by yourself. That's the basic things. You never even know how to generate them.
Point of correction.
In case you don't know why you are.
Point of correction. We know how to generate power. We don't want to do it.
We don't want to. That's
we know how to. We don't want to.
Our generation is ancient technology now.
In case you don't know why you are in abroad, you have to go and study the agreement between your leaders and the West have together. Then you understand why you are in abroad. So everything that is happening, you might not know why it's happening to you, but people did the remote time. That is the danger we are talking about. So we can't even plan. Say we won't do anything outside them. You can't. How you want to do them?
You could, if you understand your situation, you could find the weaknesses. Every plan has weaknesses, and your job is to figure out a way out of it. Like I said, you are actually explaining in a way that requires some sophisticated thinking. But some of people, they're not even on that level.
I've asked you this question before. Why is it that all the Nigerian leaders, there is no nationalist?
Like I said, that point
you
made
don't
is a strong
what
point.
it means?
It's a strong point you made. To break out of it, you have to know how to, because they did it to China, they did it to so many countries. You have to learn how they did it. That is the key. Learn how others did it and do your own. Learn from all of them and
Venezuela
did it to suit you
peacefully.
How they did it? Hold on. How they did it? How everybody did it?
No, they are different. Everybody did it differently, but they have strategies.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, even if we don't want to be violent, other countries are peaceful, like Venezuela. Like, you get what I'm saying? Even if we're afraid of violence, and
most people were not violent. The Chinese were not violent. The Indians were not violent. You can. That's my point. People just think that by doing these things you go to war. No, it's not true. 3 million people were lost. So, hold on. If 3 million people were lost just to transfer from regional government to unity government, 3 million people were lost. What do you think is going to cost to separate ourselves from the West? How many millions or so is it going to cost? It may not cost any, depending on our question you have to ask yourself is, you could do both ways. You don't necessarily have to separate from the West. You don't. You go. You know how the Chinese say, you move like water. You go any direction that works. If you need to separate from the West, you separate from the West. But whatever you do, try to minimize the level of potential casualty or conflict. That is the
No,
way
that's
you.
no now.
And the Chinese, they didn't
How
fire
do
one
you
shot.
do
And
it?
look at where they are.
Nigeria. How do you do it? That's what I mean, because that's where we are now.
Yeah, but that's my point. Now, I just told you how you do it. You adapt. You adapt accordingly.
No, that's see, we all agree that's our
Destination is the same, but you
adults.
adapt.
No, we're adults. Me and you will not be children again. Now our time now. This is our turn to contribute our own. So how do we do it? Me and you live abroad to start with.
Are you putting it to us that
So are
it's
your
impossible?
leaders, they live abroad.
Are you putting to us, Obi? Are you putting to us that it's impossible? I can't hear you.
No, if it's impossible, we will not be having it. We will not be discussing it. I'm just asking him. Now that we agree that that's our problem, is that we can theorize everything. It's very easy. But implementing it is where the problem is. That's where the lives of Mondo Pablo are to be respected.
You need money.
Because you are scared of taking your theory to where it can be actually actualized.
You need finance. That's what is missing. If you don't have finance, you can't implement anything. And I can assure you that those
exactly. So how do you get money? How do you get money when you open your market to every Tom, Dick, and Harry to come and invest, and you don't have money to invest in it? In the name of what? Free market, or
you either have to have a you have to have.
So this thing is very.
Let me give some the way this tends to happen. You have to have a benefactor that doesn't have time to fight the fight, and you have to have people that want to fight the fight but don't have the resources. People that have to come together, and you have to have other ways of raising money. That's how all movements in the world emerge. Janaba has been waiting.
Wait now, let me because the person asked how do we do it? There's no way. There are ways, right? First of all, laws has to be in place. Anybody that engage in capital flight, straight capital execution. Anyone that engage in capital flight is done. If you want to serve as a government official, you'll be well rewarded. But if you fuck up, capital punishment. Everything I'm saying, that's what the Chinese people do. That's what the Koreans do. The Russians, Putin, sit down, assemble all the business people then. Say, yes, you people have done enough. You people have stolen enough. Keep it. That's fine. But turn your back against politics. It's over. You are done. The three ones that stay to fight to the poke their nose for politics, they all end up in jail. All of them ran
and the rest. Yeah.
So today, he said, I become president today, right? It will be the same thing. Everybody have stolen enough. Bye-bye. Nigeria are 200 million people. We don't need to know again. We are just 1 million. We can easily raise another 1 million. So this has to be done that me and you, we have to sacrifice. That means what? Anybody that spent 5 years abroad, school abroad, has no business in serving in the government for the next 100 years.
Wow.
Yes. Next 100 years. Just stay away.
But Ovi, are you now saying basically that Nigeria should do away with the style of democracy that it is implementing right now and adopt a more draconian governmental style, because that's the only way you can really achieve what you're
because if I want to use what is going on in America now as an example, America wants to overhaul all their institutions. The Saddam has come. There is no way we can use the people that benefited from the process or the people that compromise all the institutions to be in that process. That's what Trump is about. That's why they are giving constitution. They are evaluating their constitution, giving the presidency power to do and undo. So something like that has to be done. If it has for us to scrap the system of government, which I'm very much in favor of, so be it. But there's no way we can involve all of us who are beneficiary of this system. Because the reason we are here outside is because we are scared. We are the lofty ones. There's easy way out. So we also have to sacrifice something. We can go and contribute, but not at the service level. Not at the executive level, because we are already compromised. Let's face it. Let's face it. How many of us can relocate to Nigeria today?
Exactly. That is what I was getting at. It begs the question: do people willingly, without any major force driving them, make sacrifices? I don't think so. They don't. They will not make sacrifices until fire.
No, they will. No. People
it's very rare.
So
I've never seen it happen.
See, guess what? Somebody is coming. For me, Obi could not do it. Let's even say, okay, yes. Say, forget about him as a person, right? He was monitoring the revolution. If you know if he do one within the next election,
everything you said, just that Peter Obi that you said.
Let me finish.
Oh, come on, man.
Let me finish.
Yo, Ovie, I would like to relocate.
Try to keep it brief so that Jonaba can come in because Jonaba hasn't said anything. Try to keep it brief so Jonaba can come in.
That's what I said. Somebody is going to come from the north, a radical Muslim. That guess what? That the conservative can relate with. It doesn't matter if you're a Christian, if you're Boni, you can relate to the message that where we are going is not the way, and that person will make the African Nigerians see it. It doesn't matter if that person now they call them terrorists, which is even better, because the easiest way to win election is to have a controversial person that will split the country into in the first place. Somebody is going to come, and I'm for it. Yes. It doesn't matter that whoever it is, but it's coming. Somebody is coming.
Just to add to what you said,
that I'm talking. All our billionaires will be subjected to something. They have to go exile or to fight, and guess what? They are not going to win. And it's going to go in religious fanatics.
Thank you.
Just to further what you said,
I guess maybe we'll get our own Trump.
If we call our leaders terrorists, we're in the right direction. I'll stop there.
Oh, look at that. Jonaba has now started drinking. He started taking alcohol in front of the whole
world. All this thing that is happening.
Not taking alcohol.
Hold on. Is it not alcohol? It looks like it's like that boy they take the drink there. Don't worry, I'm just kidding around. I know it's not. Of course not. You're a family man. You will never do something like that. Thank you for joining us, Jonaba. Thank you for your patience. You see how it's difficult sometimes to get to this to move around. So so what do you make? Because there are quite a lot of discussions that are going on. It started turning into the threat that the West may be posing to us based on the accusation now that Nigeria is facing that they are genociding Christians. So that part, it seems to be coming up. And there is also the INEC chairman that has been elected, Amupitan, a professor. INEC chairman, very, very good, very qualified. Then there's the Nobel Prize winner that has, of course. So I don't know which one you want to take. Gaza ceasefire is another one too.
Did you say he was elected?
No. He was selected, I think. Yeah, maybe if I said elected, then I'm wrong. Sorry. Yeah, look at that. Ovie is smiling. He really likes me getting things wrong. Thank you. Jonaba, please go ahead.
Wasn't smiling at what you said.
Okay. Your this thing keeps coming off. Yeah, your phone keep moving.
Thank you for having me. Some of these sensitive conversations, some of them I will not speak to some of them. Defense, I was the person that asked Dr. Rudy earlier on if there's a Christian genocide in Nigeria. So there may be genocide in terms of the number of the people being killed, but it's not to
call it a Christian genocide. You can, but everybody's entitled to whatever their interest is. But the most important thing is that we that are in diaspora should understand the politics. Ted Cruz is the most unqualified senator in the history of American Senate. Ted Cruz, when the power grid, there's a power failure in Texas. Ted Cruz invited his neighbor to go to Cancun in Mexico. He left the people of Texas to die without light. Such a human being, because we, the African people, everything makes sense to us. Ted Cruz is also an immigrant parent from Cuba or somewhere here that his citizenship was in question. So Cruz cannot represent my value in any aspect, but
Those were born in Canada.
but because of the way we look into it with a religious view, and then we buy into the bait of Ted Cruz that there's a genocide in Nigeria. How many people have died in Texas only this week compared to how many people have died in Nigeria? So these are hypocrites that they will not focus on their job, and they're always going to be used to speak to our issues. Nigerian problem will not be solved by anybody but us, the Nigerian people. And there is nothing wrong with whatever is going on around the world. It has been going on over the years. People have to rise above it and cut a good deal, negotiating, find intelligent people, and find a radical leader. There's no political solution to our struggles as a nation. As a Nigeria, that through voting system, that we will live to become a great nation we are inspired to become or look forward in our lifetime. And I believe change will come, and it will come so fast. And it will come from whosoever that will be our Messiah in that part of the world. And the person is going to be brutal, and is going to shun the West. And there will be a price paid by Nigerians, home and abroad, to cut this. But it's not that you are trying to do without West or with West. It's a price to pay to get things going in your own way. Not because West is bad, Nigerian is good or bad. It's about leadership that want to provide a common need of their people to their people, to feel their people's struggles and humiliation around the world because of the leaders that sold themselves out before they even started leading. So that will come. That I'm assured of that. I don't know when, but it will be faster than we think. When Sowore too we see it, Sowore we know that there is a Messiah. I mean, I like that he is very forceful in his talk, but when that time comes, it's going to come so quick. Because Nigerian right now, they are getting to a level where they are opening up, and it's going to be, they are now always close to what is called between the rock and the hard place, where they have no other place. And that's why I'm of opinion that we use our opportunity to tell Nigerians that they are better than what they are going through, and they should stand and fight the enemy of their life, which is the leaders that don't know, those morons who they are trying to bow to, that they are better than them. I use the analogy as I close talking, that when thieves come to your house, they don't come to your house empty-handed. They come with a weapon or because they want to scare you, because you have the rightful owner to your property and they have come. Our leaders are thieves. That's what they are doing. And the citizens are the owners of the Nigerian state, and they have to rise up. If not, these people are colluded, and we should not allow religions to divide us. Religion is a choice, whether from birth that you are born into a Muslim family or Christian family. It's not anything wrong or bad, but I choose to be using to see things from humanity instead of from any religion. Religion is a choice. So let us not allow religions to divide us or these people to show seed of discord among us that, oh, it's this religion, is this tribe, is that tribe. If we want to arise, if we want to work to see that the struggles of our people come to an end, is to continue to educate them, continue to encourage them that this moment they have to stand up for themselves. You cannot imagine a local government chairman getting away with something and you let it go. You cannot imagine that the House of Rep, your senator, your governor, we have to hold them accountable. But I believe that the good leader will, when the good leader emerge, all of this will be taken care of. The Senate should be abolished. Police should be let's even collect a trained vigilante that have the interests of their community in their hand than this quack police that is escorting Yahoo boys and the people that mortgage our life around. Let's stop them for now, and then we can start from there, which is also going to come from that leader. That leader will have what it takes. And Nigerian can do it when the time comes. It's the compromise that the politicians that they come collide with the West that are making they destroy our institutions, traditional institutions, and all of the things that before the politicians even respect the traditional institution. But now the politicians now have power over them. This is not how we are brought up to be. We normally used to have it, even today you see Obasanjo, I don't believe in anything he does, but you see him, when he go to visit traditional leaders, he prostrate to them because he knows they carry more power and value of who we Africans are than these politicians. So time is coming, and thank you for having me. You guys are beating KJ. KJ is my man. He's just he loves
Fine.
Jesus.
KJ received beating
Okay.
today. It's like they plan for him today.
Yeah.
He
He
come to
loves.
waylay him.
There's nothing wrong in. There's nothing wrong in loving
Me, I'm
Jesus.
innocent too.
He loves Jesus, and Jesus loves him.
all of them
And
plan.
he's my
Me,
man
I'm
any day,
innocent.
anytime. I love KJ any day, anytime.
Thank you, Benaba. I would have had problem if I didn't have data by my side. But as was demanded, I put out the data there for them to see. And if you want more videos, I can also send you videos. I don't have to, make noise.
Make KJ see
they said empty vessels make the loudest noise, so I've learned not to make too much noise.
Before we go ahead, I have to acknowledge. Let me acknowledge the statement there. Hold on, please. Let me just acknowledge the statement that Jonaba just made. I think at least 2/3 of it was perfect, isn't it? You have to admit that's why you are all hypnotized, and you should be wearing more of that Shokoto you are wearing today. Maybe
95%.
It's inspired. I have to quantify it now.
You see, before you speak, right? Let me tell you one thing, right? You see, what is really disturbing us in the country is we don't understand. A lot of us don't know the country. When you hear somebody like Jonaba speak, he know what he's talking about. He understands the whole region. He understands everywhere. That's why you see he speak. He understands how Nigeria, the composition. He understands it. That's why when you see us like we're coming up, no, it's not like this. Not like this. Listen,
Come. No, include yourself.
Before Mr. Tony
Come us. You are not among us. Forefather, sorry, AY.
Eccentricals, Jagun, and
somebody was
support the
talking
Afro
about
vote. He
good
hasn't spoken for a while.
Jagun is
KJ, I mean. No, KJ.
How this to your conversation, Forefather? Somebody was talking about good water, big bridge water.
Black. Is it not Blackwater?
Yeah, in September, the Trump administration told the Americans who are doing business in Sub-Sahara that is going to release money for them. So you know what that means. Game on. Specifically, there's money set aside for the Americans that will
You know what? If I'm going by the conversation I'm having with my fellow Africans, we are done. I'm just telling you, we are not even ready. And we watch how they take out other
done.
You're not fucked. You're not fucked.
We're not ready at all.
You're ready.
Welcome, Eccentricals.
I know I thought we are fucked. Trust me.
Listen, I'm watching it. You're not fucked.
Sorry. Let me just go with Eccentric.
Eccentric,
thank you for joining us. Let's welcome Eccentric to this thing. Eccentric, it's been a while now. What's up?
Man, I've been on the comment section, It
looks like you are the twin of Support Diaspora. Every time people show up, it's trouble. Okay. Every time you see there's always some fight.
No, exactly, man. I don't like to be on when he's on, for real.
Oh, God. Okay.
So
what do you make of what you have?
Eccentric, you are supposed to send me an email.
Let's stop talking.
What did I go and do now?
Quick now. Please get
This guy's an elder.
Can you let it
and
go?
He acting like a kid. What the hell? You're an elder.
Shut the fuck up, man. What's that supposed to mean?
Hold on, let me take them out. Hold on. Hold on for a second. Hold on. You know what I said? I didn't even know it was between both of them. I said two of them are troublemakers, and it turns out that they were making trouble with each other. Oh my God!
Forefather, you should put yourself backstage. You should put yourself backstage.
No, I thought they were just troublemakers individually. Not it looks like they're troublemakers with each other.
Wait, put him backstage so I can talk.
Why should I put him backstage?
I'm just kidding.
Eccentric, you are supposed to send me an email. Eccentric.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just playing with him, man.
Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah. It's been a while, man. It's been like months.
Yeah, it's been a while. Nice one.
It's good to see you guys, man. Good to see you guys. Listen,
good to see you too.
With all the disagreements and everything, if I see you guys, I'm like, these are my brothers, man. My fellow Nigerians. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Apart from KJ, obviously, as you can see, KJ.
Except KJ, KJ
is so bad, man.
Yeah, KJ is American, man. KJ and I.
Eccentric, you are supposed to send me an email.
Dude, I haven't got your contact, man. I need to get your. I've been trying to, get a hold of you, man. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to get a hold of you, like the vice president. You know what I mean? I have to go through your secretary. Anyways, so here's the thing. I've been saying this so many times. Like, Nigerian problem. Listen, when I was young, everyone complained about Nigeria. The same thing. When I was a kid, my grandpa, my dad, they all complained about the same thing, and we're doing the same thing. We are in the same cycle. Like, it's crazy. It's like a bad dream that's like repeating itself over and over. It's like a karma. It's like a karmic wheel. Like, we got to jump out of that wheel somehow. Personally, I look at it like this way. What can I contribute as a person, right? I believe that if you throw like a little rock inside the ocean, it will make ripples. The ripples will travel, right? We all think like we don't have anything to contribute. You know what I mean? We say the government should do this, government should do that, and then we sit back, right? Okay, there was a school in Lagos State, right? I worked with the lady that owned the school. You know what I'm saying? I worked with the lady. I was like, hey, look, I got this damn stuff going on. I want to do a pilot test. All the kids that do well in your school in mathematics, sciences, I want to give them some money, right? I gave some kids 20,000 naira. They were happy as hell. 20,000 naira it's money I could spend just not doing anything. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing. If you convert US dollars to 20,000 naira, it's nothing. And the kid got it 20,000, and they were so happy, like, wow, right? But then a few weeks ago, I was like, hey, a lot of kids in Nigerian school go to school hungry, right? They don't eat breakfast. What can I do as an individual, like, that could make an impact? Like, that's how we need to start thinking. I believe that, listen, someone talked about, like, we were we live in the United States of America, not by our choice, right? We're here working and whatnot. But I believe that there's a reason why we are in the foreign countries, right? You know, I believe that, you know, if there is a force, you know, like all the gods that you believe in, they put us here for a reason, so we can make impact back home instead of pointing at the government. The government's not doing anything every day. We can do something, right? We can't change the country, but we can make a little bit of change, right? If I do it, every one of you can do it. I can, like, for instance, I can give breakfast to like 20 kids every 2 weeks in a school. The kids from poor families, right? I could do that. I mean, it can cost me, like, let's say 100,000 naira every week. 100,000 naira is how much in US dollars? Like $60. That's gas money right there, right? That's gas money right there. So we all can do that.
So are you saying that individually people should be pitching in? But
exactly.
I argued against that last week, though, to an extent. I did argue against that because what you are saying.
Yeah, you argue against everything, bro.
Can you let me finish what I'm saying? But you said it yourself. We've been doing this. We've been doing this.
Dude, I'm tired of it, man.
But what you are saying includes that too. People are doing what you're saying. Everybody here have people that are catering for. I can assure you.
No, not yet. No, listen. I give money back home. I send money back home to friends,
You can't give a man.
Friends,
you can't
all
give
that stuff. That's not part of it. You know what I mean? Like,
you can't give a man fish.
You have to have objective. No. You have to listen. Listen. There's an objective, right? Listen. Where I work. I got 2 jobs, right? One of my jobs, I'm a manager, quality manager, right? I write quality manuals. I write all the procedures and everything. I read about.
You have 2 jobs, and I don't have one.
I have 2 jobs. Don't worry about it. You know, I write procedures, right? You can set. You know, I know how to write scopes, objectives, and all that. You know what I mean? If you want to do something, you have to plan it. You have to put it in writing. You have to write the scope, write the objective, write the SWOTs, SWOT, strength, weaknesses, you know, blah blah blah, and the threats.
Opportunities and threats.
Exactly. You have to look at all these things, right? You have to map it out and then do pilot tests, see how it works. It doesn't mean that it's going to be successful, but the intention behind it is what matters. You know, we're not going to change the country. Listen, we're not going to change the country. That's delusional thinking, right? But we can be that little rock.
Why not? Why do you think we can't change the country?
Listen, we can be that little rock.
He started off saying that he's been hearing it since he was born. Now he wants to carry on the wheel. Let's carry on.
Dude, I'm telling you, like my dad and his friends, they'll like form a circle in the parlor, living room, right? Parlor in the living room, right? Talking about Nigerian problem. You know, this government did this and that. Like nothing has really changed. Like things are going worse. If you draw the graph of Nigerian like development, it's like going on a negative slope. You know, going from left to right. It's a negative slope. Things are worse.
But you still ain't answered why you think we cannot change the country.
We're not going to change the country. Listen, it's kind of like a delusional thinking. Listen, I did a little bit of psychology, right? People that think they can change something kind of have a little bit of narcissism.
Well, why?
I try to. No, you got to be humble, man. It's humility. There's a humility in that.
But
you know,
why? You
what?
Think, do you think
who has ever changed their countries?
In a position to, you're not in a position to attain power. You're not close to the corridor of power, or do you think you don't have the finances, or you don't have the experience?
It's not power. That's what I'm saying.
But what I'm saying. So why do you think that? Why do you think you cannot change the country? I mean, I understand if you speak on an individual basis and you're speaking about just yourself, right?
So the problem
you don't know,
Go.
But you don't know what level of influence anybody here has attained or they have. You don't know anybody's background. Maybe they are close to the corridors of power, or you got what I'm saying. So you don't know this thing. So to say,
all right. I'll take that back. All right.
You know what I mean?
The problem of the country is multifaceted, right? It's not just one thing. You're not going to say, hey, the Nigerian problem is this thing. It's Tinubu. That's not true. That's false. That's a false take. It's not one thing. It's multifaceted problem, right? we can pick up an area and we can set up an objective. Like, this is my objective when it comes to the STEM thing. It's, hey, we need Nigerians we need to encourage Nigerian kids to love science. I don't care if you want to do anything else. If you want to be if you want to do freaking economics, I don't care about that. Science, pure science, right? Chemistry, freaking physics, all that, mathematics. That's my focus. We need to encourage Nigerian kids to love science. You know what I mean? Because that's how countries like North Korea, when it comes to technological advancement, North Korea is way too advanced than most countries. Like, you know,
we need deep science. We do science, well, we don't do deep science that involves groundbreaking work.
It's encouraging the culture of it, right? It's encouraging the culture of it, also making all the.
That is the genesis.
What do you think Nigerians need more? People that, would you say? I'm going to ask just quick questions, right? Yeah, so would you say Nigeria needs more doctors, or would you say Nigeria needs, say, more construction workers?
Meanwhile, before you answer that question, don't forget that you have a Minister of Innovation that speaks certificate.
No, that's good.
Minister of Science and Technology and Information, speaks certificate.
That's great.
So would you say Nigeria immediate need rests in improving its? I mean, I do understand, right? Before I go on, that these two aspects are actually important. But would you say Nigeria needs more doctors, or Nigeria needs more construction workers? And I have a reason why I'm asking that.
More doctors and more construction workers?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be more lawyers.
Not a fan of lawyers.
What Eccentric said. What Nigeria
but which one would you choose?
STEM is what Nigeria needs.
More doctors.
We need more soldiers.
When I say construction workers, of course, I also mean like artisans.
But he's talking about science. You're asking about construction workers and doctors.
No, it's a good question. It's a very good question.
Yeah, but it's not relevant to talking about.
Well, it's relevant. What is you think?
Attack all the time. Like,
no. Come on, guys. I mean, it's relevant in the aspect of we're speaking about a subject from many different aspects, and Nigeria is central to everything that's been said. And after we spoke about the depths of science that is needed,
that's right,
from further development, and a bit of uniqueness, depending on if we can break through certain levels of the sciences that are available to us.
You gotta understand the objective.
If I may just finish.
We need soldiers. According to
bro. I'm just talking about the consciousness of the question asked. Let me land now. Well, it's very rude just to cross me off. I'm speaking.
Wait. Let me tell you.
No, bro. I'm already speaking. I'm already in flow.
The objective.
My goodness.
The objective is to encourage.
No, bro. Don't do that. I think it's very. Especially don't do it with me, please. Do it with someone else. Now look what you're doing, man. What I'm saying, if rudeness allows. What I'm saying is simply, it's a good question based on the fact that they are both important. But in a country like Nigeria, that we can't see the development that has taken place over 60 odd years, we can't really see.
But listen, you know, the root of it all, right? The root of it all is interest in science. That's the root. In order for
we understand where you're coming from. We understand.
Wait.
But Jago, you are just entertaining something that you shouldn't be entertaining for somebody that's supposed to be logical. He's talking about deep science, then you are asking him about construction workers and the doctors.
Wait, guys, please. This is the aspect. Wait, Centricast, just wait a moment. We're gonna be back to a clean. Well, let's have a clean conversation.
Okay. In order for you to have doctors and construction workers, you need to have the culture of science. In the country.
Nobody's arguing with that. Nobody is arguing with that.
Exactly.
For goodness sake.
Foundational.
Where are the soldiers? Where are the soldiers? Where are soldiers?
The soldiers.
You are disastrous. You know the way pettiness reigns is disastrous. All I'm saying, forefather. All I'm saying, for those who like to just eat the whole conversation. All I'm saying is that it wasn't, to me, it was a good question based on the fact that a country like Nigeria needs development. Serious development. Now, the fact that we have so many doctors, so many lawyers, so many of these professions,
and we're still where we at.
We don't have people who are skilled with their hands.
Thank
the
you.
finishes in Nigeria. When I say a brand new
hold on. Are you trying to tell me that we have too many doctors in Nigeria?
No,
not in Nigeria. We have too many doctors of Nigerian who are qualified and left.
Thank you.
What I'm saying, wait, don't argue with yourself. Don't argue with yourself.
I don't do that.
What you're doing is failing to understand. You see, you're just talking over me.
Now, let me ask you. Okay, well, how do we need more this in the Fulani herdsmen, or do we need? It's not relevant to the point that he was making.
You didn't even ask a question. You didn't even ask a question.
I'm saying that do we need
all
more
you've done is interrupt me. All you've done, my friend.
Let me ask you now. Do you need
I don't want to argue. Bro, I don't want to argue. I just, I'm another one who haven't spoken.
Relevant to the conversation that he's having.
I thought, the thing is, it's not that don't be like that. There's not one person on here. You're on here with your aspects and the way you speak, and there are other people who are on here.
So you are stopping me from allowing him to carry on, saying that he's correct to ask a question that is not tied to the point he's making.
Well, all I was doing, if you allowed me, is doing it with or for the sense of the conversation. I think I don't know why we argue like this. It's not rocket science.
You are the one bringing the argument.
No, I'm not. All I was doing was agreeing with someone, and I should have been allowed to land with what I said. Maybe you would understand better.
I know,
but
you
because
have landed on it, to be fair. I know where you have landed.
You didn't allow me to land, and I came in at a clean point. I came in at the clean point when nobody else was speaking apart from me. So I wasn't rude and cutting anybody off and doing none of that. I wasn't doing that. Just allow people, man.
Let me say something.
Saying that we have more doctors, but we don't have more doctors in Nigeria.
I didn't say that we did. I did again. I didn't say
that's what you said.
I didn't say. I said that we have more qualified doctors of Nigerian background in the world. Is what I said. Many of them. Oh no, not after. That's what I meant. So I repeated it again, and now I'm repeating it for the third time.
Well, don't be
I'll tell you
I have a question for you, Jagun. I have a question for you.
Someone else asked
doctors is not the reason why a nation develops. He's talking from the context of trying to develop the country.
No, it's just the talking. You see, because we're having a discussion, he was bringing a new talking point on. A talking point where, Eccentric gave his point of view of what's important. So my man came with a different point. It's not that he was obfuscating from what Eccentric has said.
Which I actually acknowledge that.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not saying they're
Come on, man. Let's go up, man. Let's go up. The way we discuss our plan.
Let's move on. We wanted to move on. You kept dragging it back.
No, it's not that, father. That's a rubbish argument.
Hey, guys.
Let me please land. I'm saying doctors are also important in Eccentric, and I said that up front. But I'm saying, which one would you say? Because we can't just have a society of engineers and doctors and dentists and aeronautic engineers. At some point, we need artisans, especially in a situation where our society is not industrialized.
That's not the point. That's not my point.
Well, that's my point. If you're saying we need more doctors.
The way he said it now, the way he said it now, he contextualized it by saying, yeah, we can have all those advanced stuff, but we still need this other stuff. That is different from just saying, do we need more doctors?
Not for me. I understood it straight away.
Construction workers can build skyscrapers, they can build bridges, they build everything.
Exactly. And that was the choice given.
But that is not the point he just made just now.
I did say that, but the problem
that's terrible, forefather. That is so bad of you. Because the thing is, I understood what you're just saying now is that I understood him, but you didn't. And so you took me on a big argument down the road for nothing. Of course I understood it.
But remember, I was listening to Eccentric. You just listened to him.
I've heard what Eccentric said.
Hold on. Tell me what Eccentric was saying.
Pardon?
Jagun, tell me what Eccentric was saying.
What was I saying?
I listened to everything Eccentric came. He came on very coolly. I was here listening. You were putting me in the back, and I was doing whatever. Essentially, just came in cool. He says he.
Let me say something. Was saying.
Wait.
Seneca was talking about the fact that
don't tell him now. Why are you telling him?
Wait.
Problem. He didn't even know what Seneca was talking about. That
with me.
Oh my God!
Yes, that's what
are you doing me?
Right
yes,
I was about to answer. Let me answer now. Let me answer. Don't answer for me. I was saying, Eccentric came on cool. He was speaking about his own passion, what he does in terms of his living, what he's done in terms of cash that he can put on the table that would keep a good 20 to 40 individuals. It's no skin off his nose. We're in the West, and he's got time for that kind of thing. And then he said about his love and passion for the sciences and how the sciences are very, very important. Now, I don't know why you think I'm not listening when that's what you do. Don't put yourself where I am.
Okay.
Now,
don't run around. Hold on, AY, please. Let's get to the bottom.
No, it's real. I mean, what you're talking about now is a waste of time. I'm a listener.
Let's try to listen. I listen to you. Now that you've gotten there, how is that now? From that point, how do you ask that of a question?
Which kind of question?
The question about doctors and construction workers.
I felt it was a good way of opening up the paradigm of just one aspect of employment and of education. The education and employment we need in order to build a state is multifaceted. Wait, don't argue. You ask me a question. No, don't do that. Forefather, don't do that.
You've already answered. I don't know.
But let me land where I want to land because I'm not under any inquisition. You're not.
Okay, answer. Next time I'm not going to let you interject anymore.
No, that's a
you are taking
forefather.
You don't have a lot of time left.
Forefather, man. I can't believe what you're saying to me.
Please, 30 seconds. Let me say something.
Wait, before you do, sir, I beg your pardon because I wanted to speak based on what I wanted to say. But then I was interjected in such a way that he now let me know that I knew what I was talking about and he didn't. Now he wants to penalize me.
Move it up.
That's very unfair. That's very unfair. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with you, forefather.
Let me say something, please.
Please,
you need to cut it. Let me say this. You see,
pathetic.
Sometimes we just argue unnecessarily. To be honest,
who argues unnecessarily?
All of you here.
No, you can't do that. Just point the finger, mate.
Hold on. Let me finish. Don't interject me. All of us here, we actually basically say the same thing. Except what the secretary is actually basically saying, he's saying like we should focus on STEM. Construction is in STEM, medicine is in STEM.
Thank you.
But I speak the truth, is not talking based on what we need today. You know what I mean? They already made, kind of. But essentially, he's basically saying the same thing.
No, basically, he's right. But what I'm saying is, inadvertently, I was asking, like, what do we need to accelerate progress?
You are talking from that point.
So does not get it. He gets it. But I asked the question. So as usual, his ego is still pissed off from weeks ago, and I'm still gonna keep coming here smashing it down each time you bring up.
What is he talking about again?
You.
Yeah, I don't think.
Okay, now let me have my own say. Let me have my own say. What I don't like about the way people behave is that, for me, something I find very important, like when he was talking about that science part, I was trying to elucidate the point that it is actually important that we do not just STEM, advanced STEM, deep STEM, which is critical. But all these people that just want to talk about, and especially I speak truth, at that critical point, start talking about doctor and construction workers.
No, I asked a simple question.
That's what transforms nations.
What, construction doesn't transform your nation?
We have them. Those are low level.
Let me say this because I don't think he was trying to be rude.
You don't want to get what you don't have.
Don't shout. Don't shout.
Keep talking about what you already have.
Wait.
No.
You have construction workers.
No, there was nothing wrong in you saying what you wanted to say, forefathers, in terms of but what speak the truth is dealing with is simply another aspect of the same conversation. It's that if we're thinking and if you don't understand it and somebody else does, why don't you allow that person to speak and come to?
I am moderating. It's not up to you to decide what I moderate over.
No. You're not understanding. No, I'm not taking. Oh God. You love to argue. you really enjoy just disagreeing.
It's not going to let you do that nonsense that you're doing.
No, it's not nonsense. It's not nonsense.
When they ask you to wait,
if you did not fully appreciate what was being said, and somebody else did, no, you see,
wait. I'm not saying you should not talk. I say you should wait, not always just trying to fight somebody because they tell you to wait.
When did you say that to me? Did you say that to me?
Yeah, I told you to wait, that I need to go back to eccentric arts. Till now, we still haven't gone back to eccentric arts to finish the original point that I was trying to make.
I didn't hear you. Wait. I didn't hear you say that. And when I was speaking, I didn't hear you say that. When I was speaking, I spoke.
Because you're busy jumping back at me.
Wait, don't be arguing like this, please. We don't have to talk over each other. We have to hear each other's point so we understand each other better. It can't be because I'm feeling bad about myself or whatever. All I'm saying is that
you're eccentric is frustrated, sir.
I didn't hear you say wait.
Please.
That's terrible. Now you don't understand. You don't want to understand my point of view. That's how that was rude. No, you don't.
KJ, I'm coming to you. I understand what you are saying, and it's not like I disagree with the point.
Why does it need to be so aggressive? Therefore,
whether we need doctors or this construction workers. But I don't like a point, especially when I'm discussing something very, very important, critical point for that matter. If you look at
it wasn't any more critical than what was being said.
Finish, please. You are really being rude.
No, I'm not being rude.
You are really being rude. Let me moderate.
Why are you doing this, forefather?
Because you keep interjecting. I'm talking about something. You keep interjecting. If I keep interrupting, you don't like it too.
Forefather, of course I don't like being interjected unnecessarily.
Because then why do it to some other person?
That's what you've done.
Don't do it to some other person then.
Do you take it on board that you did it first? Do you take that on board?
I take it on board, so don't interrupt me. Let me finish.
All right, leave it there. Leave it there. As long as you understand that you did it first, that you're the person that did it.
So when I'm trying to talk about something very important that we don't have, it's like we relish in doing the same. And Seneca started the conversation with saying we do the same thing over and over and over again. And he even went on to say we are stuck in there. To the point whereby I speak to challenge him and said, "What do you mean we are stuck in there? We cannot change it." Then when he started talking about STEM, he was talking about it at first from the stage you people like to hear about all the time. STEM, doctor, this, that. Then I said, okay, how about deep science? We should now start thinking about something deeper other than just all this. This is flimsy. This is STEM subject because we have been doing it all our lives. Because that is circle that he said we shouldn't want that we are in, that he doesn't seem to have a solution on how we can get out of, and which is important. Whenever an idea is actually very important, when an idea that is going to lead to progress is happening, I can't have people just interrupting, talking about mundane stuff constantly. Sometimes some things are actually mundane.
It's only mundane because you don't like who said it.
No, because it's been said a million times. That's what he just said.
All day. Listen, every second I try to say something all day, and I think everybody already seen it. Your problem is your ego. That's your ego. You act like you have a bees.
No, dude. Don't make false generalization, man.
If I have ego,
he does. Like, listen,
we only met online. We only meet online, right? You haven't met him in real life. You haven't met the guy in real life.
Hold on, Eccentrica.
If I have ego, you will not even be here.
You might as well have thrown me out because what you wanted.
I don't have ego. That's why. Move on.
Let me land.
No. You can't hijack it. Allow me to moderate. You see that?
This is what you want.
You're going to end up backstage. If you don't allow me moderate, are you going to allow me moderate?
You want me to lose my temper so you can have your opportunity
to
do whatever rubbish you want to do.
Your problem is that you think you are the moderator.
I don't. I haven't spoken all day.
Okay. Thank you so much, Forefather. I've sat through and I've enjoyed both the ones I agree with and the ones I do not agree with. For Jagun, you wanted me to give you data and numbers. I've placed it on the chat. So for anybody who thinks I didn't have what I was saying, I've given many more instances of what and the news medias are reported and those on ground are investigated. I do not have to put my credentials on the line for anybody to believe what I'm saying because I've not come here to personally aggrandize myself in any way. And
remember, that's not me. I didn't say none of that.
No, it's not. I'm not talking to you, sir. Don't worry. I'm not talking to you.
I'm just talking. No problem.
I have not come. I'm not being paid.
Talk to the mask you refer to now. They're not beating you now.
No, I'm not referring to anybody. I'm making a general statement, sir. If you don't mind, I have my mouth. Then they shave my head in his absence. Are they here now? You want to shave my head? You know. So I'm simply saying that to say that sometimes these things are things that some of us have worked on for years and we're following it. It does not matter. Some people come here and we talk about Christianity. Some of you are not Christians. But you even talk more Christian than we have talked about. We don't attack you. We allow you to say what you want to say. But when something is touching on the areas that you are sensitive, you don't want to hear it. You go and begin to insult people. I don't think that is nice. I think this is a platform that
sit up. You are supposed to be sitting up, man. What kind of
everybody
is this one?
You know, everybody gets to have his or her say. The mere fact that you insult, or whether on the typing on here and we allow it, doesn't mean that you have relative to insult people. So from now going forward, if I'm moderating and you put in a word, whether you are typing it or on the screen that does not fit this platform, I will remove you and I will not put you back. And so I'm only saying that to say that it's because it doesn't listen. Look at what you guys have been doing to forefather. You're not even allowing him moderate. Everybody is trying to push the narrative the way you want, even if it's not among what he wants to do. And I'm not trying to defend him because forefather is allowing, some of you giving some of you that leverage. Okay? And then for someone to be here and then you come and you begin to question people, you don't even know who they are or what the heck they do. You don't know. I don't have to come to the international media here where you are. I don't even know who is watching. And I begin to tell you what I've done. Of what use will that be to you? Are you paying me? So please, when we call, let us try and respect one another. If you don't want to respect people, try and open your own and go there. Or you can ask Rudolph, you come moderate and see. If you hold it, I can bet my dollar on it. If you hold the moderation for 1 month, I'll pay you for it. If you can hold it. So let's not come here and make it look as if people who are sitting here and trying to moderate, you can talk to them anyhow. And I'm not, if what I'm saying is funny to you, it's okay, you have your mouth. But I'm simply saying that, of course, if I'm moderating, I won't tolerate that.
I know you wouldn't tolerate half of the stuff that
I need to sign off because I've had a
KJ, before you go, wait, please, KJ, before you go, if that's what you're doing, can I please say this? I knew that you have been waiting for a long time.
Who gave you permission to speak now?
I'm speaking to KJ. Don't do that, forefathers.
This is military precision now. You can't keep doing this. We just can't act so erratically all the time.
There's no hope.
Let's behave ourselves. And I think KJ has a point. Maybe I've let it go.
What? Can you let me finish what I'm saying to KJ?
But maybe
KJ, tell me.
Maybe you should show some respect to the table and say,
wait.
Can I ask KJ a question? Because
I did say that. That's what I said.
No, you didn't. You didn't talk to me. You were talking to KJ.
No, I was speaking to everybody. Because KJ made us say, wait, forefather, don't become pedantic. Don't be pedantic.
You wouldn't do that. You see that?
I'm saying do not be pedantic. It's not necessary, especially with me. Wait. But
you are the one that don't make me put you backstage.
But you're arguing with me like I'm not a senior somebody. I'm not trying to boost your ego. I'm not trying to boost
you are the one. You introduce this chaos. You actually introduce the chaos.
Wow.
Normally, if I had even I speak to the main cam, he remains calm. And remember, we've done this.
I haven't been not calm. We've
done this before.
So
we've done this before, whereby I ask you to be calm. Let me finish moderating. You don't.
No, I am being calm. We're talking about right now. I listened to everything KJ said, and I said this was my first thing. I said, "Can I
wait for some other time?"
I said, "Oh dear, bro, you're being. You should have a look at yourself, bro. How you're being now towards me.
Don't worry. I'm ugly. Whatever.
Not that you're ugly. Well, maybe you are. I don't know. But you are today. I don't know why you're being.
Let me speak to Senegal. I really want to finish with the Senegal.
I don't know why you're being this pedantic. I haven't got a clue. All you've done is made everyone feel uncomfortable. From what was quite a good conversation today, you've made everyone.
You are the one causing it.
Just now, to know what caused it.
Senegal, please go ahead. Once it's like this, it never stops. So the point you were making, it never stops. We have done this before with him.
Yeah.
What you were saying is about deep science, which is something that I find very, very important for within our own culture. We don't have a culture of going deep into things. We don't even have a culture of thought. How many philosophers do you know in our own context? How many philosophers do you know? I don't know one Nigerian philosopher that I can call now and say, "Oh, this guy is a great thinker." We can reference him in whatever.
Obviously, philosopher. Now, what do you mean? Obviously, philosopher. It's a great thinker. What do you mean?
He hates education. He's a wegolo. He doesn't like education.
Come on, Obie.
He's going to do away with
there are a few people.
We need to see. We need to.
Let me go back to this guy, eccentricals. I was referring to eccentricals.
For the past 60 years.
For the past 60 years. No, Wegolo, hold on. Let me deal with the eccentricals first. So about the deep science aspect of it.
What is deep science actually? I'm confused.
Deep science is almost like deep tech.
So what's the deep science?
Do you know what deep tech is?
I will remove you now. Don't laugh.
No. I'm asking. So if you don't know what deep science is, what I call deep science is deep science involves groundbreaking work.
Okay.
Work that is not your everyday work. Where
I get it. Deep science, and I wanted to understand what you call deep science. That is what I thought. Thank you.
Yeah, you have to be trying to push the boundaries. Ideally, you are so recognized that you start getting recognition of Nobel Prize awards, at least nominated, and hopefully so that is the direction we want to be heading.
There are a lot of intelligent kids in Nigeria, right? But the thing is like how to harness their talent, you know what I mean, and how to like encourage them, right? I believe that's where we can come in. That was just my whole point. You know what I mean? Like I said, I mean, it takes a lot. Like you have to know someone that runs a school. You have to know a school, and you have to interface with the administrator, whatever, and then tell them, kind of tell them what you want to do, right? The idea behind it is we instead of complaining every time about I've come to the conclusion that the government are not the problem of Nigeria. They're not just the problem. They are part of the problem. The problem in Nigeria is multifaceted. And the fact that we think that we don't have anything to contribute to the betterment of the country is kind of wrong, right? That's why I think the reason why we're here, is perhaps there might be divine reasons, right? Maybe we are here to make some changes, right? Like, for instance, like me, I would love to go back to Nigeria. Like, if I go back to Nigeria right now, right, what I want to do is start like a revolutionary movement, like a socialist movement. You know what I mean? Teach people about socialism, like how to, like here in the I used to live in a place called Kirkland, right? They had like Kirkland Neighborly. That's what they call it, right? Everybody that lives in Kirkland will be a member in that on the Facebook page. If you have something extra stuff that you want to give away, they'll post it up there. Someone gets it. I don't think they don't have that in Nigeria. I've talked to a lot of people on Facebook, like, hey, do you guys have this type of stuff in Nigeria? They're like, nope. I tried to set it up. I could not. It was hard. Like, hey, each neighborhood, you can bring all the members in the neighborhood.
Dude, because it's a different culture.
And just share. If you have excess stuff, share it. Like Nigeria is going through a hard time. Of course, there are people who have like, let's say, 20 shoes that they don't wear. They got like 10 probably stay in the closet.
But Seneca, sometimes I feel like maybe you are okay. Let me ask before I speak out of turn. Amongst all of us here that are Nigerian, like go to Nigeria or visit Nigeria regularly, how many of us are doing something beyond just helping family members? Like, investing maybe in a small shop or in a car that somebody is driving, any business. Is any of you involved in anything in Nigeria?
So you want us to be
to tell you.
So you just say yes.
Discussing our life on social media.
So they can go fucking business.
I don't know. I didn't ask for precise. I don't ask for detail. I just said, "Are you involved in anything?"
You tell us what you involved in.
So I'm involved. I'm
we'll
involved.
Congratulate
That's
you.
a fact. I'm involved in something.
Yeah, that's good.
So the idea is that if
Speak.
most of you were
As we
involved,
speak,
then
as we speak,
you all
Nigerian
doing it
government is
already.
implementing Mandarin, is making Mandarin compulsory in our schools. To Nigeria. Government, Bola Tinubu government is implementing Chinese language in our school. You guys are talking about deep science.
Yeah. No. To be fair,
I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Introducing Mandarin, right? I don't see anything wrong with that, but I think they can go further, right? They can make it mandatory to teach all the languages in Nigeria in all the regions, right? Like if Yoruba people know how to speak Igbo very well, and Igbo people know how to speak Yoruba because it's mandatory subjects in their schools, it could actually reduce tribalism, right? It could reduce.
You have three mandatory.
There will be more intermarriage.
Sorry, I think they should have three mandatory one. Then the different regions should pick languages within their regions to teach to on top of the three mandatory ones. That's my thing.
Hausa people should be learning Igbo and Yoruba. Yoruba people should be learning Igbo and Hausa.
Believe
Igbo
it or
should
not,
be learning Yoruba and Hausa. It should be mandatory in the schools. It will open up opportunities, and it will because most of the problems that we have is due to ignorance. When we listen to outside person, we hear them talk, we don't understand what they're saying, and then we make faulty generalizations about them. But once we learn their language and can integrate in their society, you realize, hey, they're just like you. They wake up in the morning and they want to eat, and they're normal people. They just want to bang. They want to bang. They want to go to work. They want to raise family. But there's a disconnect. You know what I mean? Because we don't share languages. But I mean, we share food. Most of the food in Igbo came from Yoruba land. You know what I mean? Like all this food, right? We share food, but they could go further than that and make it mandatory to learn languages. But anyways, last point, right?
In addition to integration, which I've always proposed on here, which I've always said maybe the government, because one of the things Nigeria lacks is that aspect of unity and a sense of nationalism. All right. So of course, it is imperative. Whose music is that? It would be nice if they turn it off. So of course, it is imperative that we seek some kind of oneness. All right. Now that might include whose music is that?
It's local P. Mute them.
So that might actually include us, like you said, integrating with language, right? And I'm still going to get back to my point. Or it could also include, which I've spoken of on here when I first came on, the government encouraging intertribal marriages, intertribal births, relocation to places outside of your region, whereby you get some.
I don't mean. Are you describing Nigeria?
Well, we're sending we are hoping for these things, or how
that's how Nigeria is. I don't understand.
All right,
that's how it is right now.
No, it's not like that. Do you get financial inducement? Hold up a second. Do you get any kind of financial inducement or incentive? Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Incentive if you marry someone outside of the tribe. You don't. Do you get any kind of financial?
We are doing that. We don't need to be induced to do that.
No, but that's not what we're saying. He's saying in terms of us seeking oneness. So it is not being implemented in that fashion, is what I'm saying.
No, okay, sorry. I think we need to understand this. This division that we talk about every day. This is just between us. Nigerians,
but outside of that, let me not lose my train of thought. I've been waiting. Sorry, I've been waiting because man, Hitler up there is going to ban me from talking soon. So
don't make me start.
So my point is this: Nigeria, believe it or not, we have enough doctors, lawyers, and engineers, professional, properly trained ones, to carry out our needs for the next 20, 30 years. if only.
But that does not mean.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Go ahead.
So thank you. So if only we could find a way to encourage them to relocate to Nigeria, right? This is my point. But my point, when you brought up the STEM issue, when our man up there started trying to fight me, my point was that we need to kickstart industrialization. This is my point.
We need to kickstart industrialization. How?
We need to kickstart, meaning that country, the geographic entity called Nigeria, if we had any serious government, should have transformed that whole region into a construction sector.
The industrial sector. But that's like a private, like, since you're running a capitalism, right? The capitalist system of economy, they expect the private individuals to invest in those.
You expect the private individuals to carry out these things that you have not made an enabling business environment conducive for investment.
No. I think that's what you have to free yourself from that.
Can I quickly say this?
Jago, hold on.
Wait, now let me just add to it. Don't do that to me all the time. Let me just add it. It's for you.
Give me 20 seconds, man.
Yeah, man. You do this all the time, man. I just wanted to come in.
You can have a system of government where a system of government where the government can actually invest, can actually build
listen.
their own.
What is being said?
Government.
What is important
Go ahead,
is of the 230 odd million people that we have in Nigeria. Yeah. It's fair to say that with the state Nigeria is in, there should be no unemployment in that country. That's the fact. Now, if we have that in a premise in our head, which means that we are going to have a fine and not equal, that's a well-proported, well-adjusted employment force.
What is the cause of unemployment in Nigeria?
Wait, now hear me out. You have to hear me out before you ask your bastard question. Please.
Oh my God. He gave you his time and you're not bastarding him, man.
This guy's
not calm down.
Honestly, something's wrong with you, bro. Jago,
no, they people always say that after they've aggravated me for half an hour. Now let me say this.
Something wrong with you. I mean,
let me just say
this. Leave it.
Damn.
What I'm trying to put to you in understanding that we should be having a conversation and not biting each other. There are things that have just been said that I think need to be understood and listened to. And it seems that we don't want to hear and understand that we're speaking about actual development. Now, where you came from scientifically was fantastic. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Where somebody else comes from in terms of talking about artisanship, which is our actual heritage. But now in the life that we're living as Africans, we don't have any artisanship. We've forgotten most of it.
We do have artists.
It's disgusting. There's a guy who there's a guy that comes on.
Artisanship not dying though.
No, it's not, and it never will. You see, the thing is with people that think like this, they think that there's always going to be a forward. If a nuclear bomb comes and we're all broken back down to our basics,
we still got to build.
There is no need for a freaking lawyer. I don't need a lawyer at that time. I don't need a lawyer.
Yeah, but I will need someone who can work with. Jago, the lawyers are going to. The lawyers are.
No. I need you to understand these sentences. These sentences. Wait, please. These remarks.
You're gonna know how to.
Wait now.
You have to know soil chemistry.
Brad, right? Can you do your job of being an authority here?
Okay, let's give you 1 minute to round up. 1 minute round up, please.
Thank you. My. Listen. The country, we know its population. There are numbers. You're the man who thinks scientifically, which means that you're a man of numbers. When we're speaking about 250 odd million people, with the youngest, as part of the African heritage, we are the youngest populations in the world right now. Given the work that we have to do, it means to me, everybody can be employed. Everybody. If there's a plan. Me in my head, I've got a plan. So when people speak, I see what's being said that fits my thinking, that fits it. It's not easy to deliver a plan here because I'll be harangued to death without anybody listening, which is fair enough.
Who told you you'd be harangued to death? You'll be
I
questioned
would
about
be.
the plan.
I would be because I know how everyone thinks here. However, all I'm saying is that when we're a collective like this and we trust that there are some of us who have things to say, there are some of us who are sensible, there are some of us who have deeper knowledge than we do on certain aspects. I think we should give them some credence. And in that, when we're giving, because they're speaking on a subject that we know, we listen. And in listening, we might learn, so that so that the conversation isn't so fractured. All I was doing from what Speaks was saying was wanting to develop the conversation, which is what the question was for. But because we don't trust each other on this platform, we think that somebody's going to break out farting whilst the fragrance of fresh roses in the air. That's not how it goes. That's not how it goes.
Okay, if I'm to gather from what was said, I think you have your own perspective from that of eccentric, as I guess, and I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. So,
as I said, where eccentric was coming from, that was the opener to the conversation. It was an opener, and we all enjoyed his opening. It's only that the second person to speak now, we decided that wasn't a good enough comment somehow.
No,
you guys argue.
Let's not go around
just
that.
Talk, argue.
I just wanted to moderate.
Forefather will not let me speak.
To an important point, and I was getting dragged back over and over
again. Okay, no worries.
Forefather,
sorry.
I will start dragging you now, so you let me speak because the way Jagu and
let me ask you this question because I think maybe we are moving into more ethereal areas now. You know, when Einstein said ideas are greater than knowledge, I've always thought it was a good quote and accurate, but to every day feel the impact of that statement, you realize how true it is. And I feel within our own society, we are relying heavily on knowledge.
My brother, forefather, if I may remind you that me and you had this argument, and I put to you, is knowledge greater than faith? And you spoke about knowledge being the stronger. Now you are quoting from Einstein the same shit that I was talking.
Day he has argued against ideas.
Oh my God! Even the slower one has joined the queue. See, the slower one has joined the queue. See, the point I was making. See, wait. Oh, can you just stop? Let me deal with one at a time. The slower one. See, you were talking about faith. Faith is not the same as ideas.
Imagination. It's imagination, though.
It surely is.
No, it takes imagination to believe in something that may not be real.
No,
you're just going to be talking, just trying to defend yourself, and then you're going to get angry,
this is what I don't
and
like.
Then you're going to kick someone out.
Oh, you see now, you're just interrupting me now. You don't want to engage the point. You just say, okay, just said it, and if I oppose it, like, oh no, you're just opposing it for the sake of it. No, tell me why what I'm saying is wrong.
I'm not saying. I think the quote. I think the quote that you just said from Einstein is a very fantastic quote. But it's the same that I gave you a couple of months ago, and I'm glad that there are people here who remember that conversation.
You want to check the definition of faith versus ideas?
Bro, I know the difference. Come on, we're grown-ups. We're grown-ups.
Why are you saying it's the same?
Because I tell you, bro, in the English language, there are things called variables in words that can mean the same thing or have a share of a similar discourse.
We can check it where they have a share of similar stuff.
He didn't say ideas.
Yes, they are synonyms. They're called synonyms.
No, it wasn't imagination. Yeah, I'm talking about imaginations.
Yeah, and that's what Einstein said. Imagination is greater than knowledge.
Yes. Yeah, but he's talking about faith.
You see, imagination.
Jago, once they come up with anything, you will just take it up. You don't want any other place to talk. To be honest, it's too much.
You're getting sick of me. It's like you don't hear what's being said. I just think you're being sick of me, man. I know.
No, I'm serious.
It's
That's
very
what
fair.
he's
It's very
doing.
fair because because you're just opposing me when the two things are not even close, and it's fair point for him to make. They are not
Bruh,
even
it's
close.
all right. It's all
And
right. You
that's
don't have
why
to.
one wants to join the queue for the sake of it.
No. It's all right, forefather. Your forefather. No, allow him to be right. He doesn't want to be corrected.
Tonight,
My
so I
brother.
know you're doing your best. It's me.
This is
You
fact
want to attack
session.
me.
I said we can check the facts.
Hold on.
Faith versus this in idea imagination. They're not the same thing. Totally different things.
Don't think he's stupid. He's dodging my He's dodging my statement for a reason.
No, I don't have any. I don't have the energy to. You're just going to drag me on the floor. I will not know whether I'm seeing my left or my right again.
So this is
let me bring AY in, please.
So this is my point. You're gonna bring AY in. I know you have a tendency to feel your ego has been bruised when you have facts in front of you. So we've been waiting for hours. What you guys were disputing, and I hope the rest are awake. It's right there in the studio chat. Can you play those videos for the people so we can learn more?
About what?
I don't know. You can read. You can see I sent it to you. You can see we had this discussion hours ago.
I'm seeing Mascot's video. Let me see. Okay, the Mascot's link.
It's in the studio chat, forefathers.
Let me go back up.
You were watching them. I saw you watching them. So don't pretend like you didn't. I saw you.
You didn't see nothing. You saw nothing.
You know how many times
your
eccentric ass. You know what he be doing? If he challenges you, he'll check on Chat GPT. When he sees it, he just turns the whole conversation and starts arguing something that's not even related, just because you don't want to admit that you was right.
You got
right there.
When they say this guy is slow, you are slow.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that? Why would I just want to win the argument? If you are correct, I will concede.
Day to day.
Because I don't believe. Because you've not convinced me.
You and your little brother. Look at your little brother. Your little boy. I'm not gonna say your little brother.
You're getting agitated. No,
of course I'm not. I'm not agitated at all.
If you convince me with a fact, I will concede the ground. What is there for me to gain?
You won't. You know how many? Listen, just play the videos, man.
There was a time I made a mistake. Yeah, was it not last week? I made a mistake. I'm thinking that it was 800,000 naira per month. That before people start getting.
How many times have you shut me down today?
Can you please hold on?
All right, of course.
I made that categorical mistake. I thought it was 800,000 naira per month before Nigeria start getting tax. Paying tax in Nigeria, but it turns out that it was 800,000 naira per annum, and I was
that's correct.
I was disputing with OD about it, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I made that kind of catastrophe.
Because it was OD. How many times have I brought something up today that you shut me down? You and your little brother, even your little brother, I asked you a question, he decided
because he was accurate and you are wrong.
I asked him a question, you want to answer.
I don't know. Concede ground when you are wrong.
What was I wrong about?
Whatever we have been discussing today, and you are opposing me, you have been wrong, in my opinion.
Of course, I stand for fathers.
If you prove me wrong, I will concede.
I'm not here to win a competition. Same thing I told you and G.
It's not winning a competition. I'm enriching myself. You see, this is how you people think. I'm enriching myself. Move on.
When I come on here, and I don't even want to mention his name. That kid been here for like only 22 months.
I don't understand how you.
But in any event, listen, it's right there. I'm not trying to go in the back and forth. All you've been trying today was to get me out of character, and you've gotten used to it where you guys will do things, and then I'll get antsy after a while, but I'm not falling for that anymore. But
thank you. I'm glad you are built on resilience.
No, that's
thank
why it's not resilience. It's like
I am happy for you. Let me go to now that you have built that resilience. Let me go to AY.
No, just play the video and don't run away. It's right there. Play the video.
I will play it. You are not going to tell me how to moderate, okay? Please let me go to AY. Then if support diaspora wants to speak, you can go ahead and speak. AY, please go ahead.
What's your question, though?
What's the better? AY.
So you were talking. Hold on. I don't want Jago to take over.
Don't be silly, AY, bro. Come on. You're so silly.
So
Oh my God.
you were saying basically like
Centric acid
idea
stress.
and knowledge, right?
Yes,
And
it was more of a lamentation, really, that within our own community we don't deal with ideas as much, that we are heavily dependent on knowledge. And this is why when we're having
which
conversations,
community are you referring to? You mean the
we
Nigerian
Nigerian community,
Okay.
and mostly black community, to be fair, black community too.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact, actually.
Yeah.
Anybody disputed that?
No. Only Hitler that disputed himself.
It is a fact, actually.
It was Jagun that said. Jagun tried to dispute it by saying he didn't dispute it. He said that's what I was saying, because we were arguing over the difference between faith versus what other stuff. He said faith was faith versus knowledge. I said that is not what faith versus knowledge is different from imagination versus knowledge. They're two different things.
No, it's not. You see, my brother. If you look at the where these words belong, and you go back far enough, you'll see that they mean the same thing. Imagination. The word imagination is a Greek word, and it goes back to the worship of God. It's the part of your mind that you have pictures of that are more real than the physical life that we live. That's imagination. And imagination is so wonderful that the colors that you paint in that imaginary space can come to fruition through you. This is faith. You may not know these things. You may just like to open your mouth and let a load of Josh
So hold on.
without actually being able to understand what it is that we're talking about.
Now, do you want me to share the definition? Do you want me to share their definitions?
Hold on.
I know where you're going to come from. You're going to come from one yesterday dictionary. I'm going back to the caucus of these things. Go on.
Let me ask this question. What does idea and knowledge have to do with faith? What's the connection, though?
Good question.
Well, for somebody, I don't know if you're a man of faith, but you see, proving yourself to the world, it takes faith to do it. Proving yourself in this world, it takes great imagination to picture yourself in tomorrow. Do you know what that is to do? That is to have faith. Now, you may or may not appreciate these things, but I'm a man of the English word. You understand? And in this, I create my ideas. You understand? I don't just use these words because I know of them, because I learned them from a white man. You get me? So I can open my mouth, and let a lot of bullshit
you still haven't explained
come
it.
out.
You're
it's
just
ridiculous.
talking, but you have not explained it. See, this is what a lecturer calls waffle.
Yeah.
Just waffle through it.
Okay. Go and look for it. I've done my own part of your education.
I can see
you gotta look for it by yourself.
You want me to read it? They say faith let me read it. Faith is defined as a strong belief and trust in someone, especially in a religious context where it means belief in God or religious doctrines. It can also mean complete confidence in a person or thing, even without proof.
Absolutely.
Hold on, even without proof. In practice, faith is not just an intellectual belief, but an active trust and confidence that something that is often demonstrated through action, loyalty, and obedience. Now, that is diametrically different from.
No, we've heard what you said. Read the other one now.
Let me read it now. The imagination, the faculty or action of forming ideas or images, concepts of external objects not present to the senses. Totally diametrically different.
Honestly, I don't think we should bring in faith into this discussion.
It's up to you.
So we are discussing in the realm of science, right? I don't think we should bring faith. Here is the reason. What Jago is saying is that, for example, there is a car you want to produce in 2026. It's telling you, you can go asleep and have the faith that this car is gonna. The knowledge is even the idea first. You consider the idea. The knowledge is also very important for you to be able to achieve your idea, right? So, yes, when we are discussing on the religious level, yeah, you can come in with faith, right?
But this is what I want
trust
to ask
me,
you. Why was he talking
don't
about
forget,
faith?
even without faith, sorry, can speak true. Don't forget, even without faith, even people that don't even believe in the existence of God, they get this stuff done.
But they have to have faith, though. There are two
It's not
different
just
types
God
of
that people have faith in. People put their faith.
About the
let me say this, right?
faith.
This is actually sometimes more than faith. Yeah, we are looking at it because of Nigeria. We are religious people, kind of, right?
No.
Even me myself. Hold on. Sometimes the knowledge, having the knowledge is actually sufficient.
But
People that
let me cut
hold
you
on,
off. Let me cut you off.
let me
Do you
try to
believe
explain
an
this.
atheist? Because we heard. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I know I'm being rude. I'm sorry. But forefathers described two definitions for faith. The second one was actually what I thought Jagun was espousing, which is the ultimate confidence in the belief that something is achievable. So my question to you was going to be, do you think an atheist can have faith?
Atheist, that's what I was trying to explain.
Without thinking about God, without attributing their success or the hope of a successful venture to God. An atheist can have faith, he's frozen, which is what I thought Jagan was actually talking about. I didn't think you were talking from the religious aspect. I thought you were
I
talking
wasn't
about
talking necessarily from
having
religion.
confidence in that something is achievable. This is what I thought you were talking about. That was my belief that this is your position. Yeah, he's frozen.
It is frozen.
So
But you can probably hear.
the concept of faith implies that you have to be careful, because sometimes I feel like you guys are diluting it, like to say, oh, I'm going to work this morning, so because I'm going to go to this work this morning, it has to require faith. No, faith, that's why they say the strong emotion. Yeah, it's something stronger than just, oh, the scientist is working on something, so he has to have faith. No, it's something, that's why they call it faith. Otherwise, everything is based on faith.
To bring up a scientist who is an atheist.
To
bring up scientist who is an atheist, maybe, is a very good personality to bring up. In that, a scientist, I listen to a lot of scientists in what they discuss about the difference between God and science, and they say that they always have to go. They don't call it faith, but they always have to go into this blind arena where, because of what they know in science already, they can put to imagination what they're expecting. Sometimes they come to a completely different knowledge, but what comes out from their experimentation is such. But a lot of times,
it's still faith.
Yes, it's faith that they have in the future of what they haven't seen.
Faith, man. No,
that's faith.
All right.
Faith does not only mean from a religious aspect. Of
It doesn't.
Working.
It's not faith.
I don't have too much of an opposition to the idea that somebody that believes that, okay, based on the research that I'm doing, I'm going to succeed. You can describe that as faith.
That's faith.
Because sometimes they have to have a bit of confidence in what they are working on.
That's right.
See what I mean? But don't conflate it with the ideas that generates the research. Don't conflate it with the ideas. The imagination that enables the research to be done is not based on faith.
If I invented something right now and I thought to myself, after splitting this photon and putting wings on this and adding all kinds of mechanisms that can thrust the engine and make it fly, but I've never done it before. Nobody has ever done it before, but I finally do it and I say, this is going to work.
Using the
principles, based on
principles in physics.
When somebody is doing something that is based on informed opinion.
So if I say this is going to work, what is that?
See, let me put it. There's an element of faith there.
He asked you a question.
I'm answering it. There's an element of faith there. However, when something is based on an informed action, when does it when is it based on faith? Let me ask you back now, Jesus Christ. I said when something is done, is done based on an informed action. Where is the demarcation between the action being based on faith or based on knowledge?
You're still going back to wait.
No, wait. Let me.
They both flow.
Hold up.
No, let me come from another perspective. Let me use my work as an example, right?
Go ahead.
So if you implement a system, right? Let's say if you implement let's say corrective action a system, right? Or you want to calibrate all the metrology equipment, right? So what you do is when you introduce that procedure, right? You introduce the procedure and then you do audit. You audit the procedure to see if it's actually being done the way it's written in the procedure, right? If it's not being done, then you go back. There's a name for it. I'm trying to remember the acronym for it. It's damn it, I forgot the acronym. I'll look it up. So there are steps that you have to follow, right? When you want to do something, you do pilot tests, right? Because you don't just operate on faith. Like if you build a car, you want to test the car. You're not just going to get in the car.
But if you put that
drive
car, I think you guys are still misconstruing
completely
the definition of faith. You're still relying on the first aspect, which is you don't understand that a word can have multiple meanings.
Let me read it again. He said it can also mean complete confidence in a person or thing. Exactly. Yeah, but you are missing the part complete.
Listen,
you are missing that part complete. That's what I'm telling you, that it's often based on knowledge, not just complete blind faith.
Again, listen.
Yeah, when you say blind, nobody said blind faith. Remember, you're reading from the.
Hold on.
You're reading, forefather, from the word faith and meaning.
By complete means blind. If it's
yes.
How can it be blind if it's provable? Wait, Jargon, 1 second. Let me just go again. If I believe, based on my calculations and my knowledge of science and physics, that I have done this bottle, attaching wings, thrust, boosters, all kinds of things, and I know I can propel it into flight, right? And I've done it. And let's say you come and start arguing with me that it's not possible. Build it again. I have faith now that it is going to work.
But the process of building it, right? You have to go through the test process.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
First, you have to follow.
You see, my brother. Let me eccentric. Let me just put this to you. Yeah, you see, all it is that everything is not material. That is the aspect that you need to get your head around. Before the material is understood or being able to become workable, in your mind, in your imagination, with your will and your faith, you can make shape, form, sense out of this material.
Thank
but
you.
You having that, you're not doing anything with that material.
That's why you need the knowledge of physics, right? You have to understand.
No, after the faith comes the knowledge. That's what me and this guy was arguing.
Hold on. Why are we being binary? It's obvious. I've already said it. Why do you have to be binary all the time? Both of them can feed off each other. Like I just stated it earlier on. Sometimes faith is stronger like you've never done this stuff before, and you just went and slapped something together. You didn't even go through any stages. You say, "Oh, let's go and fight." It means you're just going. Hold on. It means you're just going based on complete faith in what you've just done. In another scenario, you do a lot of tests. You do a lot of different things. Then maybe when you want to demonstrate on a day, you have faith that everything is going to work based on a more informed opinion.
That's why we have regulatory bodies in America. That's why we have FAA. FAA cannot. You're not going to fly an airplane without FAA approval. That's why you have FAA approvals. That's why you have to go.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? 1 second. Let's try this again. Forget science. Forget science for 1 second. Take it, flip it over your shoulders, chuck it behind the chair. Forget science. You want to start a business. If you want to start a business, for example, and you've put everything together, your business
what type of business?
plan, whatever, prostitution, you're selling coke, whatever, make something. So you want to start a business, okay? And you put a plan together.
Okay.
And you look at the demand for these products.
Okay.
And you look at how you could supply this product.
Feasibility studies. Yeah.
Right? You wrote a business plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got the money, you got the funds, you talk to the investors, you got everything down pat. But you've looked and you said
but they would like to see your business plan though before they fund it. Go ahead.
You're going into the nuances of all this, but that's not necessary now. So let's say you
No, we need to know who the CEO is. Who's the CEO?
Well, we need to know. They need to know the organizational structure. They need to
Stop it, bruv. Stop it.
So you looked at all of this, and you've looked at all of the points, and you've looked at everything. You said, well, listen, I think I can make a killing off of this. I can monopolize it.
Make projection, okay?
First.
Project, okay?
Before you go into that business,
mm-hmm.
would you agree? Now, this
Mm-hmm.
is not saying you will inevitably succeed. You
Okay.
might actually fail in this venture that you're getting in.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you have to have faith to enter into that business?
You're gonna use calculus second derivative.
Well,
use a second derivative to do projections.
It was
right?
a simple question. Wait. It was a simple.
You're projecting, right? You said projection. You make a projection.
Hold up.
Go
Don't
ahead.
you have to have faith in yourself and in that business that it'll succeed before you get into it?
Your fate is based on all the studies that you've done. You've looked at the market, right? You've looked at the need, the market needs, right?
Listen,
you look at the market needs. You look at the competitors. You look at the competitors. You look at the pricing.
I think he has managed to relay you a little bit that you are entertaining his argument. Let me clarify something. Calm down now. Let me clarify something.
It's okay for me to ask my
What I'm trying to clarify is imagination versus faith. That was where the conversation was. And when we are talking about imagination, if you want to start a business first, you have to imagine the idea first. Okay. And based on what you are capable of doing, you will have faith on what your imagination has just delivered you. And I don't know why we are going back into faith, because this one seems to be quite obvious how these things relate to each other. We shouldn't have to be debating them this much. But the idea, like I said, my original point.
Give me 1 minute. I'm coming in and out.
Let me just submit my original. But what kind of rough people are these? My original point was that that we rely too heavily on knowledge instead of ideas, which is a very, very important point. We have to start going towards ideas, so that we can start having new ideas on about.
Where do ideas come from?
Ideas come from within individuals now, and based on your experience.
Pardon?
Within individuals, ideas come from within individuals.
Yeah, it comes from the mind.
Individuals' mind. We know that. So
okay, the reason why I want you to be more accurate. When I say where do ideas come from? If you said it comes from the mind, then I would have to put further to what is the mind, because it's not the brain.
Oh my God.
Mind is not the brain.
That's a rabbit hole, dude.
This is where we are. This is the arena that we're in.
We see the actual concept that we discussed. We move from that and start talking about one minutia in it.
No, it's not that. It's not that. The forefather. All I'm trying to get. You have already agreed in the wait. Stop grubbing. You have already agreed more time that there is a relationship between imagination and faith. There's a relationship, and I'm just saying, as you look at these words and you understand what they are, you see where they cross. You see the similarities between them. You see that they come from each other and they work with each other.
I would not encourage that.
They're not similar. But
the whole idea of being, let's say you're an inventor, and you because you exercise your mind a lot, it's not that you are actually thinking about any one thing, but then because you are in your imagination, you now saw how useful a can opener would be. But there isn't such a thing in the world as a can opener.
Right.
You're the first one to think of it. And as you're thinking about this can opener, wow, a shape comes to your mind. And as that shape comes to your mind, you think, you know what, I'm going to test this and see if it works. Bang, hey presto, you the first person who
invented a can
came.
opener.
Yeah, that's what it
Based
is.
on what? Based on what? What makes it real? Where
What
did
made it
that
come
can opener
into?
come from? Is the idea
And he had faith
and
that it was going to
imagination.
work.
The idea is also you have
I
to know the
was speaking about the
I also have
relationship
this
between the two.
you have to study the-
Why would I explain in the
you
first
have to know
place
the
that I'm
mechanics of
speaking?
you have to know the
I'm
mechanics of
wait,
bearing.
my friend.
You have to know
We're
the-
coming across a.
You have to
We
know
came
the
across a
mechanics.
query.
You have to know the
We
mechanics
came
of
across.
bearing.
Wait. Instead of just speaking,
Wait,
we came across a.
you have to know the mechanics of bearing. If a bearing is
You
going
know,
this way, the next one will be going that
You know,
way,
the,
and
the,
the other
the
one will be
argument
going
you
this
guys
way.
are making is like the
Bro,
similarity
you know,
between.
if you're gonna teach, man, I think you might be a quite boring teacher, bruv. You know, if we're on a certain level of talking, and then you just bring it down to basics. Yeah, mate. Listen,
Well, Jago, you look like one of those students that keep troubling teachers all the time.
Oh, I used to ruin. I used to ruin
The
teachers.
similarity between
Ruin.
knowledge, idea, and faith is
Go
like
for this,
is
bro.
basically the similarity between ubiquitous and being omnipresent. Same thing.
Ubiquitous.
Wait, what?
Huh?
You meant ubiquitous.
Lost them, bruv. You just lost the two of them, bruv.
Yeah, this nigga's crazy. So
These two fishes, they're not coming in.
So
We can't reel these ones in, bro.
Oh, stop it there! Like I don't know. Ubiquitous.
like it's like you mean ubiquitous.
The way you said it, I didn't catch what it sounded
yeah,
a bit
because you're
awkward.
British.
Like
and
he's
we're
not
in
used
the
to
United
saying
States.
it, you know.
Yeah. Okay, but you got the word.
British, yeah.
Hey, AY, please go ahead. AY is
But
in
anyway,
Nigeria. Let's give him. Let's give AY
similarity
this.
between
Let's
those
give
words.
AY the mic. Sorry, AY, you kept coming in.
Okay, let me. Yeah. You guys need to give me privilege, you know.
Yeah,
What privilege?
So, but Jago will not let me. Now he will take the time now.
Oh, AY.
So look at it, right? So from what I don't know what you guys have really discussed regarding this faith thing, right? But what you actually discuss is science, right? To be honest, we are actually looking at faith the way we're discussing it here from the religious angle. Like,
oh, we're not
hold on, looking up to God, like this is the faith we have, like having faith in God. This is what I think we are looking at. But the real people doing this work, the scientists that don't even believe the existence of God, they talk more in terms of confidence in what they are doing. They acquire the knowledge. They talk more in terms of producing the result, being confident in what they are doing. No, I'm going to achieve it. This is where I'm going. It's just like solving mathematics. So anyhow, when you are, I don't know, maybe a few of you saw mathematics here before. So when you are solving difficult mathematics, all you do, you keep cracking your brain. Okay, you are stuck. You can get stuck. Say, okay, how do I manipulate it? Where do I go to arrive at where I'm going? You have the answer in your mind, but you have to keep going, making sure you don't make mistakes. Okay, you get stuck. You have to think, okay, what do I do? How do I move from here? So that's the way this guy thinks. So the deep science we are talking about is doable. We have the human resources. That we don't have problem with that. It's just a bit of training, a bit of going deeper into things. We would have be producing results, but we don't have the environment. This is the problem we're having. We have the resources. So, of course, Nigeria are doing research all over the world. They go to America, go to Canada, go to UK. They do research in those countries, you know, and they get good results. You see Nigeria with patent. They've done a lot of great job, to be honest. So
yeah, you see, but they get patents. It's true, and even African Americans, they have a lot of patents. But if you take the scope of patents that are out there, minuscule from our community, like from Africa to the diaspora, minuscule. I don't think it even makes up 5%, even less than that.
It's also the
do you know that
it
may be even less in Chinese, because what they prefer to do, they don't like patency. They don't like the idea of patency. They believe that knowledge should be shared, and you don't have to. So what they did, instead of getting patents, They just stole all the technology that they can get their hands on. They knew
Yeah.
that.
I think the
And I
Chinese are
find that
putting out
a
more patents
fantastic
than
way of
everybody
going
now.
forward. Yes,
Let
so,
me check.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Chinese,
ahead.
they just go and see knowledge they modify. That's just what
Yes,
Jago said
yes,
is
now
actually true.
they're wise.
A Chinese professor actually said that to me. He didn't hide it. He said it to me. That's what they do.
But China
So,
files the most patents in the world now. 47% of them.
very possible, because they do a lot of things.
Crazy, one country.
And here is our own mindset. So even the mindset needs to be changed because, to be honest, we are hungry people. And that's just the summary. We are actually hungry people. What I mean by that is, even the leaders are to the people. So you are going for, let's say you have a scholarship to go to America to go do research. Most time, what we think is the survivor. Okay, oh, I'm gonna get small money. Oh, I'm gonna be able to hustle. So this our thinking. Then the person get there, he get little money, he buy car, he go home to show off. He buy car, he get little money, he go build big house in the village. People say, oh, he's rich now. So these are the kind of things we do that really push us back. I was having discussion with a friend in Maryland. You know what Nigeria, you know what they do, what these guys do? They want to travel for December, for example. December is coming, right? They have jobs. They start driving Uber. They can work 20 hours a day just to save a lot of money, go to Nigeria, squander that money, and come back. Some of them get into their credit card. The question I ask is, I cannot be that foolish to go hustle, work 20 hours. I will go and waste the money. If I want to buy a business, I can do that. Say, I just want to pass through this stage. Let me gather the money and buy a business. So this should be our thinking. I want to buy a business. I need to work extra hard. Let me be able to gain money. That's a good. But if you just want to go to Nigeria and waste the money and just show off, why are you suffering yourself? You're just gonna kill yourself. So how long are you gonna be able to do that? So is the thinking is also wrong. So a lot of all those stuff, we got to change our thinking too, not only the work.
It's
Because
really hard.
otherwise you will not see.
Maybe AY, maybe the best way, because since the Nigerian ecosystem is very, very difficult to create the high level, refined discipline within the scientific field or technological field, maybe we should be encouraging the ones that are gone overseas to start working in all these places to help them ascend up the ladder, because some of all these things is deliberately done. You have to enable them to ascend up the ladder so that they can actually go and start working at the cutting edge of all these things, and more of them too. Because there's a reason why we are not ending up as top CEOs of multinational companies. Look at how many Indians that are heading all these big companies. Chinese even that are supposed to be the enemy of America. There are Chinese people that are heading all these top companies, but no black person in any of them. It tells us that we are capping our knowledge somewhere.
And don't you think racism plays a part?
Yes, but that's the whole point. You channel the resources to enable your people to get to those points, even with the racism, because racism can only affect you as much.
But how can you do
I
that?
must say this. I must say this. However, I'm sorry. Sorry, brother. Sorry, bro. I must say this. You when it comes to speaking about black people and employment as top CEOs in the world, you mustn't take Nigerians out of that equation, or Africans. They're there. They're in that. I came across this Nigerian lady, light skin, very beautiful woman. She's one of the she's doing one thing in NASA. She's one of the top women. When I researched her and I looked at her, I thought, we're unstoppable. I don't know. We speak as it's ignorance. We don't
their
know.
own live life experience and the rooms they go in or the rooms they cannot go in is what they think. And this is not.
Yes,
but it's what they think happens all around. To think black people are not heads.
We're there, bro.
Fortune
there was a Hausan, there was a one Hausan guy, Hausa, not even Fulani, Hausa Gongo. He was one of the head scientist with the Kremlin. I forgot what it was that he developed.
Oh yeah, the one that developed the cure for cancer.
Thank you, my brother.
Mm-hmm. There was a Yoruba guy too. A Yoruba guy too was involved.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You get me? We don't know our power. Is what I keep saying.
Look at what I'm showing you now. Say 50 CEOs, class of 25. So if you look at for tech CEOs, this in let me see, tech CEOs. Let's see whether we see any black person among them. If you are lucky, you get one. But this one's there's no one here. Let me try to zoom in. Do you see Indian there? Chinese looking individuals, different people.
But do you think that there's no black person qualified enough to hold any of those positions?
It's possible that there are some.
Or it's possible,
but I think that there is something else. No. So yeah, it's possible, of course. But I think there is something else. Hold on. I think there is something else holding them, because if enough of them made it high enough, some of them will, even by potluck, end up in position.
Or it's also possible that it's a boys' club run by people that think they are on the same hierarchy in terms of race, and they will not let a black person in. How about that?
Yeah, but they allow Indians, Chinese, and all the rest in. My point is that yes, there's racism. I hear what you're saying. Yes, there's racism, but that is the whole point. If the Nigerian ecosystem doesn't allow it to happen at the cutting edge, because it requires a lot of resources, then you may want to piggyback on, because that's how most of these people did it. Even in Taiwan, that started building semiconductors, they got the knowledge from this in America, IBM, and all of them before they went back to Taiwan.
Which now means from the scratch, you have to go down to the very bottom from the scratch and start building up a sense of unity, a sense of oneness, a sense of allegiance, where you do not look at yourself as a Barbadian, a British, Black British, or Nigerian, or Black American. Now you just look at yourself as whatever term those of us of the melanated color decide to call ourselves, which is what everybody else has done. Even in the business world, and I've said this here before, take the Jews, for example, or take the Spanish, for example, or take the Asians, for example. A dollar travels so many times within that community before it leaves. Not so with any black group. We get that money, or they get that money, because I'm not going to include myself in it. They get that money, and the first thing they do is how will they give it to people that are potential adversaries and oppressors. They want to buy the latest cars.
I think in my mind, why this is very critical, especially if you look at in the world today, where these cloud billionaires and fewer people are controlling more and more. If you don't have your people at the top, like they are not even present here now. If you don't have your people at the top, we're just going to end up at the rump, at the base of the district, and then these guys will still be controlling everything. And this is why I keep emphasizing the idea of high level, the refinement of whatever we do. We have to compete at the highest level.
How do you suggest that?
Like I said, one of my suggestions is if I was the Nigerian government, and this is one of the weirdest things, I don't know whether the Nigerian government or most African government do. If you have your diaspora abroad, engage them and empower them. Yes, your people are suffering in Nigeria, but empower them where they are so that they can gain more knowledge, because sooner or later you might need them to come back.
Empower them where?
Wherever they are. If they're in the West.
Wait. Let me just ask a question. Does this make sense to you?
Bring the camera back.
Just hear me out. Does this make sense to you?
Please.
And I'm still going to go to the question about what do you mean by, maybe I should start off with that before I go on. What do you mean by empowerment? Empower them.
Okay, an example of this is what the Chinese do with their people that are overseas. They look for ways to, like, let's say they need access to some certain course that they need, they would not have been able to do. They will give them access to it. If they need cover for anything, like some kind of support, reference, Even simple passports that Nigerians often have to suffer to do sometimes. Those little things, you help your people. Sometimes the Chinese actually fund their people here to buy businesses here, buy intellectual properties here. So
But
those type of things, yeah, the Chinese do that. Those are the kind of things I'm talking
but
about.
Nigeria is not financially solvent enough to now start investing money in the diaspora with the hopes that they're going to return the favor by coming back to Nigeria to develop the nation. You talk as if you don't understand the
No,
Nigerian
I understand exactly what you are saying
mentality.
there. I understand exactly what you are saying there. But the amount you invest is relatively little compared to, like, let's say you invest 500 or 1 million a year on some of all these people. You just pick them, especially critical ones. Because sometimes all they need is a nudge to compete with their peers there. Because their peers have all those supports.
But what is the incentive that after because there has to be an ROI after they invest all these monies in these random Nigerians in these places that you want them to compete in. So what is the guarantee that the government will invest $1 million, which I think is a drop in the bucket and will not make any significant impact? But what do you think will happen when you invest $1 million in how much? Let's say 20 random Nigerians and give them 50,000 each.
In very, very high positions. There are not that many that are in that position anyway.
All right. So you give them that money. What is the incentive for them to move to Nigeria after they've gained whatever you sponsor them for?
The incentive is that one, the fact that you have the mind to do that for them indicates that you know what they would need in Nigeria because you've already invested in them to get higher. Secondly, because they are Nigerians, they also have the need to want to help their people. When they see that their own leaders are even helping them to ascend higher, they are even far more likely to return. Out of that 20, if 3 or 4 returns, that is big. And the other 17 will be there representing and inspiring. Sorry, let me finish what I'm saying. The other 17 will remain there, inspiring the others and making way for the others to come along. You see how the Williams sisters, after they did what they did, and now a lot of black people are coming through the same way again. That is how.
Why would you want to invest in 20 people with the hopes that 3 come back? That's a bad investment.
Well, I just told you that. No. When you had 0. You have 3 high level world-class technologies.
And that is hoping 3 return, right? That is even hoping 3 return.
Indians are returning back in droves now.
Because they're Indians. They don't have the same mentality as Nigerians. All right? Because they're Indians. So maybe what you should be doing, again, like we started off this conversation with, is making your home conducive and enticing enough to a point where you don't even have to try to incentivize anybody to come back, at least not financially.
I see what you are saying is the logical way to think. However, when you make your home strong enough and solid enough, the ecosystem is good enough for them to do that deep research, but they don't have that deep knowledge yet. You need people that already have it and have it at the highest level, like the way the Taiwanese did. They returned and they were able to build the most sophisticated foundry in the world. So you need them to be educated at that level so that when they come, you can do both. When you create the ecosystem, now you have the minds, because the ecosystem without the mind, maybe that's why the Nigerian government doesn't even build those hospitals, because they worry that the doctors that are going to put there, they don't have the mind. So now when you build that ecosystem, now you have the minds to bring in that are Nigerians to come and work on those things. That's why I think there is nothing wrong with it, because you are not to mention, even without that, there is also the aspect of a gateway. Now, instead of gatekeeping, you have gateway for other Nigerians or other black people to ascend.
There's a New York saying, right? And I'll try to wager $1. I'm not sticking it on my neck, but I'll try to wager $1 that eccentric has probably heard this saying before. We say good dope sell itself. I don't know if you ever heard that before.
I think something like that. I've heard something like that before.
So, meaning if you've maybe in recent years, you've probably seen a Rolls Royce commercial. 10 years ago, you would not see one. Or in recent years, you've seen a Rolex commercial. 10 years ago, you would not see one. Why? Because they sold themselves. You don't have to advertise something that's good. Good dope will always sell itself. So Nigeria just needs to get its act together. The moment Nigeria gets its act together, you don't need to advertise. People will flock there. But thinking you're going to pay $1 million to 20 people, and then you expect them after they get their training to run back home to no electricity, a situation they have to jump out of 4-story building so somebody don't put a bullet in their neck. They're not going to do that.
Come on, we just said you also, the leader that will do that will also know that they need to sort themselves out. You have to understand these three principles that I put under my. You see, when we keep saying we don't have solutions, I keep telling you that is the solution. Whatever is going to kill Nigeria, that's what it's going to be. That is what everybody did. You can't escape it. So that leader is going to build those things. I don't have any issue. I think that definitely needs to be done. What is the use of having brilliant minds and then they come back to Nigeria, they don't have the ecosystem because they can't work by themselves. You need people. You need people to follow your instructions. You need your equipment. Who is going to tell them what equipment to buy? Those are the people that will tell them the kind of equipment they will buy. Those Taiwanese, you know already, and I think you already know that in terms of the machines that they use to make these wafers that they use for microchips. These machines are so sophisticated. It's crazy. They are groundbreaking machines that they have to manufacture. So those people cannot come back to Nigeria and say, "Oh, there's nothing there," and these people are knuckle draggers. They can't even do anything. They will go back because that skill will be wasted if they come to Nigeria. So I agree with you. You have to create an ecosystem for them.
The Taiwanese also had a sense of urgency and a sense of nationalism. Their survival.
You don't see Pepe now.
Their survival was based on a situation where they had to develop and get to where they are today, attain the technological advancements that they have today, or the Chinese would have wiped them out by now.
Hold on. I speak the truth and eccentric. Has there been a black FBI head before?
No.
So an Indian beat a black people to become head of FBI.
No, I actually think there was one. Hold on.
No, that's quite surprising.
No, but at least there's a Nigerian guy that's head of Interpol now.
That's because they couldn't catch him, so they just brought him in.
Head of
No, it's been there. It's been there for
nobody cares about
the head of Interpol is a Nigerian guy.
I think the head of FBI.
They always give them all these ceremonial positions. That means
they're appointed. They're appointed by the president.
I don't remember the last time Interpol arrested anybody even.
Right.
It's always in Africa they arrest people.
If they put you on the red notice,
not arrest now. What they do is like where's the Interpol now? What is that job? International police now. What they do like repatriation of criminals when there's warrants for them.
If they put you on the red notice, they're going to get
they put you on red notice. So once you move, they track you down and they do the.
But they appear to be very weak. They appear to be very weak.
No, well, it's
weak.
It's
they appear to be very weak.
No, they're not weak. It's a jurisdictional.
Weak, I understand.
It also goes with which countries have influence. You always got to remember. I think a lot of people make this mistake and think everybody's equal. Citizens are not equal in this world.
There's no equality.
That is true. But I want to ask another question. How about CIA? No black person has headed it.
No.
Man, that one never ever.
Well, why you keep saying never? We have to start doing this.
I'm not saying in the past.
I think the CIA, the head of CIA is appointed by the president. So
see, in the future, there will never be.
The president appoints the head of CIA and FBI.
Next time, the Democrats should demand that they head CIA.
But it's not a black. It's not a black or white thing.
It's not black or exactly. It's not black or white.
Yeah. But funny enough, it remains white. I'm not buying it on
It's an American thing to keep the culture the way it is. Yeah.
AY, this is support the diaspora vote, and I was shocked when an African American lady, I've forgotten her name actually. I like that lady a lot. She said that in America that black people have not been involved in a plane crash, a commercial airline plane crash in American history. So is she wrong?
No.
So if that is true, you guys are competent already in many areas. How can you not expect to be head of CIA? Enough is enough.
What do you plane crash as in
the day you put a black FBI director, I promise you, domestic terrorism is going to rise by 10,000%.
What is wrong with you? After all, Clarence Thomas is there. Clarence Thomas will come there. The whole country will collapse.
A white guy.
Exactly. They will find a white one. And see, I really think that black people need to start showing up in places they used to be absent.
Listen. Everything in life is not about qualification. There are some things that are meant to be.
It's true.
Hey, look, you're not supposed to be there. You don't have business being there. As in, like how I put it now, there's still a thing in a white world where just keep it white. Just keep it white. No matter what, just keep it white.
But is that so though, or we are not fighting enough in that direction? We are not even conscious of it.
We don't even need it. We don't need it.
Exactly. That's another term again to use.
Why should we fight for it? Why should it be a thing? First of all, it's their word. You can't even drag their word.
If you want to break the glass ceiling, and they always say there's always a
glass in the matter.
Can I ask you a question, please?
There's never been
let me just ask one further question
in this country.
We need more black astronauts and black physicists.
I think we have black astronauts. I've seen black astronauts actually.
I said we need more. We need more black astronomers.
Yeah, but
can I ask you a question, forefather?
We need physics. We need black physicists.
It's Jagun here. Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, you know, we've never had a black president.
Let me moderate.
Would you have been preferred? Would you have preferred to be born white?
That's a very very interesting question. You know, you are not the first to ask me that question. Actually,
really?
Yes, you're not the first. You're not the first to ask me that question. And surprisingly, it's not that long ago somebody asked me that question.
And your answer was what?
We're having a conversation about it, and you just dribbled into nothing.
Your answer was what?
But I think my answer is dependent on the context.
What?
Yeah, because no. If so, yes, maybe they just say, "Oh, I'm going to come back black." No, if I have the
wait, your brain is leak.
Forefathers is fed up with this black shit, man. He wishes it would all just go away. He thinks it's a dream, and it turned out to be a nightmare for him.
Can you imagine? You're sitting by your own business and telling you, "Oh, do you have option of?"
Yeah, what we need is like we need more representation in things
Go to Africa of the 21st century and go and suffer, or go to this in Sweden. You tell anybody with their clear eye, which is Africa.
Oh my God! Listen. Now, if you think you're going to come back white, yeah, don't think because you're white that means you're just going to be in the Western world, technologies and that.
Well, don't worry, Forefather would be the biggest racist. You're giving him warning. Forefather, he'll be a skinhead.
I hear what. See, blessed. Let me just address blessed quickly, please. Blessed. See, I know it's not funny, but you have to be honest with yourself. If it's based on the question of because of suffering and everything, but in some other areas, sometimes you don't know about it. All this it depends on the context. If somebody gave you that choice, it means you are before some kind of creator that sees beyond. So you might say, okay, because of this and this and this, I prefer to be black because it's not worth the trouble of being white anyway.
The question put to you is simple. With what you know, with what you've seen, with what you've heard, with what you've studied, if you are coming back, which will you be? Case closed. Don't ask contest.
Black
You
all
see
day,
everything.
baby.
I think it makes sense. If I want to make my life easier, I would choose to be white. If I want to make my life
now.
Hold on. If I want to fight for justice, I would choose to be black.
Hold on now. Hold on. Look,
You know what the word justice means, bro?
You can't pick.
Yeah,
and
if I want to
choose,
fight for justice, no, it depends on you. Have to be born somewhere. Like if you are born and you feel like okay, or let's say you are standing outside the world, you feel like black people are being maltreated and you want to assist and help, you will choose them.
Listen. If you're asking you a question, you can't put context to say, okay, no, it depends on the context, it depends on that means
of course you have to have context.
Listen, the person asks you a simple question with what you've known, what you've seen, what you've studied, which will it be? He didn't ask you, okay, no, maybe if you
he said that he's answered you, he's answered
exactly. So if you are white, you're white. But I'm telling you, if you are choosing
my
white,
camera's gonna funny.
know that if you are choosing white, just also know that you're going to be part of the people who are true babies who feed babies to alligator. You're going to be you'll be that person that will feed baby to alligator. You'll be that person that you will be raping black women in and out. You will also be that person, that because in the olden days,
I think you should be careful about using that arrow word. I think they said you should be careful.
I'm just telling you everything that comes with it. Show you know, not to think because
everything you are saying, everything you are saying is better to be dishing it out than to be dished it. So from that context, that is not even a valid argument. Personally, you can look at it from the point of view that, okay, if you believe in justice, like me as a human being, I believe in justice, and I feel like, okay, like now I know I've raised animals before. Let's put this from a point of view. I've raised animals before, and what I found is that sometimes if you find that some of them are a little bit less capable, you find that you want to nudge them up. So if I'm based on that context, that way of thinking, I might look at the world and say, you know what, screw these white people, man. They are screwing the black people up. I will join them. You see what I mean? Because remember, at that time, I don't have any race.
You can't pick and choose. Like I said,
no.
At that time, I don't have any race.
No. Look at this. You said you've answered the question for me, but you've also tempered it by looking at the other side. So you've chosen both, which is what you do, and we call that being on the fence. So I'm taking your first answer, and I asked you purposely, just as I'm sure the other person who asked you, for the reasons that I have. Now, I put to you the word justice. I don't know if you know again what that word actually means, and there is no justice in this world, as we know. There isn't.
But the justice I mean in the scale I'm
no,
referring
wait,
to.
please. You will understand because I'm going to speak. I'm not going to speak in a way that you won't understand. So, given the fact justice has we understand that on this earth we don't get justice, then you have to understand that the justice is only spiritual. I don't want to say it's from God or whatever, but let me just leave it as it's only spiritual. When you look across the world in history, there have been great people, but there have been few great people like the likes of Nelson Mandela, like the likes of Malcolm X, like the likes of Martin Luther King. And I've always looked at these people from when I was growing up, and I wondered, why aren't white people like this? It's not that you don't get them that they have justice in their mind, that they have authority, that they have a degree of righteousness, but you don't get them like how black righteous people come across. And I always feel,
what makes black people righteous?
Well, me personally, I've got a deep belief, and it's a belief that there's something special about that.
Hold on for a second. Well, let me ask you this question then.
I didn't answer yours.
Yeah, but you're going on a bit long now. Come on.
Don't be like that, forefathers. Don't be like that.
Yeah, because we want the conversation in 6 hours.
No, bro. I don't go. You just have to take your time. I speak pretty quickly. It's just your understanding, isn't it? Yes. Hold on. I was just ending like this. You interrupted me. You spoke to a centricast, and then you asked me not to speak. I don't know what kind of person you are at times. My God.
I'm just trying to get to a point. Just try to round it up so I can ask you the question.
I know what you're trying to do, but I'm saying allow me to speak, and then you'll get what you need to get. God, instead of putting me off, this is what you did last time, you put me off. I'm saying that righteousness and black people, I believe, are something special, and that there is something God-given about us. Please now take it on from there.
Yeah, the question I wanted to ask you, I'll put the same question you put to me. What would you choose, knowing that knowing what you know now? Which race would you choose? And hold on, which race would you choose? I guess that's how you put the question to me. Go ahead.
Yes. I mean, me. Yeah, I'm.
And the reasons.
I won't even just be black. I will be Nigerian again, and I would want to be Yoruba again. And I feel that there's something unmistakable about my birth. I think there's something unmistakable about who it is I am. I think there's something unmistakable about the fact that I've got something still to do in this world. I have a use. And I believe that that's something, and that little breakdown I've given you is owed to a creator, my creator. So with that, I'm just so secure.
So there's no real reason. You just believe something.
No. The reason there are many reasons, and it speaks about. I'm speaking about righteousness. You see, whether we understand it or not, we as human beings are on a journey. And as we look through history and we look at our next door neighbor and we look at the people that there are around the world and the fact that they are where they are and we are where we are, I have to give that some reasoning and reckoning. And when I give it some reasoning and reckoning, I feel that there's a place along the line that black people failed miserably.
Now, look, this is interesting. You see how people are saying black all day. You see, that's the thing about people. Human beings don't know themselves.
Why you stop me? I don't know why you stopped me.
I want to moderate, please.
Hey, no, not that. I'm thinking there's a reason why
every time you already answer the question, but you keep going on and on.
No, it's not like that. When we're having a discussion, I'm.
Yeah, but it's not fair now. If you want to have conversation,
I'm not saying that you shouldn't stop me. When you stop me, I stop.
Just goes on for another 3-4 minutes.
When you stop me, I stopped. When you stopped me, I stopped. And I thought you were going to come out with. I thought you were going to come out with it straight.
I wanted to address this point he's made here. See, because I think this point is blessed. So, and the people in the chat, they are part of the crew to an extent.
You could have told me that.
What for that? You can do share. You can do share.
No, something I can do. I know something I can do. I'm not exactly the most friendly person. But the point I was trying to make was that, you see, when people are doing this and say black all day and everything, what in reality that they actually do is they betray it themselves far more than you would even come and tell for me. Because if you go to Nigeria now, you give them a little bit of money, they will betray their people, they will wear wig. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Why are you saying these things, Father? I don't understand. From what I said,
not you.
Okay.
Let me enlighten you.
Why don't you let me finish what I'm saying? I will allow you to moderate. I will allow you to finish everything you want to say because you've not said anything for a long time. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Because our people, when they ask them, are you going to be black? Are you proud to be black? Yeah. Be one. But in reality, behind the scenes, they are doing something else. They are the type that they will give them a little bit of money and they will sell their people out. This is why our country is not where it is. If we're actually doing the B1 we like to believe in, we're not going to be doing that. We would have renamed our country, would have done so many things that we are not doing now. So in reality, they are just pretending. In reality, that's why I don't like people are very, very suspicious like that. But it's just what they are, to be fair.
Okay. Now, first thing first, white people, are they racist, or are they born racist, or they are taught racism?
Okay, so let me answer the question. Let me answer the question.
No, I'm asking for. I see. Let me speak.
I think they are taught. Very short answer. No, I'm not wasting your time.
Let me answer the
question.
They are
taught. Okay, good. So they are not born that way. Yeah, they are taught that way. That means they are conditioned to become like that.
Yes.
Now, this attribute you're talking about,
Not all.
black people. No, although that okay. Oh, what do you mean not all? Some people are born to
Not
be
all
racist.
white people are born racist. That not all white people are conditioned to be racist.
Okay, some are what? Some are born racist.
Some are more racist, others are not. Some are actually
They
fight
racist
against it.
now. Listen, they are not born racist. They are taught racist. Yeah,
Yes.
taught racism. They're not born. None of them
Yes,
is born.
they are
Not
taught,
so. All,
yes.
Anybody that's racist, they are all taught.
The same thing that you see in white
Now-
people call
now,
racism. You
see.
find it in every other group of people, right?
Jesus Christ, oh,
For
man.
instance,
It's really fair to let him contribute a little bit. Go ahead.
For instance, we do nepotism
I just
in
started
Nigeria.
to speak. I have not even said anything. I just asked a question. I
No,
said,
you asked a question. I'm trying to.
No, he's not going to
concentrate
talk for
on the
long.
question.
30 seconds. Just say that so I can
Yeah.
carry on, please.
What we
Jesus
call
Christ.
racism, right? It's the same thing as tribalism.
Yeah.
Ethnocentrism, right? In Nigeria, people do nepotism in Nigeria, right? And like people like Nnamdi Kanu, you know what I mean? Like most of the things that he spews on his radio sounds like what racist, fascist white people, say about minorities. So it's the same thing. It's not just because white people are racist. I think they do that because of territorial psychology. When you're in your home, there's the way that you act. You know what I mean? People are kind of like when people have like I said, territorial psychology. Like people sit in the same place in the break room all the time. They'll want to secure the territory. It's just an animal thing. We humans are animals. Believe that.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Animal behavior.
So
I think
can I speak now?
So that he can finish. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Okay, so why I ask you that question first? If they are born racist, they are taught racist. Yeah, that means for them to be taught, that means they are conditioned. So circumstances made them to be like that, not just because they are like that. Yeah. So same thing goes for the other side of the fence, which is black people. Yeah. Whatever you think you don't like right now about them, you think they get money and this and this and that. It was never like this. In the 80s, they were never like this. 70s, they were never like this. You get my point? So the more things are going worse for the country, conditioned by maybe external forces external forces most likely. You understand? Conditioned to become what they are doing, even the weak changing and whatever. There was a time where there was nothing like lip filling. You understand? People getting botox in the lip to look like to have thick lips. White people are known to have thin lips. Yeah, majority of them have thin lips, but you can see most of them right
Don't
now
have no lips.
Some have like no lips, but most of them, what are they doing? They are injecting their lip to have lip filled just to look like black people because it now became a thing. You get my point? So this thing that you say you don't like about black people, if they were not conditioned to become who they are right now, they would have been the perfect race as they created, put in the perfect place with the perfect natural resources. You get my point? Just because they are conditioned and maybe deceived, maybe oppressed, maybe overpowered, you understand, and forced to become what they are right now.
It's natural.
I don't know why. I don't know. I think you are arguing against somebody that didn't make any statement like that. I didn't say I hated. Hold on. You are saying this thing that you say you didn't like about black people. You are saying something that I said. I didn't say anything.
You said it just now. You said
I said based on ease of life. Based on ease of life.
Which is of
why
life?
would I never said I didn't like black people, anything like that. So why are you putting stuff in my mouth?
No, you were talking about something about week changing, week whatever.
No. That wasn't based on the context of whether I will be white or black. That was based on the context that people are pretentious. They will say they like to be black, but they start doing all those things.
The same, let's say conditioned. It's also conditioning. Mental slave conditioned. You understand? If all things being equal, what happened did not happen. You understand? No slavery, no nothing, whatever, everything. The education they have then as Africans, they were it wasn't altered. You understand? They were allowed to grow in their own pace, discover whatever they want to discover. Yeah. Don't forget, whatever technology you see you have right now, foundation came from Africa. What they only did was to play the politics, keep African from finding more information. They took their own little information they have and went with it and did more exploration with their information. Also paying much money to keep Africa where Africa is, not to find more information. You understand? But thereby causing conflict for them not to have peace to maybe think or settle or grow. You understand? They will come just like what they're doing right now. They tell you Boko Haram is or herdsmen is ravaging the north. So everywhere in the north is not safe. But what happens to the mining? Why is it that where they are doing mining and where they are doing bunkering, where they are doing whatever, everything is not in Boko Haram is never attacking there. Boko Haram, no herdsmen is going there with their heavy militia ammunition and weapons. They don't go there. You understand? But in the battlefield, they kill all Nigerian armies or whatever, but they don't go to those people that are doing illegal mining with Chinese and doing illegal gold or whatever. You understand? All the cobalt and lithium they are using to do all your cell phone batteries, they are getting it from northern Nigeria, but they are doing it safely, getting it out there. So that's how it is. You understand? They keep they cause conflict. Keep your knowledge in underground. Why they come export your knowledge while you are busy looking for money to eat and how to get power, they come and steal you and they go explore with it. You understand? So when you say like white people this and that, have it. If all things being natural, the way the creator designed it to grow and move, the people to move, Africa, in fact, I don't think there would have been more whites existing, because if by today, look at what is happening right now, just only 3 African countries that stop France from getting the natural resources. Look at what is happening in France. Now imagine if this was done like 50 years ago, like no 50 years ago, or imagine if there was not that Berlin conference that they had, if that never happened and Africa was just the way it is. You understand? What do you think will happen? Even the country we're living in right now, look at the economy. The economy is even dying. It's slowing down, and they're looking for ways to cause chaos or whatever. The economy of the country we're living is dying. Now imagine this happening 50 years ago. What would have been the outcome of this country right now? So sometimes if you are talking, sometimes they just think. Don't just condition because you see they show you film trick right now. You're seeing film trick. You think that's how it is. But brother, what I say right now is
I understand everything you are saying already.
It's film trick.
I understand everything you are saying already.
It's gone.
And if we, it's all right. I think he's been here. He did signal that he was due to leave, so it's only fair that. Yeah. So, but regarding what you said, I don't disagree with it. We have been conditioned. When I was growing up, I couldn't draw a black person's face because you will only be able to draw a white person's face because that's all you see on TV. When you are drawing, you can't draw anything else. That's all you see. Because and I can see that even right now in Africa and among black people in Africa, that Nigeria seems to be the image they have in their head. You know, that it tells you I didn't know that was a thing even. But when you go and meet fellow Africans now, the way they talk about Nigerians, you begin to understand the kind of image we had of Indians when we were growing up, the Chinese, because we watch their movies. Because they watch Nigerian movies now, they have Nigerians in their head. I've seen it. They give Nigerians a little bit more, that instead of everybody come with 0-0, they give you a little bit more. They give you a little bit more credit just because of those movies they've seen. They give you a little bit of extra credit. If you are a bit shorter, they give you a little bit of height on top of it. If you're a little bit too fat or whatever,
we understand.
They still hate you though.
Yep.
They hate us, but they can't do without us for some reason. Really, they love us and hate us at the same time.
If you really want to know what they think about Nigerians, be in their circle or their midst when they don't know you're Nigerian, or just like Nigerians, if you want to know what they really think about it, other tribe, don't even let them know you're not. Just listen to them. And you can see
but think about it.
And you can see how.
Isn't that how the way we behave about white people? We say we don't like them. Sorry, now I just want to interject with what you're saying. Isn't that what we say about white people too? We say we don't like them, but many of our people, when they stand in front of that white person, they give them that extra. In short, if they were giving Nigerians 2 slices of the bunch of, let's say 10 naira, if the white man comes 100 naira straight. That is how they give them extra.
Yeah, I don't behave like that too.
I don't. I don't
hate them.
Black person, they get scared like they want to rob them. It's the same conditioning. It's the same thing. It's just the same mind conditioning. When you see a black man, is he going to rob me? Is he going to shoot? Is he going to? It's conditioning. It's the same thing.
But it's really odd, though. Let me ask this question because what you just said forced me to think about this. Like, amongst all the races in the world, which one do you think hates the black people most?
White.
Is it white?
In reality, like
Is
when
it
we
white?
encounter them.
White.
You think so?
100%.
Everyone else.
You just copying.
You see, wait. If I may. If I may. You see, the world has been reintroduced to black people through white eyes. So when you go to Europe, Middle East, China, all of these countries, you can see that they learn racism towards us from the Oyinbo directly. You can see.
It's very you may have a point there. I'm not.
Yes, it's not their first choice.
It's just like when black people would go to Vietnam, okay, and the Vietnamese never met a black man. They never had a problem with us.
Yeah.
But then the GIs would go in the clubs and then they'll throw them out. And then, oh, you make trouble here. Go leave, nigga. Hey, this dude never been out of Ho Chi Minh. How he even know the word nigger?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And then you find out it was always the white Marines that was gonna go spread these rumors about the black soldiers. Oh, don't let them come here. This is infested. They troublemakers. You know what I mean? And there's actually a whole documentary on that. I'll probably look for it. Well, you're not going to play it, of course, because like this one that you refuse to play, even after 8 videos, if you see something you don't like on it,
come on, man.
You
do hold grudge, you know. Move
it's
on,
not a
man.
grudge, it's there. No, you gotta move on. No, hold on.
Don't you feel sorry for me? Yeah?
No, because you like to.
You can't be
I
sorry for me.
don't understand this Nigerian thing where they ask for evidence, then you give them the evidence, but they don't like it, so they try to hide it instead of educating their people and saying, "Listen."
But I already agree with you on the point, and I think you won the point already.
I'm not here to win anything. This is the least place. I think, like my wife said, maybe this might be like some kind of therapy for you. I'm not here. What am I going to win here? So I think I just come here to have fun with my brothers. Cool. See what I'm saying? So I'm not here to win.
Yeah, it's been a nice conversation today.
But I'm saying,
apart from your interjections,
I'm just saying, the truth will always make you uncomfortable, and there's a Nigerian aspect of always either ignoring the truth, or they bury their heads in the sand, or they rip up the book when they don't like the truth. Now, we went through an argument here, which we will go again tomorrow if it comes up. School the people, educate them that they cannot keep falling for this deceit that there's something called Judeo-Christianity. We have people on here, Tony, who I love and respect, that was insistent on it. And I understand he's coming from the messianic point of view, but teach your people that these people don't like you. These people hate you. You're not one with them. You are a means to an end.
You mean the Christians?
No, the Jews.
The Jews.
What do you think I'm
but
saying?
the Muslims don't like us too. You are practicing Islam.
No. To be fair, on Tony, you see, I think he has a particular understanding of it. I think if you were to sit down with him and explain many things, because there are many, when you say the word Jew today, it has so many connotations. And when I look at the word Judah and Jew and Hebrew, I really give it an African or black aspect. I do. And I believe that these ones that you see that have come from Europe are a strange people. So sometimes if you're talking about them, I think it needs to be kind of clear.
Okay, listen. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, Jagan. Okay. With Tony is fucking. Oh my God! Pardon my French. Tony is very educated. Tony is very. I mean, I've seen him lose his temper a bit, but Tony is a very mild-mannered.
Yes.
To a large extent, a very classy man.
Quite well spoken too.
And he's a very
he's very similar to myself. I agree.
I think you are more incisive, but sometimes you do lose composure.
And Tony is he's a very reasonable man.
Mm-hmm.
But in the end, Tony is also a very religious man, and I understand that. And one of the easiest ways to pick an enemy is to attack their faith or to attack their political beliefs, their political leanings. But regardless of that, the truth will always remain the truth. Fact will always be fact, regardless of how you know.
I would agree. I would agree on most.
See, no. This is the title of the show. In fact, only fact will always be fact.
So it will all facts will always. So facts will always be facts.
That's why. That's the only reason.
In that situation, everybody, whenever new facts, credible, verifiable evidence is presented to you, you have no choice but to discard that which you believed was right.
Prior,
so you
yes.
got to unlearn.
Let me entertain you a little bit. I understand what you're saying.
We are supposed to be rounding up.
We are going to round up. What you say about Tony, I think, is accurate, and I think the point of his religious aspect is what you were talking to for him. But I think when you were speaking, I don't know correctly that you are speaking about a particular kind of Jew. But
I was speaking about
would you say anybody that calls himself a Jew?
I was talking
No.
whether I was talking
this
about
political. You're talking about this political Jew right now.
No. Let me answer, please. So
I'm supposed to be closing. You are creating on.
Let him answer now.
I was talking about the religion itself.
Okay, that's it.
Those that use the Talmud, those that believe in the Noahide laws, those that believe in the Tanakh, the 5 laws of Moses, those that use the Torah, which also include the Sephardic Jews, the Mizrahi, the Ashkenazi, and which one is the last one? I was
Sephardic.
No, I mentioned the Sephardic, the Ashkenazi, the Mizrahi, but in essence, the Jewish religion. Okay, so now I was being disputed. I was, of course,
did that have a race connotation with it? Sorry, I just
can we round this up?
But this
it doesn't matter. Okay,
wait, let me just end. So this is what I did, because Christians think that they have some sort of affinity with the Jewish religion. I know forefathers are getting upset now, which they feel they have an affinity with the Jewish religion, which they don't. If you ask a traditional Jew, and say, can you worship in a mosque or a church? There's no two ways about it. He will worship in the mosque without problem. He will not step foot in a church. Do you believe in the same God as the Christians? He will say no. Do you believe in the same God as the Muslims? Yes. So these were the points I brought up. They disputed it. So I brought evidence. Forefathers demanded evidence. They all demanded evidence. Of course, I showed it to Tony. I gave it to him in the private chat. I gave it to forefathers, but I knew for a fact, because I've gone through this with forefathers, that he was going to hide that and not play it for the people like he promised. And we cannot keep deceiving our people. We cannot keep lying to our people. Let them know the truth. You have to uncolonize your mind. And you cannot do that the people that have the information decide to hide it.
Let me just address the point. The point is that the video, you already won the point because it's been verified. Before you even brought the video, I confirmed that based on what I checked online, that it is true that Jews are more likely to go into a mosque to pray than to go into a church. That is a fact. So thank you for your time. And men, support diaspora voting. And Jagun, what happened today? You guys, your stamina, you seem to be available. Do you guys have a meeting in London? I know you're all in London. Very, very welcome. It's a welcome change to see you all here today.
Thank you for that. Well, I think I need a degree more respect from you, bro. This throwing off it can't work like that. I'm just too old.
Yeah, a troublemaker now. That's the
No.
problem. When you keep making trouble all the time,
I've got my own free time. Man, for being up there.
You overdo it.
You know?
I know sometimes I know I do overdo it too. But
Then
remember,
go
I'm
up,
a
man.
moderator. I
Stop
can get away with stuff sometimes. So
No,
try to
no,
understand
it's
that.
not nice. Not nice.
I do get away with stuff now. That's what moderators do sometimes. So
No, you know what? You know, I say it's not nice because like people are sacrificing their time to come and make the show worthwhile.
I know, but you two have to realize that sometimes
Consider that.
I have this in my head that I'm doing. It's not for you. Just allow me to moderate the way I want.
So
Sometimes that's what you need to do.
it's not for you. I mean, come on. If this want to have a
It's
monologue,
not for
have
you
a
to
monologue.
know. My point is that it's not for you to determine who I speak to next. Because sometimes if I want to call somebody, you don't know what I'm thinking. You have to allow me to flow.
No,
an orchestra.
Nobody's stopping you to flow.
Yes, you are.
Continue. You be
so like an orchestra. When you are the conductor is conducting the orchestra. You don't see the people that are being conducted. Hey,
I won't pay too much. I won't pay too much to see your band, though. I won't pay too much to go and see it.
You see, all these pessimists, you can't be this pessimistic. You don't know. It might be very good. This
your orchestration, mate.
It might be very good song. It might be very, very good song where I will be conducting.
You just be playing the music, ching, and then you press one bad note, clink. And then everyone will...
Don't be so pessimistic. I might be better at conducting than moderating a panel, So I really appreciate you all for spending the time with us today. I speak the truth, even if you get cross most of the time. You are always taking it and coming back. I really appreciate that because you do share a lot of knowledge, things that I didn't know today about Jews going to mosque to go and pray. You never, wonders will never cease. Now they want to kill each other, but it's all right. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate that. Jagun, as always, I appreciate you for coming in. And no matter what happens, we are always getting along. This is what I like with the people here. Nobody takes things personal. We get on with it and we get back to this thing and start talking as usual. That is how it's supposed to be. And support the diaspora voting. I do miss calling you Local P though, but it's all right. This support the diaspora voting. One day we are going to see it come to fruition. And let me say thank you to the people in the chat. Blessed, I see you there. You've been there all this while. I've never had one good thing you said about me though, but it's all right. This is what I get every time. It's normal. Mark Enelli, well done for hosting. I can't believe he's actually telling me well done because the show is ending. That's the only time they compliment me. Thank you. I will take it to. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Okachatin, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Okachatin. And Tiffany M, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us, Tiffany M. And John O, I see you there, John O. I'm not sure I've seen that name before, John O. Thank you for joining us, John O. Let's see what he's got to say. I don't get what he is talking about. I'm sure he's talking to me. Nobody gets me. It's all right. Thank you for joining us, John O. Kyogene DJ. Kyogene GD. Thank you. I see you there, DJ. I see DG, not DJ, DG. I thank you for joining us, Kyogene. That sounds like a do name. Uzo Chukwudi. I see you. Thank you for joining us, Uzo Chukwudi. John O is there. I know there is Jagun is there. Oji. Nto official channel. Somebody has a channel that they call Nto. Okay, that's just there to throw people. Thank you for joining us. And let me thank the people that for real. I see you there too. The people that donated, Joseph Oji. I appreciate you for donating the $5. I really appreciate it. It's not people don't donate enough that as much as they should really because it supports the channel. And also remember to like, share, and subscribe so that people can actually see the video. The YouTube algorithm tends to shadow it if you don't give it enough likes. And maybe we should be doing making more effort to remind people to actually like this in the video. Eccentricas, I really appreciate you. You are on the panel. You came on the panel today and you also donated this in $5. Thank you for the this donation. We really do appreciate it. And Eccentricas, wherever you are, don't be a stranger. Remember to come back. Maybe one day we'll actually talk about technology fully, so that he has a chance to fully illustrate and talk about most of the technological stuff he wants to do. Aladdin K, I see you. My apologies, Aladdin K. You have been here all through. I know I've seen you here, and I can't still be sure whether you said anything good about me. You know, I'm a human being. You know, some of these people, they are just heartless, but it's okay. We take it like that. What are we going to do? They're heartless people. They don't think I'm a human being. So thank you all for joining us. Till next time. Bye.
Mobility siki no lebo putelu. Siki 1, siki 2, siki 3, siki 4, siki 5, siki 6. Oh, ikute pepe neye. Waye wemia, ngwachi wemia, ngwame wemia. Oya yegodimia, oya me wemia wa, oya me wemia. Ogoliba, 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 ogoliba. Timo, forever.